The word quickly spread through the crowd, who mostly hadn't been paying attention to the first announcement, other than the part where they needed to get out of the way for the magical construction teams. Technically, there were 2 elevator platforms. They were side by side in the building, each 2 meters wide and 4 meters deep. Some species were large, and they would need the space to get personal possessions up to their units. Once they had new belongings, that was. The balconies appeared to be the most popular feature, though. They weren't standard practice in the city, and while these had solid exterior doors and bars on all the windows, the majority of demons could fly. So half the residents could simply fly up to their apartment and enter from the outside for daily use. There were even exterior doors at the ends of the hallways on each floor, for those in internal apartments without windows or balconies. Karl had objected to some of those floor plans. However, he was informed that some species liked that, and it would keep building costs down, as they wouldn't have to build a central courtyard to create internal windows. Away from the market, most of the designed buildings were tall and narrow, with just one hallway, and every unit would have exterior windows. It was closer to the existing design of the roads, so they didn't need to redesign the whole district to add more homes. But these centerpiece buildings around the market square would be the crown jewels of the redwood sprawl when they were finished. They might not be as shiny and glamorous as the glass-sided high-rises in the Golden Dragon Nation's capital, but they were still an architectural marvel. Karl's group went home before midnight as the buildings were getting close to complete. The locals could celebrate and fight about their new homes without their presence. They returned to the inn for the evening, then made their way to the new house right after breakfast. The first thing that Karl noticed when they got close was the dilapidated condition of the building. But a split second later, the recognition that the building was not empty slowed his approach. That could be problematic. If a group of homeless demons had made the abandoned building their home, he would ruin his hard-earned good reputation to just throw them on the streets. But if it was a criminal organization using this building as their base, it would be even more problematic. Perhaps this gift wasn't all that it seemed to be. Karl walked up to the simple stone wall around the courtyard, barely shoulder-high and more of a boundary marker than a serious deterrent. Then he waited a moment to see what the response from the people inside would be. They didn't seem to notice he was there, but Karl could clearly see with soul sight that they were all smaller, and mostly in the awakened realm. So, most likely it was children playing. After all, if you couldn't make it to ascended rank as an adult, you would be chased out of the city to the outlying regions or the Black Shade slums. Karl led the team into the courtyard, and finally the occupants noticed them. But now that he had a clear view through the open door, Karl could tell what they were doing as well. It was some sort of martial arts class, with tattered uniforms that didn't fit quite right, and one small but elderly ascended rank female trainer. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karl." He greeted them. A number of the kids nodded happily. "We know you beat up the undead knight champion." A young boy insisted. "That's right. And as a reward, the city governor transferred me the ownership of this building and its courtyard. It looks like you've been training hard to become guardsmen. Or were you hoping to become ship's guards?" Karl asked. The boy raised his fists and shadowboxed the open air for a second as a demonstration of childish might. "I'm going to be the next arena champion in Lard," he announced, determined in his path to greatness. Lard was the capital of the nation to the south, and a major trading partner of Dryad, just across the border. One of the girls laughed at his ambition. "But aren't all the arena champions overlords? Your mom is a satyr." "But my dad could be powerful," the boy insisted. Karl's team tactfully ignored the fact that the boy didn't actually know who his father was, and let Karl continue with their introductions. "So, how often do you all train your skills here in the main hall?" Karl asked. "Pretty much every day. We come down, mop the floors, and then we start training while Teacher Joe goes to find breakfast," the boy explained. Karl turned to Tessa. They were firmly in her territory if these kids were living here without parents. How about you continue your training, and we will borrow Teacher Joe for a moment? Karl asked. The elderly demon waved her hand for them to get back to work, and Karl led her out into the courtyard, where he could see a number of nosy neighbors watching intently. I would do this inside, but I don't want to worry the kids unnecessarily. I take it you all live here. Karl began. The diminutive demoness nodded. I was the housekeeper here when the guard left, and I couldn't find other work. So, I just stayed. Most of these kids have parents in the district outside the gate. Just not good ones. Once they finish their training in the morning to help them grow, they go looking for part-time jobs. It's not a permanent group. The boy you were talking to has been here 3 weeks, and he will be starting as a baker's apprentice in a week. A few of the others have been here for months, but it's only myself living here long-term. Karl nodded in understanding. So, it's something like a hostel. Cheap living for young workers who just arrived in the city without backing, and right at the gate, so they don't have to go outside and then find another silver coin to get back in. He asked. A silver. The fee is 3 silvers an entry. Teacher Joe replied, clearly confused. Odd. They only charged us 1 each at the forest gate, and that was the price they quoted to get back in from the Black Shade, though they didn't charge us. The elderly violet-skinned demoness laughed, which made lightning crackle between the curved ram horns on her head and her hair stand on end. She smoothed it back down in annoyance and shook her head in dismay. It depends on who is entering. A war champion at the monarch rank and his friends. It might be a silver. If you were an overlord, they would likely waive it entirely. For children and ascended workers, it's 3 silvers. For awakened adults, it's 5 silver for a visitor's day pass with a tracking spell on it. She explained. That explained why the city was so crowded when there was a suburban area outside the walls. It wasn't danger, it was economics. By Karl's math, 2 or 3 silver was a day's wages for most workers. They simply couldn't go back and forth every day. Karl looked at Dana, who just shrugged. She didn't care about this place one way or another. Sure, they owned it. But this was the first time they had seen it. If Karl wanted to sell it, they would take the loss and consider it a goodwill gift. Remy had a better idea. Karl smiled at Teacher Joe. I have a proposition for you. I am going to renovate this building as a branch guild house. I will hire you to stay on as the caretaker, just as you have been, but now with funding to actually fix things. Then we will turn the main floor area into a shop, where we sell the items that my teammates make. You see, we're all pushing to make it to overlord rank, but that is going to need money and opportunities, plus countless visits to the dungeon, unless there is a higher rank one nearby. The little demon smiled. Does that mean there's a budget for cleaning supplies? I can go get everything that we will need right away. I don't know what you're going to change, but I can make everything clean as can be by the end of the day. Her excitement level had shot through the roof when she found out that she was going to have an actual job again, but the ladies were giving her looks that said they were concerned with her mental health. Sorry, I'm an obsession demon, and my obsession is cleanliness. You have no idea what hell it has been being unable to afford to properly clean. She rambled. Karl winked at Dana. I guess that means no shoes in the house. Teacher Joe, or Caretaker Joe, as she would be in her new role, looked horrified at the concept of shoes outside the common areas of the house, and Karl noticed that everyone inside had left their shoes by the door, despite the poor condition of the floor. The city will be short on construction workers for a bit, as they have to take care of the portions of the city that collapsed in the attacks, but do what you can, and we will get started on the renovations as materials come available. Caretaker Joe smiled. I know people. They're outside the wall, so nobody will be likely to call on them for the repair, but we can hire them to do the renovation with earth and nature magic. One of them is a Dryad, and they've got a great sense of style. You'll just need to pay their way into the city as part of the fee. Karl nodded. Just give me the name and location, and I will go get them. While I do that, you can lead the ladies on a walkthrough, so they can see what we have to work with. Joe wrote him a note, including a rough map of the Frostfire Gate suburbs. The location was further east, toward the ocean, but it shouldn't be too hard to find. Karl nodded to the guard on the way out, and the man held up a hand to talk to him. Did you buy the old barracks? He asked. The governor gave them to my team for our efforts during the battle. We're planning to make it a combination of our guild house and a shop. He explained. Oh. Not tearing it down to build something bigger and better. Karl shook his head. That might break Caretaker Joe's heart. We've hired her on to keep the place up. I'll have to hire a few more professionals as well, but I'm going to get a renovation team that she recommended. The guard nodded and smiled. If you get back within the next 3 hours, come through this gate. I lived in those barracks for most of my youth. It will be good to see them back in top condition again. But I have to warn you. When an obsession demon says she's obsessed with cleanliness, she's not joking. That tiny psychopath used to chase us with a whip if we didn't shower after morning training. Karl laughed. I'm sure that the ladies in my team will be on her side. The bubble bath stock goes almost as fast as clean socks. The guard laughed and waved farewell as Karl jogged off to go find the recommended workers. 30 minutes of brisk walking brought him to a beautifully decorated Gothic mansion, with a carefully groomed hedge maze in the yard. That was what he was looking for, but there should have been a sign out front that marked it as a furniture maker. Hopefully, the place hadn't changed owners. Karl walked up to the front gate and knocked, not entering the yard. Half a second later, a Dryad simply appeared out of the bushes with a smile. "Hello, how might I help you?" she asked. "Caretaker Joe recommended your services to renovate the old barracks building. I have just been awarded the location as a combat bonus, and it needs some work to get it back to standards." Karl explained. The Dryad nodded and motioned for Karl to enter. "Please come in and tell me your plans. My daughter runs the business now, and the shop entrance was moved to the back last year. But for Joe, I can likely flex my magic a little bit." She agreed. "Well, I don't object to hiring both of you, and whoever else you think might be necessary." Karl shrugged. The Dryad gave him a curious look, and Karl took out 10 gold coins, placing them on the table between them. She smiled. "In that case, you can call me Misty, and my daughter is Rain. Do you have any magic users on your team that might be helpful?" Karl smiled. "I have a royal rank green dragon cleric. She might be useful. Or she might not. It depends on how long she can focus for." Misty laughed, the branches of her hair shaking. "All right. I will bring a stonesmith with us as well. It won't take long, but the fee isn't cheap. Though, I can see that's not going to be a problem on this job. What are you going to be selling?" she asked. "Alchemical potions for healing and progression. Runic jewelry, and once I can find a source for weapon blanks, runic weapons as well." The Dryad paused. "I don't think that I follow. What is a runic jewelry?" she asked. Karl saw the problem. If she was going to make display cases, she needed to know what he sold. Karl took out one of the royal rank rings that he had inscribed for giant strength and placed it on the table. "That sort of thing. But also amulets, necklaces, bracelets. Whatever I can get from my supplier. Mostly royal and monarch rank, but I might eventually make some lower grade budget items," he explained. The Dryad was stunned into silence. Then Remy dropped a monarch-ranked healing potion on the table between them to see what happened. Misty sighed. "I am going to have to hire a security expert as well. I know a mage who specializes in barriers. You should have enough magic to help him, and he's already in the city." That sort of inventory can't just be left in the open. That was understandable. Though, Karl suspected that this renovation project was going to get extremely expensive. Just a barrier that could keep away the threats of local thieves would be costly. Unfortunately, while Karl could make runic barriers, he had limited experience, and Dana only knew a few basic barrier spells. Neither was up to the task of erecting permanent barriers over an entire property. With the decision made, Misty led Karl into the back of the property, where the sounds of singing were coming from what looked like a carriage house with the sides boarded up by living vines. "Rain, come out and say hello, we have a VIP customer," she announced, and the singing stopped. A young Dryad poked her head out of the vines, and Karl knew immediately that Lotus would not be getting anything productive done. Perhaps Kara could keep her under control, but this little creature was adorable. "What's up, Mom?" "I just finished that project for the Davidson family," she answered. "This lovely young demon is going to renovate the old barracks, and he wants a full makeover for the main floor to turn it into a high-end magical goods and jewelry shop," Misty explained. "Seriously? Where will he even get the goods for that?" the young Dryad asked, rolling her eyes. "I make them. And if you can make me pretty enough wooden items, I will buy them and enchant them too," Karl replied with a smirk. Rain giggled. "Oh, he's good. Dryads aren't even magical beasts, and I almost got sucked in by that charm." Then she stepped through the vines, revealing a green floral dress, but bare feet. "All right, we're good to go. I will lead the way, so we can get Stonesmith Jones on the way." Rain skipped happily along beside them as her mother led the way through the winding streets of the outer Frostfire Gate district. They stopped at an unassuming fieldstone house that appeared centuries old, and in stark contrast to the newer construction all around it, which was mostly wood or brick. "Jones, we've got a stonework job for you. The old barracks is getting a full renovation," Misty called. A demon with black skin that showed glowing red from various cracks in the leathery surface stuck his head out. No, not a demon, Karl realized. That was a transformed Magma Dragon. His soul was definitely that of a dragon. "Stonework, you say? All right. I think that I can take a job today. Do you have something interesting for me?" he asked. Karl took out a royal rank earth element stone. That was worth significantly more than he had paid for the rest of the job, but this was an overlord rank dragon, and bribing him was probably the best way to get his attention. "Oh, now that is pretty. All right, I will come over and make those barracks the single best guild house in the city." And just like that, Karl had obtained all of the team members that they needed, except for the mage who would make the barriers. Jones and Rain were singing together as they made it back to the gate beside the old barracks, and the guard smiled at them. "War Champion, it looks like you found quite the assortment of workers today. I'm sure the lovely ladies of your team will be pleased." The guard greeted them. Karl wasn't sure how he knew that the team was lovely ladies at first. Then he realized that the kids had all been chased into the yard so that Joe could clean the place before the renovation team arrived. That meant Tessa followed them out, Lotus came to play, and Dana had joined Ophelia on the porch for a drink. Jones cleared his throat, a rumbling noise like boulders rolling downhill. "Ladies, if you would kindly find the caretaker and clear the building, I will get to work on the stone structures," he announced. Caretaker Joe came out as soon as she heard his voice and waved to him. "Oh, you brought over all the big guns. How did you get this one to come help fix the building?" "I asked him dozens of times when he passed by, but he never agreed," she asked. The stonesmith snorted, sending out a small puff of soot. "You never had good stuff to offer." There was something admirable about that strictly mercenary dedication to his ideals, Karl thought. Even though they knew each other, if you couldn't pay for his services, you weren't getting his services. Karl could likely learn something from him before he went into business, but he didn't have the level of self-awareness necessary to realize that he had an issue in that department. Fortunately, Dana did. The entire property was covered in an overlord-ranked flood of earth and fire magic, that unique combination that constituted a Magma Dragon's racial powers. As it settled in, the barracks building shifted a little until it was perfectly squared at the corners again, with no more bulging or leaning where the mortar had crumbled. Then the outer courtyard wall began to grow, returning to 3 meters tall, and the exterior doors crumbled to ash before being replaced with thick bronze replacements, including a black cast iron gate separating the wall from the street. The roof tiles shifted into thick black slate over the pale gray and white fieldstone walls, and even the well in the yard was brought back to pristine condition. How good the water was would be questionable this close to the ocean. But they were a little uphill, and the well was shallow, so it might have some groundwater flow. Or, perhaps not. As Karl realized a few seconds later when he felt the spell on the well collapse. It didn't need groundwater, as it had been enchanted with water magic. The well was actually just an outdoor cistern. Once the dragon was done and staring smugly at his creation, the Dryads went inside with papers in their hands. They went straight to the second and third floor to begin their work on the secondary kitchen, bedrooms, and common areas. Karl could feel the nature magic soaking into the structure of the building as they rapidly moved through the house, using the wood as a medium to move between rooms and floors freely. For 15 minutes, the magic continued. Then they opened the main door and bowed politely to Karl. According to our contract, the work is done. All the wooden furniture has been replaced, the floors and joists have been renewed, and the roof trusses are fresh. Your home is ready for another century of occupation, Misty announced. That's all it takes. And here I thought that it would take days, Karl noted. Rain giggled. We're still Dryads, aren't we? Or have you never seen a Dryad work before? Karl turned to Lotus, and Misty began to laugh. While both of us have similar nature magic, the priestess leans more to healing, while our most powerful abilities are the regrowth of vegetation. We can regrow dozens of acres of forest in a full day. Fixing the structure of one large house is nothing at all. Most of the wood is already there. The unexpected attention on her stopped Lotus from subtly sneaking over to the younger Dryad, but Rain grabbed her hands and dragged her inside. Kick off your shoes at the door and follow me. Let me show you the new rooms. She laughed, running through the house with Lotus in tow. That went much more smoothly than Karl had expected, and if his senses were right, then the overlord-ranked mage headed their way might be the final contractor to fix their house. If not, it was likely someone from the castle, wondering what they were doing. Sure enough, the mage swung the gate open and stared around the compound with an impressed look. Oh, Jones, it's you. How are you doing today? He asked. Jones Jr., are you here to cast the barriers? The stonesmith replied. The slender dragonkin mage smiled. Assuming that I can get paid. He agreed. Remy handed Karl a mana jade ring, engraved with spell power and mana storage runes. Karl quickly poured mana into it as the mage watched in shock, then when it got to the royal rank limit of the item, he handed it to the dragonkin. I don't suppose that will get us a proper barrier for the house? He asked. I think that it might. I don't suppose that you were looking for an apprentice. I've got one just about to start looking for training in a career, and her mother's a magic demon. Quite the skilled young prodigy. The mage, who looked almost human with whatever disguise spell he had activated, replied. Karl shook his head. I'm not sure that I'll be here enough to provide proper training for an apprentice. But I do need someone who can identify and appraise items brought for trade, so perhaps we should talk. If the student is self-motivated, the teacher doesn't need to be around every day. Rain looked down from a third-floor window, with a curious frown. Why is he Jones Jr., but you're not related? She called, loud enough for Jones to hear. Both the stonesmith and the mage began to laugh. It was the mage that answered her question. You see, my name is Jacob Jones. But he also goes by Jones, as nobody can pronounce his full name, and he is much older than I am, so he is the Senior Jones, and I am Jones Jr., or Mage Jones. That was less interesting than the young Dryad had hoped, and she pulled her head back in the window to continue showing Lotus around. Mage Jones walked inside the main room, followed by Karl, so he could explain the situation. The others waited outside, wanting to be surprised once it was all done. Oh, this will work wonderfully. They even built railings to define the edges of the barriers. I will give you an access stone, so you can add employees to the list as necessary. I specialize in this, so I will make you proper jewelry cases. The mage explained, then tied his long black hair back and out of his face. The room looked like one of the elven residences Karl had seen on the other continent when he was sent to the past. It was all organic curves, not planed flat. Except on the inside of the display cases. But the walls were white stone, polished smooth, and the floors were hardwood and similarly well fitted. In the back, hidden behind a door that looked like the back storage room, was a large kitchen complete with a freezer that the mage enchanted, and the actual storage room, which was accessed through the kitchen. It was an odd setup, but Karl suspected that it was meant for dried goods storage for the guards, so the location actually made more sense, as it was opposite the freezer, allowing a group of cooks to work efficiently during meal prep. Once the display cases and the kitchen were finished, Jones Jr. put an overlord-ranked barrier over the whole house, and then Karl followed him to the second floor, where he saw a large central room surrounded by small rooms. They must have been guard dorms in the past, barely 2 meters wide. The doors were currently all open, revealing single beds, a desk, and a dresser inside. There was one large restroom at the back of the building, and 2 shower rooms. So, the layout hadn't been changed since it was a dorm for the guards. But that did give them far more than the 20 required bedrooms for the guild house standard. The mage cast a soundproofing spell over the rooms, but not completely deadening the sound, if Karl guessed the details correctly. It would make regular noises inaudible, but those in the common area would still be able to hear if someone shouted for help. The third floor was much more fancy, with 6 large bedrooms and 1 slightly smaller one, plus a smaller common area with a kitchenette. The smallest of the rooms on this floor was piled high with neatly organized stuff that had to be caretaker Joe's, maintained as her own room since she was actually employed here. But the others were all immaculately clean. Her stuff would be arranged soon enough, it was just that the room had been renovated, and she needed to put it all away again. On this floor, he cast a temperature control spell, the usual soundproofing spells, and a ventilation spell that drew air from the lower floors up and out through the chimney of the fireplace column that ran through all 3 floors and both kitchen areas. There was no such thing as a modern stove here, but the fireplaces were fire magic, and had an oven above them, as well as a magic burning stone stove top that was definitely not child-safe by the Golden Dragon Nation standards. There we go. I will put a perimeter spell around the property as well, and that should be enough to keep unwanted visitors out when you're closed without confining your members to the house. Jones Jr. explained. Wonderful, thank you. This is perfect. Karl agreed. Ray stepped out of her space with an armload of cloth and a serrated smile. The mage gave her a confused look, as he hadn't seen anyone by that description earlier. But she was putting new silk sheets on all the beds, so she must belong here. Ray also hung new curtains, and arranged a number of rugs on the floor, which were made from the fur cloaks pilfered from the frost giants. The oversized cloaks were perfect for throw rugs to dampen sound in the rooms, though the white color would be a nightmare to keep clean. She hoped that caretaker Joe was not only passionate but competent about her obsession. Before long, she had all fresh bedding and pillows on all the beds that the Dryads had made. They weren't a solid mattress, more like an extra fluffy cushion, but they looked comfortable to sleep on, as both Rain and Lotus had flopped down on one the moment Ray had put the bedding on. Ray gave a thumbs up from the front window when she was done, and the others came inside to see the contents of the house after the renovation. Unlike Karl, they knew what it looked like before, so their sense of awe was much higher after the hour's worth of work. "So, you will be selling all your goods here?" Mage Jones asked. Karl shook his head. "I intend to make some lower-grade items to sell at the Royal Jewelers. The sort of items that can be spread on the mass market, instead of one-off and exclusive items for sale here. But the potions and other items will be exclusive to our shop, unless someone is going to resell them elsewhere for a higher price." When Karl went back outside, there was some confusion among the children about what was happening now. The building had a new owner, and they had fully renovated it, so it wasn't suitable for their morning martial arts training anymore, and it certainly wasn't going to remain an ultra-low-cost hostel. Karl smiled at them. "The goal is to get you all gainfully employed. Until then, Caretaker Joe will continue your early morning practice either on the second floor or in the yard. There are enough rooms for now, and with our help, I think that we can get you good placements. Many things in life were not about what you know, but who you know." Now that they knew Karl, he could ask around for people who needed apprentices and jobs suitable for their young residents. Joe had a hard time of it, as she was not powerful and not respected. But still, she had managed to maintain a steady flow of apprentices through the hostel. Karl was standing in the yard when a familiar face entered through the open gate and smiled at him. "Monarch. Thank goodness you're here. This is nice. You did a beautiful job renovating. I know that we're just business associates, but I was hoping to ask you a favor." Loros asked, her usually vibrant white skin looking pale and dirty. "You look like you've had a rough day." "What happened?" Karl asked. "The landlord, the guy who runs the furniture shop beneath me, offended someone he shouldn't have, and they trashed the place. I managed to save my materials, but my apartment is completely destroyed, and there are no hotel rooms anywhere in town. Before deciding to sleep on the street until I can rebuild my cart, I thought that I might come and see if you had some spare rooms in your new house. I think that half the town already knows that your team got the old barracks as a reward. They're making jokes about it because the place totally isn't worth as much as your reward would be." Loros explained. Karl chuckled. "Well, we have it now, and it's all renovated with the help of all these good people. I think that we might be able to work something out more long-term. I want to turn this place into a shop for the goods that my friends make. So, if you would like to stay here and make your jewelry, I can sell it downstairs after it is upgraded. We will hire a few more staff as well, but we've got a caretaker already." Loros' eyes lit up in joy. This place was nice, definitely in better condition than her old apartment, even before the debt collectors had smashed down the divider wall, thinking that her space was a hidden room where the furniture store owner was hiding what he owed them. "I will take you up on that. I'm carrying everything I own already," she replied with a sad smile and turned toward the door. Caretaker Joe ran outside with her arms wide and a look of panic. Loros was covered in plaster dust, stone dust, dirt and alley grime from her day, and the cleanliness-obsessed demon was not ready to let her into the freshly renovated building. "She can't get clean if you don't let her in," Karl reminded Joe. For a few seconds, Caretaker Joe hesitated, then she pointed at the well. "There is a place to wash," she realized. "The upgrade used fire magic and broke the water spell. I will have to fix it later." Lotus laughed and pointed at the back of the house. "The emergency exit leads to the bathroom window. Or we can just have Remy carry her through the house," she suggested. Remy appeared in the main room and leaned out to grab the sculptor. "I will make sure that she's clean before she comes back out. Ray put towels and bath robes in the showers. Then she can pick a room and get settled in." Karl looked around the yard and noticed a small building against the city walls. "What is that?" he asked. "The old stables. It's been converted into a storage room." Did you want something done with it? Jones asked. I was thinking that it would make a good stone sculpting workshop. I can see already that Joe will cry if we let Loros carve Manajade in the house. Karl joked. The transformed Magma Dragon renovated the building in a matter of seconds, and then Misty went in to add workbenches and tables to the space for various crafting. It would be easy enough to store bulk stone on one side, and there would be room for a half-dozen artisans to work in comfort. Rain stuck her head in the crafting space and nodded in satisfaction. That was a good space. Not as good as her own workshop, but good. I will let Loros know when she's out of her shower, so she doesn't set up right away. Remy informed Karl happily. Karl wasn't sure why she was in such a good mood until he realized that the second floor had a communal bath for the guards, as well as the rows of showers. It was huge, and even in Naga Queen form, she would have room to soak. Normally, she took baths with Kara in snake form. But while that form was great for bathing, it did rely on Kara to scrub her down, thanks to the lack of arms, and the mediocre scrubbing that, minor water control, gave her. So, things were all but settled for the day before lunch. All that was left was finding salespeople who could appraise trade items, which meant old enough to have a system interface, and some skills in either appraisal or training in magical item valuation. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Usually, that sort of ability was related to a chosen trade skill, and it took time to master, which was the point of an apprenticeship. Oh, and a cook. They would need someone in the kitchen to take care of this group as well. He couldn't expect the clerics to be cooking for everyone every day when they were at home. They might still be asked to make most of the ingredients, though. The gossip mill turned out to be their strongest ally in the search for employees. Out of curiosity, Mage Jones' daughter came to see what they were up to, and before she had even finished talking to her father, a small group of people arrived together with hopeful expressions. "How can I help you today?" Karl asked, motioning them to come in off the street. "We heard that you might be looking for workers." The man who led the group into the compound explained, bowing slightly and flaring his large black feathered wings that perfectly matched his long hair. That was fast. "How did word spread already?" Karl asked. "You're talking in the yard next to a guard station." The man replied simply. He had an excellent point. They weren't being secretive about their activities, and Karl had openly told the guard what they were planning, so he should have expected them to pass the word on. Especially with so many people out of work until their employer rebuilt. Assuming the previous employers did rebuild instead of trying for something that they thought might be more successful. "What position are you looking for?" Karl asked. "I have the merchant class, which is good for all sorts of trade and sales jobs. But I was hoping that you might have a managerial position available. I have references that can be verified and a stable history in the city." Karl looked at the boring beige color of the man's name in the system interface. "All right, Davis. I think that we can have an interview." Karl agreed, then took out the Sword of Champions and 3 green mana jade rings. Only 2 of which were activated, though all 3 were carved with runes. "Please give me a valuation for all of these items." The merchant laughed. "We have 200 gold coins, 200 gold coins, 15 gold coins." "Why is that?" "Oh, that one isn't active, it's just carved." "And then?" "That's not a number. That can't be a valuation. I have no idea how to value that blade. It appears to be worth more than my skills are capable of determining. However, if I were purchasing it, I would value it as a Monarch rank epic blade, which is 1100 gold wholesale purchase and 1900 gold for resale." Karl smiled and put all the items back in storage. "So, you have a system skill that tells you the real value." "That is very convenient." Davis smiled. "Yes and no. It only works with system-linked items. For common items, it's a separate skill for valuation, and it just gives me a condition and quality. I reference that against recent sales prices in the city to come up with a number. That can be a bit unreliable in a hot market, but I have a lot of experience. Please wait for the rest of the team to come out. They will give me their opinion before a final decision is made. Then Karl turned to the others waiting behind him. They were all similarly violet-skinned with curled horns and short tails extending from their skirts. The outfits looked like they were uniforms from some shop, so they must have worked together. And who might you all be? I can see that you all work together. Karl asked. The tallest of the young women stepped forward. We were the kitchen staff at the Abalone Grill. It was next to the market in the sprawl. The boss got a new spot in the towers, but he decided that he's not going for a restaurant this time, but a seafood wet market. So, we're all out of work. But we have practice with a full menu, including baked goods. Karl whistled, and Lotus stuck her head out a window, unable to resist knowing what was going on. Hey Lotus, come down here and talk to these chefs. If they're good, they can work in our kitchen. Lotus quickly grabbed the applicants and pulled them around the back of the house, where she could make ingredients for them in the kitchen to test their skills. Hopefully, a practical test was part of the usual hiring process for cooks, and they wouldn't be offended. From the sounds in the kitchen, Lotus didn't have any major problems with their applicants. So, Karl began preparing for the evening. The others were still busy inside, but Karl decided to just go ahead and give the appraiser the job. If things didn't work out, they could always fire him later. But he appeared to be quite competent at his job. Davis, do you have somewhere to stay tonight, or will you be moving into the house? Karl asked. Davis smiled. My grandmother lives at the castle, and I am currently caring for her in the evenings, as her age is catching up to her. Thank you for your consideration, and I may wish to stay here if business is especially hectic some days, but I do not require full-time lodging. Karl nodded. Let us know if anything we have can help your grandmother. You will find that we can offer generous employee discounts. If you can be back by 9 tomorrow morning, we will be starting to stock the shop. Davis bowed and flared his wings for balance, an act that made Karl want to know what they felt like. Hawk was sure that feathers felt like feathers, but the motions were the part he was interested in. Being humanoid was hard, but the appraiser was good at being a human with wings. Davis left for the castle with a powerful flap of his wings, and a few minutes later, Karl turned to the mage and his daughter. So, Miss Jones, I hear that you're interested in becoming a runesmith or similar form of artisan. Karl began. The girl nodded happily. Yes, sir. I've always loved working with magic. I'm already a commander rank mage, but I haven't taken an official trade skill yet. I have been looking for one that was just right. But you can enhance jewelry and weapons, like an inscriptionist can do paper scrolls and books. That is wonderful. I love magic, and I really love new magic. Nobody else I know can do what you do. I even bought one of your rings from Royal Jewelers and tried to replicate it, but no matter how I write it, it simply doesn't work. Karl laughed as her face turned bitter and sad at the end. That's because you need the appropriate skill for the ability to work. It's the difference between copying the pages of a skill book and actually making a skill book. Karl explained. You can make skill books? She asked, startled. Well, yes. But that's a whole different topic. I have a skill to let me make them of skills I can use. But that's not new magic, is it? I can teach you that if you would like, but I don't need an apprentice skill bookmaker. Well, not full-time, but I would happily sell skill books if you made them. Mage Jones, the girl's father, laughed quietly. The governor would box your ears. All skill books have to be sold through the city library. It's a security measure to keep people from selling forbidden dark magic in the city. Senior Jones, the Magma Dragon, winked at Karl. If you happen to have an interesting one, I might be willing to purchase it outside the city. Karl smiled. I will keep you in mind if I happen to have a good one. There is a Ghostfire Thunderbird among my friends, and he knows some lovely fire skills. I am a bit short on earth element skills, though. The Magma Dragon shrugged. Come talk to me after you're settled. I'm sure we can work something out. Jones Jr. thought about the future for his daughter, then patted her on the head. Why don't you see if he can get you started on an appropriate trade? If the apprenticeship doesn't work out, then we can find you another job. But I think that you might be happy here, he suggested. Wendy Jones nodded happily and extended her hand to Karl, her red eyes sparkling with excitement. Like her father, she could almost pass for human if it wasn't for her eyes. But Karl could see that she did have a tail, as it swished under her skirt when she was excited. Her father had said that her mother was a magic demon, so Karl had expected feathers or wings. However, it was possible that she had a feathered tail. That might be a bit impolite to ask about if she kept it tucked. Besides, if he really wanted to know, Lotus would find out soon enough. There wasn't much that the Green Dragon cleric was shy about asking, and finding out if a new friend had a feathered tail was well down the list of things that might cause her to hesitate. Karl smiled at her as he shook her hand, then activated, "Follow me, little one." Wendy got an odd look on her face as he transferred the apprentice runesmith skill to her, then threw herself into Karl's arms and began planting kisses on his cheek, much to her father's dismay. And Dana's annoyance as well, Karl realized as he gently removed the young demoness and placed her back on her feet. I taught her the apprentice level of the necessary trade skill. It's one of my talents. She just got a bit excited. He apologized sincerely, looking towards Dana. She sighed and nodded, while Mage Jones looked confused. You granted a skill with a touch? He asked. Karl nodded. As I said, it's a unique skill for my class. She is my apprentice now, so she got the necessary skills. Starting tomorrow, I will begin teaching her the basics of runecrafting, and the other craftspeople here will help her with her sculpting skills. I should likely build a forge as well. But that's not a big deal, I can do that myself when we need it. The mage nodded politely, accepting the arrangement. Karl might be an outsider, but those rings he sold were an untapped market. Now that his daughter was going to learn the art of making them, her future was nearly guaranteed. I should get everyone settled in before we lose the whole day. Thank you all for coming on such short notice to upgrade our new home, Karl announced, with a slight bow, towards the two remaining craftsmen. Mage Jones hugged his daughter, then waved goodbye on his way out. The Magma Dragon simply nodded to Karl and walked out the gates beside the compound. The house was close enough to the wall that he wouldn't even need to pay an entry fee to get Karl's attention if the Beastmaster forgot about bringing him books. But he had young whelps in his extended family as well. Perhaps one of them might be a good fit. If nothing else, he could send one of the oddballs to the Beastmaster. If he could tame a bloodbath spider, he could deal with an unruly crossbreed dragon. You can really do many wonderful things. What sort of class is Beastmaster? Wendy asked once they were alone in the courtyard with Dana. Dana wrapped her arm around the new apprentice. He can bond with magical beasts, and most of his skills are based on training them. Tell me, what did the system message say to you when he granted you a skill? Wendy blushed and whispered in Dana's ear, but not quietly enough that Karl couldn't hear her. It said that he was offering me the apprentice runesmithing skill, and then it called me a fragile Wendy doll. Or fragile doll, Wendy. Dana frowned. That's an odd one. Tell me, what is your family like? Wendy shrugged. Pretty good. I have 4 older brothers who live at home. They're all training to be mages with our father. They buy me gifts at random. The maids are all very nice to me when they bring my food and pick my clothes. Sometimes father even has them take me for sweets in the city. Dana resisted the urge to facepalm. The new apprentice likely never had a chance to have her own opinions. She had become Karl's apprentice simply because she was told that she would like it and never questioned her father's wisdom. If she was going to be a creative crafter, someone would have to teach her to have a backbone. And that someone couldn't be Karl. He would just pat her head and tell her she was doing a fantastic job on her work. Karl could see that Dana was planning something, but he didn't know what. So, he went with relevant questions. "Do you like painting and sculpting?" he asked. Wendy nodded rapidly. "I love to carve things. I make wooden toys with wind magic all the time. Here, look." She took out a small wooden carving of a dragon, which was detailed down to the scratches on the creature's scales. Her eyes were begging for acceptance, and Dana patted her head. "That is beautiful. You have a natural talent for sculpting. I think that you will get along well with Loros, our jeweler. But first, I should ask, what did the system classify you as? I know that obsession demons have some peculiarities." Wendy shook her head at Dana. "It actually calls me a magic demon. My father is part, and my mother is full-blooded, so I'm a magic demon by default." Dana led Wendy inside, and Karl followed them after taking a few seconds to carve a water creation rune inside the well, and then charge it, so it would fill the open cistern to the level of the rune. That way they would have plenty available for washing, if someone should get excessively dirty while working. Or for thirsty trainees, who would likely end up doing their morning workouts in the courtyard. Once inside, he looked around the main room and began planning where to put everything. He had a whole stack of items to finish from Loros, but mana jade was only one option. Many creatures preferred wood or other materials instead of stone, thanks to their nature. "Lotus, how is the cooking coming?" he called to the back room. "Lunch is almost ready. Did you need something?" she called back. "After lunch, I would like you to make some wood with good mana transfer ability for our 2 sculptors to work on. You can make a few rough weapon blanks as well. I will put out an ad for weapon makers later," Karl explained. "Oh, like you were doing in the lab with the Blue Dragon clerics. That should be fun. We can make all sorts of wild things with 2 sculptors." Lotus agreed, then returned to her kitchen work. Things were coming together well for this new branch of the Dark Light host. Once they had a base stock and a few more people, they could finally start making daily visits to the dungeon to get everyone up to the monarch rank. Lunch was sent up to the 2nd floor with a dumbwaiter lift, and Tessa set all the dishes out on the table for examination before they started to eat. This was the employment test for their new team of 4 chefs, and none of them had been to the restaurant where they formerly worked. Sure, they had experience. But what if the food there was terrible? It actually smelled wonderful, and Lotus surely would have stopped them if they were making mistakes, so Karl wasn't too concerned as he took his seat and waited for everyone. "What is the order?" Wendy whispered as she noticed there were no assigned seats. "Everyone just sits wherever they want. If you're speaking with someone when a meal starts, it makes sense to sit together. Or if you want to spend more time around someone, move to be near them." Karl replied with a shrug. That was how he ended up with Dana on one side of him, and Wendy on the other, with Kara taking the chair beside Wendy, much to the young demoness' confusion. Once everyone was seated, Wendy turned to Kara and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Wendy Jones. It's a pleasure to meet you." Kara replied with a bow, and motioned for Karl to respond. "That is Kara, our resident winged void badger. She can be a bit of a prankster, but she's really a sweet person. Unfortunately, she cannot speak any of the common languages due to her form," Karl explained. Kara nodded in satisfaction. That was a good description. Wendy smiled, and slid her hands up the side of her head. Then, she removed the black wig that she was wearing, revealing a pair of short, flesh-toned horns on her bald head as her skin tone changed slightly, and her features became more demonic. Oni demon, Karl realized. That was what her father was, and likely hiding his horns with a spell, the same as Wendy had been. Wendy put the wig on Karl's head, and the void badger shifted to a humanoid form similar to Wendy's. "There, now you can speak at dinner," the young mage announced proudly. Karl giggled and carefully picked up the utensils, something that she had never tried before. Her first attempt was a failure, and all the food fell off before she could eat it. The second went slightly better, but Karl was already out of patience, and carefully rearranged the wig on Wendy's head before digging into her meal face first with her front paws on the table. "I guess she's not big on talking," Wendy giggled. Karl giggled and carefully picked up the utensils, something that she had never tried before. Her first attempt was a failure, and all the food fell off before she could eat it. The second went slightly better, but Karl was already out of patience, and carefully rearranged the wig on Wendy's head before digging into her meal face first with her front paws on the table. "I guess she's not big on talking," Wendy giggled. "I think she just got frustrated with the fork. I will work with her to learn a humanoid transformation ability later if she wants it," Karl suggested. Karl waved off his concern. Badgers were much better than humans. The kids who had been boarding at the house under caretaker Joe's supervision were completely stunned by the quality of the meal. They had taken turns cooking before, and it was rarely what anyone would consider good, and often considering it edible was questionable. But this meal, it had all the richness of a high-class restaurant meal. Karl watched them wolfing down the meal with satisfaction. With a proper reference, they should be able to find work quickly, and staying here would no longer be a stain on their applications. But in the aftermath of the attack, there would be countless people shifting homes and looking for work, so it really was a great opportunity for them in the middle of a disaster. It would be hard to judge people on the neighborhood that they were staying in when a large portion of the city was destroyed, after all. After lunch, caretaker Joe took out a piece of paper, then shook her head and ran out to the guard station to go get something. While the guards had been rather disdainful to her the first time that they had spoken about the caretaker, this time they seemed much more accommodating. They handed her a new piece of paper, and the caretaker came back in with it in her hands. "I have the day's new job listings. I know we're a bit late, but this one just updated for tomorrow's jobs," she explained. She began drawing circles around various jobs, and then writing notes for different residents. "Here, take this. I know that they have been looking for workers for a while, and they lost 3 during the battle. Then for you, and you." One after another, she made job notes for all her charges and sent them out into the city with their referrals to go apply for work. Karl noticed that the letters had his name and the Dark Light Host Guild on them as a home reference, as they were staying with him, while the work history was individualized to the residents. That left the house somewhat empty, with just 6 new people in addition to Karl's team, while the house was designed for close to 60, an entire guard unit. "What do you think the chances that they find permanent employment are?" Karl asked the caretaker. "I would say pretty good. I have a skill that tells me what the best way to take care of people and keep my place clean are. Finding them work does both," Joe explained. Karl laughed quietly. That was a rather unique way to use an obsession magic skill. "Well, I suppose that we will find out soon enough whether they have found work. Then we will have to find them a place to live," Karl agreed. Caretaker Joe shook her head. "If they find work at these places, they should be given rooms in the new towers and the buildings that will be going up behind them today. The towers are empty concrete, but they all have systems, so they've got their bedding and other essentials with them until they can get their first pay and get settled in. It would be strange having the house so empty already, but once they started hiring crafters and sales staff, they would have a decent portion of the second floor full. Well, if they don't, we might be able to hire 1 or 2 as general salespeople, with Davis as the appraiser," Karl agreed. Thor nodded in satisfaction. A larger pack was better. Over the course of the next 3 hours, messengers came one after another, each of them informing either Karl or Loros personally that their boarder had been hired. Obviously, they were mostly hired out of respect for one of the two, and even the ones for Karl mentioned Loros in some way. Mostly a message requesting that she return occasionally to the park as a healing tree. Loros had no problem with that, and she would happily go be a tree there every so often, just to keep the people in good health. If she didn't, they would start looking for her at home, and that would be even more time-consuming than spending a day a week as a tree of life. During that time, Karl had begun to enchant rings with various simple runes, focusing on the royal rank items. But there was one effect conspicuously missing. No giant strength rings. Loros asked, knowing that was what Karl put on the ones that he had sold to Jula Mugos. Karl shook his head. If I only sell them to the royal jeweler, then the majority of the buyers, the warrior classes, will have to go to them, and we can keep a flow of money coming and our business relationship strong. You see, if something happens and our personal reputation takes a hit, selling specific items to other vendors will maintain our funding even during times of hardship. If they take a hit and have to close, we can simply nominate a replacement and elevate them with the sale of the rings. Wendy laughed at his analysis. You have a rather cruel outlook on business. Trade wars within the city are all but unheard of. Most businesses here last for entire generations. She explained. While they talked, Loros took a number of items out of her inventory and placed them on top of the new cabinets. You can enchant these as well. I think that the police and the debt collectors will love them. She insisted. Karl looked at the assortment of clubs, batons, and baseball bats, plus a few gnarled mage staves for Karl to upgrade. Karl quickly carved runes for stunning on the clubs and bats, making them a non-lethal weapon with exceptional durability. Then Karl decided what to do with the staves. Something simple would be best. Fireball. Fireball solves everything. Hawk insisted. He even had a whole pile of lower-grade fire element stones that could be carved with the spell. Karl carved the stones, then made the staves royal rank magical items with extra spell power and mana storage. The wood that Loros made was exceptionally well suited to such mana storage, and dozens of fireballs could be cast at commander rank before it was depleted. That should make them a valuable item on the market. Karl set one on the top shelf of a display case and locked the others underneath. At the moment, Davis and Karl were the only ones who could operate the barriers, so there was no chance that they would be stolen without breaking the Overlord rank barriers. With the bats and batons put on display, the cases were still sparse, but looked somewhat complete, except for the one closest to the kitchen wall. However, Remy had plans for that one. She had all sorts of potions, and if she put one of each on display, then loaded the bottom of the case with extras, they would have a diverse selection of potion effects available. Most of them were actually failed attempts to make something else, but some of them were truly miraculous. Like the anti-aging cream that actually reversed aging. If you used it as a full body lotion, the skin and muscles of the user, even the hair, would revert to a youthful state. However, if it was overused, you could accidentally weaken someone's body back down an entire rank until it naturally recovered. For an elderly monster, demon, or magical beast, regular use could theoretically stop aging and keep them in their prime indefinitely. That hadn't been tested yet, but Remy had been doing it on plants to keep them in their sprouting state indefinitely, increasing the number of sprouts she could harvest for materials. Compared to Remy's fully stocked swamp, the selection of materials for their future sculpting work was not great, but Loros had created dozens more pieces of wood for the crafters. All right, Loros, can you show Wendy around the workshop? You will have to share tools until I can get a new set made, but the two of you can make some base items this afternoon, and then I will work to teach Wendy more about runecrafting tomorrow. Karl explained. Loros gave Karl a wounded look. You know, my carving isn't actually a trade skill, just an obsession. She spoke softly. Karl smiled. So, you would like to become a runecrafter as well? I don't see why not. We will all sign a proper work contract so that you don't both run off with the knowledge, and then we can get started in the morning, using the items that you have made today. No matter what it was that you made, we can find a runic inscription that will go well with it. But use the magical wood first, as it's less expensive, and Sister Lotus can make more if you run out. The actual carving was the fun part for them both, and it gave them something to do for the day, while Karl and the team made sure that they had everything that they needed. Ray was hanging curtains over the windows on the main floor, as she had finished the upper levels already. All the beds had new linens, pillows, and blankets. The top floor rooms had new rugs, and she had even distributed some of Remy's soaps to the common showers on the second floor. Tessa looked around their new residence in satisfaction. I will go get a few more necessities from the city. Ophelia, come with me for a bit. Ophelia nodded, sure that the war cleric had something secret in mind, and the pair left the house, headed for the city core. Lotus headed back to the kitchen and loaded up supplies, then called on Karl to stock the freezer with some meat so they had options for meals. Now, all that was left to do was wait to remember all of the small details that they had inevitably forgotten. Later that night, Tessa and Ophelia returned with ice cream and cake. They had gone out to collect sweets and other goods to celebrate the establishment of their group as a proper guild. They were now officially, and somewhat permanently, united as a force in a way that anyone who cared to look could see. But more than that, the house belonged to the guild as a whole. They weren't sharing someone's private residence or sleeping in a military-assigned dorm. This was their home, and as soon as they could create an official guild stone, they should even be able to activate a few more restricted system functions, available only to official guilds. They might not be able to have a movie night here in the city of Dryads, but they could still hold the proper party, with good rum, better snacks, and piles of soft pillows on the floor. With Tessa's encouragement, Ray placed a large soft rug and masses of pillows around one of the unused rooms on the third floor, then draped the walls with colorful bolts of silk. There were bookshelves, which were currently empty, but once it was fully stocked, it would be a great spot for quiet relaxation. For tonight, it would be the site of their housewarming party. Loros was much more introverted in a large group, when she had been quite eager to tell Karl about her sculpting while they were alone. But Wendy only got more energetic when there were more people around, and Karl got the feeling that she hadn't been allowed to do many interesting things or meet many new people at home. Her father must have had strong rules for her, because for the first time in her life, she was getting to try many of the snacks that they had brought back to the house. But she was still young, and not long after dark, she was beginning to nod off. The little demon had been unofficially adopted for the evening by Kara, who was happy remaining on the pillows for the night instead of going to a proper bed, the way that Karl did with Dana, who also fell asleep early. The rest of the group split along fairly predictable lines. Ophelia took Lotus, Thor went to bed with Tessa, and Loros locked herself in one of the second-floor rooms mumbling about statues as she fell asleep. The next morning, Karl was up early and enjoying a few morning moments with Dana before everyone got up, and they had to start the day. But other than Loros, who was in the workshop at the crack of dawn, carving something, the rest were in no hurry to wake up. None of the boarders had come back. They had all found full-time employment on the first day after they had a proper reference letter. That would hopefully be good for their future, but it did present a small problem for Karl. They had hired Davis, the fallen angel, to be their appraiser. But they had not hired anyone to actually work in the shop, clean the floors, greet customers, and all the other tasks that would be needed. Not that the shop was large, but they could use a second person, so that Davis wasn't fully responsible for everything. The black-winged demon came in promptly at 9 in the morning, just as everyone was beginning to eat breakfast. Come on up to the second floor after you look around. We won't be opening so early. Nobody even knows it's a shop yet. Karl called down to their new employee. Then he sent Wendy down with breakfast for Loros, who would likely forget to eat if she wasn't reminded. During their conversations last night, she had mentioned it was a common problem for obsession demons. If they weren't so poor that they couldn't afford to do their task continually, they would hyperfixate to the point that they would only eat when they became painfully hungry. Davis came up with a sheet of paper in his hands and a smile on his face. "Sir, I have valued the items in the shop, and I must say that some of them are extraordinary. Are you certain that they are all for sale, and not part of the store display?" he asked. "Which one struck you as especially valuable?" Karl asked, already having a good idea of the answer. "The staves for one. Those are worth nearly 1,000 gold pieces each, and wouldn't normally go on the market openly. They would be auctioned individually. But that anti-aging cream—" He paused as the ladies began to laugh. "It's an accidental windfall. You see, Remy, our Naga Queen alchemist, was trying to make a new form of healing potion with substitute ingredients. That was the result." Davis sighed. "Might I make a recommendation? Repackage it in 50 milliliter containers. At that point, my skills would value it at 5 gold a container. Right now, it's in 1-liter potion flasks, and that is just excessive. I know that ladies pay a lot for skincare, but paying more than a new house and domestic staff for a single bottle of it is extreme." Karl was going to point out that the staff was worth far more than the skincare lotion, but that was a once-in-a-lifetime sort of purchase that could be passed down in the family. Not a regular-use consumable. Remy nodded in understanding and gave him a thumbs-up gesture, unsure whether he understood Serpent. Almost everyone on this continent had an active system, and they would get translation functions. So, Remy tried her luck after her next bite of breakfast. Davis gave her a strange look as the Naga Queen simply placed a fried egg in her mouth and tilted her head back to swallow it, but it was not the worst form of table manners he had seen. Just a species quirk. "What about my healing potions? Are they fine?" Remy asked. Davis nodded. "Yes. Not many will need such a high-grade potion, but we are on the more expensive side of town, and some of the more powerful species need at least one such potion as a backup for severe injuries. The question is how you wish to price them. The official price is high, but there are numerous alchemists in town, so the price of Ascended and Commander rank healing potions has been driven down." Remy considered it. "How much have they been driven down?" "As I recall, the guard said we could each get like 4 gold from the dungeon every day." Davis nodded. "Commander rank super healing potions sell at 2 for a gold coin. But monarch rank potions of any sort are rarely on the market, and royal rank potions are usually custom made. I see that you do have a number of commander rank healing potions and mana recovery potions available, which are the mainstay of an alchemist's shop anywhere." Remy smiled. "Yes, I thought so. We can put the really good ones away. Sell the others, and when someone makes a big order or an important someone comes in, we can give the monarch ones as a gift." Davis smiled. That Naga really knew how to bribe an official. With her in charge of making the potions for the shop, they might not even need to worry about the magical item stock. They would get rich just off the potions. Karl looked over the price list, and it all looked good to him. So, he headed down to the workshop to start his training with Wendy and Loros. They could make a shop open sign as well, and then he would see who came into the shop. Being right at the gate had advantages. The word of their operation would spread through town on its own without any advertisement needed. Loros was way ahead of him, and not only did she have a sign made, she had already varnished it, and it was mostly dry. The sign simply said, "Dark Light Host Guild House," but it had hanging placards beneath it with a ring, a sword and staff and a potion bottle. Karl carefully took the nearly dry sign and hung it on the outside of the wall to finish drying in the sun. That should be clear enough for everyone, and while he would have picked a different name, it looked like he didn't have an option about what guild he was in. Karl looked at his system interface again as he returned to the workshop. Name, Karl. Class, Beastmaster Packmaster. Rank, Monarch. Constitution, Void Iron Body. Bonded Beasts, 5. Guild, Dark Light Host. Titles, Hidden, skill points, 64, class skills. The Packmaster gains an increased percentage of base stats from bonded beasts. Pack tactics, damage and healing done by bonded beasts and the Packmaster increased by 10% per rank. Bestial champion, the Packmaster gains a bonus to speed, strength and luck stats when his pack is threatened. Follow me, little one. Directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. Home, one-time use skill. The Packmaster may designate a target location as their permanent home, granting various bonuses as the location is improved. Home location may be periodically moved, but never deactivated. Available skills, 50 points. Pack First, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. 50 points. Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation, 20 points. Pack Affinity, the Packmaster has an affinity for all skills that any of his bonded beasts have an affinity for, and may learn them as normal. 50 points. Dominating Power, the Packmaster's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis type ability. Previous class skills, expand to view. Karl focused on the last two skills, which had appeared up the skill tree past. Follow me, little one. Pack Affinity would definitely help him in the future, as it would let him use every skill that any of his beasts knew. But the last, Dominating Power, was a pure pack leader type ability. Like the largest member of a pack of predators, they could simply force the weaker members to back down. Karl had gotten fairly good at doing that in normal situations, but having a hypnosis ability that would force others to back down would be incredibly broken in combat. Could you even call it combat at that point? He wasn't clear what the difference between that and the intimidation effect of territorial was, but territorial sounded more like it was a fear skill instead of a paralysis ability. He was a few points short on being able to get both Pack Affinity and one more skill, but Karl wasn't in a hurry for any of the others. Only, Pack Affinity would be a change outside of combat, as well as in battle. It was awfully cheap for a Packmaster skill, though. There had to be a catch, as he already had the skills to simply teach himself anything his beasts knew. Or, perhaps that was too easy of a standard, and he should have been looking at becoming a walking skill library. For now, Karl selected Pack Affinity, and made a mental note to check his points again soon to pick another skill. Pack Affinity learned, then, a flood of knowledge hit him like a physical force, making him stagger as he walked across the yard. "Mr. Karl, are you all right?" Loros asked, running out of the workshop. She had been waiting for him to come back and teach her the runesmith skill, so she had noticed the moment that he staggered, and the trickle of black blood that briefly flowed from his nose before vanishing. "I am all right. Just an information overload when I changed one of my skills. Now, let's get to work, shall we?" Karl replied, before placing a hand on her head and transferring the apprentice runesmith skill. She dragged Karl into the workshop with surprising strength for someone so small, and began to show off her morning work. She had made some truly beautiful items out of the wood that Lotus had left for them. A few rings with nature scenes, a bracelet with carvings of a naval battle, and then an eye cover, which was currently missing the string to attach it. An eye cover. Healing magic is a thing that exists, you can grow them back. Karl asked curiously. Loros laughed. They're not for missing eyes. They're for night watch. You see, you keep one eye in the dark all the time, and it gets more sensitive. So, when the sun goes down, you swap the patch to the other side, and you look out from the eye that wasn't dimmed by daylight. It's an old sailor trick that works on dozens of species. That was actually pretty fascinating. Many people in the mines would complain of headaches from the brightness when they were outside during the day on their day off, so it might be the same in that situation. He had just never realized it. Wendy looked excited about the new information. "What do you do for night watch instead, Master Karl?" she asked. Karl shrugged. I have echolocation and thermal vision. I just ignore the light input from my eyes and focus on the other optical inputs when it's dark. Loros sighed. That's cheating. But Wendy shrugged. I have excellent night vision, but not that good. I still need at least a little light. Karl began the lesson. Now that you both have the crafting skill, I will go over the basics with you. We are going to make rings that can store mana and increase skill power. Those will be the staple of our shop, so I want you both to learn how to make them right away. He wrote the rune on the chalkboard on the wall, including notes about stroke order and direction with depth changes, then gestured to the pile of wooden rings. As Miss Loros got an early start, I will demonstrate one before you both make plain rings to practice on, he added. Loros gestured to the side of the table, where dozens of ring blanks in various sizes were already made. They had only been roughly shaped into circles, and Karl realized that she had cored the same stick to make two different ring sizes from the same disc. Very efficient use of materials. Karl carefully carved the inside of the ring with the runes for mana storage and increased skill power, then placed it between them. See how the string of runes is placed. Evenly spacing them around the ring creates a more even activation with less chance of overloading a material that is being enchanted to near its magical limits. Now, this wood is capable of taking a royal rank charge, and neither of you can manage that, so slight errors in spacing won't be a major issue. For the first attempt, you will do them on the outside, not the inside of the ring. Trust me, it's much easier to carve the outside perfectly. Just draw them on with a pencil first, then carve the runes. After a few minutes of examination, both apprentices were satisfied with their understanding of the process, and they began working on the runes. It was slow, even on the outside of the simple ring blanks, but speed would come with practice, and they needed to get the runes perfect in both shape and depth. Surprisingly, they both got it right on their first tries. Perhaps that was the advantage of having skilled sculptors as apprentices. Now, focus on your skill and begin enchanting the rings. Wendy, you're more powerful, so you can go all the way to commander rank. The practice will help you both grow your magical strength, Karl instructed. Loros didn't seem upset about the difference, even though Wendy was still a child. She had long since accepted that her bloodline had limitations, and unless she could break them, she would never be moving past ascended rank. Slowly, the color of the runes changed as they upgraded the rings. Silver ascended rank from Loros, and golden commander rank runes from Wendy. Perfect. Now, give them a light buffing and put them to let them bond with you. The first item you officially make as an apprentice should be for your own advancement, Karl insisted. A second later, both of them were wearing a simple wooden ring on their hand and staring at it with great pride. Perfect. Now, you understand the basic concept, so we will up the difficulty a little. I want you to take one of the ring blanks, polish it, then carve a design that will go around the runes before you enchant it. That is the standard that others will want for even a basic purchase. It can be scrollwork on the edges, a full design with the runes carved into the back, or you can even cut and polish some of these flakes of mana jade from yesterday's work as semi-precious stones and make it a decorative ring for those who prefer not to wear metal bands. That would keep them busy for an hour or two, Karl decided as he went back into the house. The shelves had been slightly rearranged, and a small selection of items obtained from the giant wars had been added to a cabinet on the right as you came in the door. It was a bit of a grab bag of randomness, as opposed to the more uniform crafted items, and it would catch the attention of customers on their way in or out. Most of the team was inspecting the new shop, while Davis created a basic pricing guide for the items that were in the shop by quality and rank. That way, if someone else was making a sale, they didn't have to go to him to get a price to tell the customers. The rear area of the shop, by the kitchen entrance, was separated by a divider wall the same height as the cabinets, giving them somewhere to work, and a place for the shop's safe. That was an item that Karl hadn't thought of, and the place marked for it was empty. But after a moment's thought, he realized that this issue had already been solved when Mage Jones had enchanted the building. The safe was just tucked under one of the cabinets, and when Karl focused on it, he could see that it was linked to the Dark Lighthost Guild Bank, Dryad branch. The safe is over here. I will add you all as users, so you can use it for transactions, Karl explained, when he realized that nobody else knew where it was. Oh, all right. That works as well. Now, were you going to designate this location as an official store belonging to the Guild branch? Davis asked. Karl focused on his system interface. Sure enough, there were guild options there, and one of them was the guild house. Karl chose his current location, and a message came up in his interface. Guild branch location selected. Please add guild members to the branch. Karl frowned and looked through the guild members menu. Grand War Champion, Karl. That was the only name registered to this branch of the Dark Light Host. The rest of his core group were members of the guild, but not assigned to a guild house or location. Karl chose the rest of the group, then sent guild invites to Davis, Loros, and Wendy. The appraiser looked startled. Sir, are you certain? Guild slots are limited. You don't need to add a mere employee such as myself. Karl smiled at Davis's expression. I am certain. The manager and chief appraiser is a trusted position, and even if the branch doesn't hold much clout in the city, you deserve the status. Guild skill, inactive, guild bonus, inactive, guild perks, 50 luck for all members. It wasn't much, but Karl assumed that it would grow. As soon as he was formally inducted, Davis changed his visible title. Davis, Chief Appraiser of the Dark Light Host Dryad branch, Dark Light Host. That was a pretty cool option. The others had accepted his invitation and changed their titles as well, and now Karl could see that all of their names had a faint gold outline, marking them as guild members, though none of them showed a secondary title with their names, only Dark Light Host as a guild tag. No, there was one who had rejected the application. Caretaker Joe did not join. Her name looked the same as always, and when Karl gave her a curious look, she just shook her head. It seemed she was happy as an employee of the house. Then, it occurred to Karl that there were actual drawbacks to being a guild member. He was a war champion, but how had he gotten that title? During a guild-on-guild war for control of a city. The membership would also paint a target on their backs if the guild members were out and about in the city, where someone might have a grudge against them as a group. They also didn't currently have an overlord rank leader, as most powerful groups in Dryad City would. There were hundreds, or possibly over 1,000, overlords in the city. With Karl only being a monarch, they were the most minor of minor powers in the city. But with a whole house full of valuables. They did have the advantage of being right next to a guard station, but that didn't mean much if the guards didn't intervene in guild battles. In Bumga, the guards had sheltered in place, protecting civilians while the battle raged. The city of Dryad appeared to be mostly stable, as far as Karl could tell. There were some issues between the various factions, but no wide-scale battles between them, thanks to the presence of the governor and his forces. Karl was thinking about the repercussions of his actions when a soft chime sounded, notifying them that someone had entered the yard. A pair of elderly demons, both overlords with powerful builds, and near 3 meters tall, came down the stone path and through the open front doors of the shop. Oh, now this is interesting. It appears that the sign wasn't overstating their inventory, one of the old men chuckled. Davis smiled and made a welcoming gesture. Please, do come in and take a look around. We've just finished setting up for our first day, he explained. The ladies retreated to the kitchen, leaving only Karl and Davis to deal with customers. They looked briefly at the assorted items in the case by the door, then one of the two froze in place as he looked at the staff in the long case on the right of the door. That is magnificent. It's everything that a fire mage could wish for in one spot, and royal rank as well. But that's a bit more than I was planning to spend this year. That made both Karl and the demon's friend laugh. That's more than you were planning to spend this decade, you miser. But look at these. There are mana jade rings for mages, very similar to the ones that Royal Jeweler is selling for warriors, the other man joked. They came over and looked at the small selection of green jade rings, then the one who had been called a miser by his friend clicked his tongue. If they were a bit higher quality, perhaps, he sighed. Sir, on your left, we have a selection of monarch-ranked items of similar enchantments, Davis offered. Both rushed over, and let out a longing sigh as they saw the white and red mana jade accessories, including a matching pair of bracelets with mana storage and skill power on them. Then above that were matching rings with agility and skill damage on them, the combat half of the set. Skill damage was specific, but stronger, while skill power was comprehensive, but a much smaller percentage. When do these go to auction? The demon asked. They're not being auctioned, good sir. They are available for direct purchase here. If you would like them, we can offer a discount on the matched pair. Only 2,400 gold coins. That was a generous 20% above what Davis had put on the sheet, but this was part of the negotiation process as well. The elderly demon gave him a shrewd look, then returned a longing gaze to the jewelry. Are there more items like this? He asked. Davis nodded, and took out one of the more interesting items Karl had made. It was similar in function, but it had an inscription for mana regeneration, skill activation speed, and skill damage instead. It was a purely combat-oriented piece of jewelry, and the mage simply stared at it for a full minute without speaking. These were all created by the same person. Carved by one, imbued with power by another. That means you should know who the creator is, right? The shrewd demon asked Davis. That is confidential, sir. But if you would like to place a custom order, we should be able to obtain it within a month's time, if the crafter is able to fill your request, the appraiser agreed. The demon shook his head. No, this should be more than sufficient. I will give you 5,000 gold for all 5 pieces. Davis winced as if the offer cost him actual pain. Sir, that is very near our wholesale price. Perhaps a little leeway could be found. The demon sighed, then reluctantly nodded. And 200 for the house commission. Davis smiled and shook the man's hand, then took the 5 pieces of jade jewelry out of the case. Thank you very much for your patronage. The demon beamed in pride, while his more miserly partner frowned at him. A little hesitation, and he just snaps up everything in the shop, the demon grumbled, then paused when Davis put another ring and bracelet pair in the display case, identical to the last one. There were more. Davis nodded. Yes, sir. They simply didn't fit in the display. More like he didn't want to crowd the display and give an appearance of abundance, which would drive down the price. I will take the pair, he insisted, then placed a bag of coins on the counter. Thank you for your patronage. Should you have any custom orders, please do return. Davis stared at the sacks of gold coins on the counter in awe. This is absolutely insane. We're not even fully open yet, and the shop is already rolling in cash, he stammered. Tessa looked at the bags. You don't need to verify and count that. Davis shook his head and smiled. I awakened the merchant class. I can tell how much money is in a bag with a glance, and whether any of the coins are forgeries at a level lower than my own. But those 2 are from the castle. I've seen them around dozens of times and I know where they live. That was good enough for Tessa. A few minutes later, a curious guardsman came in the front gate and waved as he stepped in to look around the new shop next to his duty station. He looked around at the expensive magical jewelry, then stopped at the box of random stuff, as Karl was calling the loot drop case, and inspected a few items. I don't suppose that you have any loose gems, do you? My wedding band lost its stone, and I would like to have a jeweler fix it before my wife notices, he asked. None of the items had a suitable stone in them, and there was no obvious junk in the shop. Karl nodded. Indeed I do. They're not part of the usual stock, But I can have our team repair your ring as well and get it back to you before your shift ends, if you're just starting. The guard smiled. It used to have a small emerald in it. Well, a fake emerald. An earth stone. If you've got something that's shade and perfectly round, I would appreciate it. Loros, please come to the shop for a repair request. Karl sent a system message. She came running, and the guard relayed the information. Then Karl held out a selection of the smallest green earth stones that he could find. The giants didn't usually keep bits of stone that small. That color is perfect. How much? He asked. Karl looked to Davis, who sent him a subtle message. That's an awakened great stone, and it's flawed. Even if you had Loros cut it, a silver coin would be all it's worth for the effort. Karl patted the guard on the shoulder with his empty hand. Don't worry about it. This one's on the house. Wedding rings are important, and it's not a powerful magic stone. Building goodwill with their neighbors in the city guard was never the wrong answer. Loros had the stone polished out to the right size and mounted, with the ring repaired and returned to its owner half an hour later. Just in time for them to get another customer, an elegantly dressed overlord ranked demoness with a kind smile and an aura that shouted, "I come for money." Davis had just stepped to the back to grab a drink, so Karl bowed to the customer and smiled. "Good morning. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for?" The woman gave him a genuine smile in return and looked around the shop. "I have heard from a little bird that you do not just sell magical items, but you can custom craft them," she began. Well, that narrowed down the suspects. Then Davis stepped out of the back and bowed deeply. "Madam Shin, it is an honor to have you in our shop. Thank you for your kindness to my mother. She's the governor's wife." Davis informed the others, using the guild-exclusive function of the messages. Madam Shin turned her smile on the black-winged fallen angel. "Little Davis, I didn't know that you were working here. I was having tea with midwife Musa yesterday, and she told me that the man who took over this place was the one that made her a custom fertility charm. I was hoping to have something made for my anniversary." Davis bowed. "She is quite right. This is Karl, and he is the one with the skill you are looking for." She turned back to Karl with a smile. "How powerful of an item can you make?" "My husband and I are known to be somewhat extravagant in our gifts." Karl smirked as he realized that she was fully intending to one-up whatever the governor managed to come up with as an anniversary gift. "I cannot make items above my own rank. But with sufficient materials and a bit of time, our team should be able to craft you most types of gifts up to the monarch rank. We have sculptors and a nature priestess on staff, but unfortunately no blacksmith at this time." The demoness clapped happily. "Oh, I know what I want." The Dryad clan traditionally made all their armor from enchanted wood over a padded cloth base. I have pictures if you are unfamiliar. My anniversary is in 2 weeks. Would it be possible to rush through a set of replica armor at the monarch rank by then? The ceremonial armor should be all black, but with either red or gold details. Karl nodded. Monarch ranked runes were red, so that would work perfectly. Loros crept into the room with a curtsy to the governor's wife, who hadn't noticed her yet. "I know the design very well. I think that we can do it if Lady Ray helps," she whispered. Madam Shin looked down at the shorter demoness. "Who is Lady Ray?" "I don't recognize the name, but I may be able to influence her to assist if she is local." Karl chuckled. "Lady Ray is a monarch-ranked bloodbath spider, and a member of my group. I am certain that she will gladly assist with this project." Karl took the stack of pictures for the armor, then realized he had a small issue. "I don't suppose that you have your husband's measurements, do you? Especially if it is a ceremonial piece, and he is intending to put it on display without bonding the item, it would be best if we made it to his dimensions," he explained. He had met the man once, so they could get it close, but not perfect. "I will leave you 7 for the next few hours. They are often used as my husband's body double." She snapped her fingers, and a large demon who looked a lot like her husband, but who was only a royal rank demon, stepped inside, wearing a butler's suit. Ray came down the stairs. Yes, that is perfect. We will have the armor perfectly fitted. It will be beautiful. Madame Shin nodded her head at Ray. You are a magnificent example of your species, are you not? I have never met one who chose to appear in humanoid form before. Ray was startled. You have met one of my people before. Madame Shin laughed. Oh, yes. When I was young, I traveled here by carriage from Shatharp City, a 2-month ceremonial journey across 3 nations for my wedding ceremony. In the wilderness of Lard territory, we were attacked by a bloodbath spider, who was displeased with our presence in her territory while she was mating. Though only royal rank, she took down 4 overlord-ranked guards and almost all of my lady's maids before she managed to escape. Ray was shocked. Someone had managed to put on a greater show than she had. How much experience did you need to amass before you could kill overlords as a royal? She sounds like an example for all young ladies. After all, if we allow a mating ritual to be interrupted, the menfolk might start getting rebellious ideas, Ray agreed. Madame Shin nodded in agreement. Precisely. A well-trained husband is essential to a peaceful life. You can't have him thinking that your authority is something that can be challenged. Davis did his best not to choke as he refrained from responding to that, but Karl just laughed. It seems that you two have very similar opinions on dating. There is fresh tea, if you would like to watch while Lady Ray fits the base layer. That got enthusiastic approval from Madame Shin, and Ray led the lady plus her guards to the 2nd floor while Lotus made tea for everyone. Royal rank nature priestess calming tea should be enough to impress even the most picky of guests. Of course, they would likely need to start stocking it after this, but Lotus didn't mind, even if she had to make 100 kilos of it for resale. She was going to stock the pantry with a few dozen varieties anyhow. The base layer of the armor was just quilted cloth padding, in this case monarch rank silk, that had dozens of ties all over it to attach the enchanted wooden armor plates. Once they were layered, they would make a nearly complete defensive barrier that maintained extreme flexibility. This style of armor was originally an Orcish invention, so the plates should have been enchanted by a shaman. But runecrafting would be close enough for the purpose. Not authentic, but close enough. Especially if he gave the armor some sort of spell effect. Loros was already designing all the plates for the armor while measuring the body double. Once she had the design drawn, Lotus created the rough piece, thicker than necessary so that it could be carved properly. Then they tied them on the base layer as Ray and the governor's wife chatted quietly about the wilderness of this Dragon Isle. She was surprisingly well-traveled for what amounted to a princess from a noble house. Now, Ray knew a bit about the wilderness in the area, and that there really were overlord and totem rank wild monsters roaming the wild areas of the continent. Further away, there were supposed to be much worse things. But generations of dedicated hunting had reduced the threat level in Dryads and Lard, the nation to their south. In Madame Shin's homeland of Unzatherb, there were wild monsters at the mythic rank as well. But they had an immortal guard to keep them under control. After a few questions, Ray realized that referred to their rank, one above totem, and it wasn't simply a title. Immortal guard sounds like a good job to have, Ophelia joked as she carried lunch up for everyone working on the 2nd floor. Madame Shin laughed. Well, it's job security, for certain. They only take in new immortals when one is permanently killed, and the librarian elder of the guard has been with them for over 100,000 years, since the last full activation of the system and through multiple small resurgences. Karl wondered what his power would taste like. Probably musty books. It took hours, but the shop was quiet as Madame Shin had the armor fitted for her husband. Ray stood up as they finished and shook the woman's hand. Give us 1 week, and we will have it all prepared. Black with red runes, just as we discussed. Don't worry, I know what you're after. With that, the customers left, and Ray dragged Loros out the window to get to work on the project. Much to the demon's dismay, second-floor windows were not appropriate exits for demons without wings. But Ray just shadow-stepped as they passed through the window frame and straight to the workshop with Loros tucked under her arm. "You learned a new trick," Karl noted. "Yeah," Ray agreed. "If I put her under my robes, I can just carry her in my shadow. Very convenient." Once Madame Shin left, the flow of customers became much more steady. If she was shopping here, it had to be a good place. It was also newly opened and freshly renovated with overlord rank barriers, which said that the new owner had significant amounts of spending money or very deep connections. Davis greeted their customers, all from the wealthier Stone Chapel district between them and the castle. A few of the trinkets from the case by the door were chosen, and a selection of potions. Only a few of the rings were sold, as that was far from being an impulse purchase. But 2 hours after Madame Shin had left, a group of uniformed men came in and bought every single baton, and club that they had in stock with a stun effect on it. The amount of money transferred during their first day was astronomical by the standards of a regular business, and Lotus was already hard at work on the second floor replacing the wooden weapons that had been purchased. How long would it take to get a custom piece made? A transformed mage asked later in the afternoon. Karl couldn't figure out what species he was by smell. It was muddled by a cologne or potion. But his humanoid form was a very average-looking obsession demon, as Karl had learned the ones with purplish skin tones were usually designated. That depends on the piece. Rings, bracelets, and other accessories can be created by our apprentice in the next day or two. Our journeyman sculptor and our clothing maker are both currently occupied with a custom order placed this morning, Davis explained. The man took out a massive sword and placed it on the counter. "My smith just made this, and I want it upgraded." The wielder is a fury warrior, a form of berserker. Davis messaged Karl, who came down to see what the commotion was. "Oh, that is magnificent. I can make runes at the monarch rank, but it appears that weapon is already beyond my level, so I would only be adding secondary effects," he explained, while trying to understand what level that blade could be at. It radiated immense power, but raw and unrefined, as if it only just finished forging and hadn't been used yet. The customer smiled, an expression that was completely unnatural on their fake face. "That is fine. I have a skill to remedy that." Karl nodded in understanding. The advanced classes on this continent should have all sorts of unfathomable powers available to them after the totem rank. The fact that this man could carry that blade to set it on the counter, but didn't give any indication of his rank, was enough to tell both Karl and Davis that he was far too powerful for them to question his skills. "Did you have a budget or particular element in mind?" "I have a selection of monarch-ranked elemental gems for the enchantment," Karl offered. "Fire." "It must be fire," the man insisted quickly. "A customer with good taste." Hawk cheered from his perch. Karl could have sworn the man's mouth turned up in amusement, but there was no way that he could have heard Hawk, who was perched on the roof of the workshop. Unless he read minds, that was. Karl thought about what he would add to the weapon. "All right, I have an idea. I can give the weapon a collection of enchantments suitable for a fire element berserker. If you could leave your contact information, I will send a runner when the weapon is ready," Karl agreed. The man nodded. "I will know when it is complete." Then he set a bag on the counter and vanished, using a teleportation ability that left behind flickering red flames. Davis turned to Karl. "It seems that we are being tested by all the powers of the region. Dryads City is known for its demonic fleet and their combination of unholy and water magic. But that sort of flame should be phoenix flames. Not only that, but I have no idea what is in the bag. It's enchanted to a level that I can't see through with my appraisal skills." An anti-theft container. Karl picked up the bag and looked inside. It was full of fire element gems, bits of stone, and a small branch that radiated intense heat. Yoink! Kara cheered as the branch vanished from the bag. She juggled it between her hands for a moment, as it really was hot, and then carefully planted it in the center of an open area in her space. The plant immediately took root, becoming more vibrant, and a second leaf began to form on the small sprig. Kara lay on her side, letting the radiated heat warm her belly fur. "Oh yeah, that's the good stuff," she purred contentedly. Outside, Hawk simply stared at his shameless sister in amazement. Should he not have first dibs on fire element treasures? Was he not a giant flaming bird, while she was a void element badger? Whatever. Once it grew out a bit, he would shame her into cutting a sprig for him to plant. But the gems in the bag were immeasurably valuable on their own. They were all totem and overlord rank fire element treasures, worth thousands of times more than the work that the strange flame lover had requested. Karl considered what he would put on this work. He had planned something simple for the man to upgrade on his own. But if he was paying this much, how could Karl give him a couple of strength enchantments and call it a day? Plus, the weapon was huge. There was a lot of room for runes to be added, and it would certainly be able to handle the power. "Call me if someone needs me. I will be on the second floor writing a plan," Karl informed Davis, then grunted a little as he picked up the sword. The blade weighed close to 2 tons, far more than it looked like it should, even at that size. But if the user was intended to be able to swing this blade, Karl had a great idea. If he combined runes for damage increase with inertia increase, and inertia transfer, in the form of shatter, it would be equivalent to hitting someone with a bus. A sharp-edged bus. Whatever was swinging this had to be huge already, to be using a 5-meter-long blade. So brutality was out. It would make them too large to fight conveniently. However, terrorize would be great. Terrorize improves damage done by the target by 10% per rank of the user. Add the runes for increased speed and agility to that, and he had a long string of runes that all merged smoothly into a single compound rune. That was the most efficient form of enchantment. But he could get a bit more in this rune if he tried, without breaking the coherency. A short poem about overwhelming power ensuring victory and a legendary legacy stretched out the runic string even further. The overall effect was beautiful, and matched the space in the center of the blade perfectly. Karl would duplicate that on both sides, then on the hilt, under the grip guard, he would add runes to link a spell gem to the blade inscription, and to strengthen the weapon itself as the blade transferred mana. It should help whatever skill that man had to improve runes, as the inscription wouldn't be fighting against him, it would already have that type of growth in its nature. Then, Karl carefully removed the totem rankfire gem from the hilt and carved it with ghostfire body. If that wasn't sufficient for a fire user, Karl didn't know what would be. It wasn't like he had a stronger fire element skill available to him. That made 3 separate strings of runes. It would be a bit of a mess as far as actual use went, so Karl modified the strings that would go on the weapon itself until they flowed smoothly. Mostly that meant moving the string of poetry in between the two, placing it at the base of the blade. But now it looked much better, and the activation of Ghostfire Body would flow through the intention to strengthen the blade itself and the poem about legendary deeds, then finish with the actual damage increasing effects that would accomplish the task. Karl coated one of the claws of his bestial form with disintegrate and shivered at the flow of power as his snowy white fur brushed against the blade. He went over the runes one last time, making a few alterations to the depth of the carving, based on what runecrafting was telling him to do with this particular formation. Then Karl began to focus on mana recovery, as he felt his energy draining faster than he could regenerate it. Every single rune was drawing more power from him than it should, and the draw was increasing as he worked his way down the blade. An increase in draw as you made a more powerful runic inscription was normal, but he had already reached the mana flow of a full output monarch ranked skill, and he hadn't even started to upgrade the runes yet. By the time he reached the end of the inscription, Karl was panting with exertion, and struggling not to let his claw shake, which would destroy all his hard work. The blade was vibrating with power, and the runes were glowing gold, even before being given any additional power or being activated by Karl. "Everyone, can you transfer me power?" Karl requested. "I'm going to need it for this. I'm not sure what is up with this blade, but it's requiring entirely too much input for even the grand inscription I made." With a bit of concentration, all the power stored in the beast spaces began to flow to Karl's body, then to the blade as he pushed it from Commander through Royal to the peak of Monarch. Then the runes began to glow with an ethereal blue flame, like hawk's feathers, and the flame gem lit up in the same color, flickering internally. The draw of power finally ended, and Karl let out a sigh of relief. This was a bit different than he had expected, and he wondered if it was something to do with the Ghostfire body ability. He hadn't tried to use that one before, and it was not a simple skill. All he needed now was to have a shower and a nap after dinner. Tomorrow, he would hope that the owner showed up to get his blade, which was radiating power like a shining beacon on the tables in the second-floor workshop. As soon as Karl thought that he should step away from the table, flames flickered in the air above the blade, and the customer appeared in the room with a shocked look. "You did it." "You did," he announced, clearly shocked to his core. The amount of power needed for that was immense. "But it is done, what do you think?" The man casually picked up the massive blade in one hand. Internal damage, inertia increase and transfer, an impressive damage increase, speed increase, user agility, a lovely poem. Then what is this? A soul-bonded growing blade, and the ghost fire body. Monarch, you have really outdone yourself. If I had known that you could create a true artifact of this level, I would have brought you a better blade to work with. Karl stared at him, unable to form a proper response. A better blade. What did he mean by that? Was it even possible to find a blade of higher quality than this that hadn't already been enhanced? A portal opened, and through it stepped a small dragon with an aura so oppressive that it drove everyone in the room but Karl and the customer to their knees. He transformed into a large dragonkin, his head nearly reaching the ceiling of the room. Then the customer handed him the blade. "What do you think, Your Majesty? Is it suitable for your challenge?" "I told you that I found a real runecrafter," the customer asked. The dragon hummed happily, a noise that shook the building and activated the barriers. "Yes, this is beautiful. Excellent work, butler. Now, I must return to my studies," the dragon agreed, before stepping back through the portal. The customer, apparently that dragon's butler, placed another bag on the table before bowing politely and vanishing. Karl summoned the epic guard to grant healing to everyone, and Tessa struggled to her knees with a trickle of blood flowing from her nose. "Divine dragon," she muttered. Lotus didn't bother getting up, she just rolled over and looked at the ceiling. "Little Green says that he's a juvenile divine fire dragon. Fully grown, he will be a demigod without needing to evolve," she informed them. Little Green had to be her nickname for the young green dragon that linked to her. "Hawk, is everyone out there all right?" Karl asked. "All good," Hawk replied. The effect didn't leave the house. Lotus had a curious look on her face. "I wonder what sort of challenge it was for. Is he using it in combat? Or did we just help someone cheat on their crafting homework?" she pondered. The group was just pulling themselves up off the floor when the sound of running feet downstairs and a powerful aura caught Karl's attention. Karl made his way downstairs, stretching sore muscles from the effort of remaining standing under the aura of that dragon. Governor Shin, along with a squad of his personal guard and his wife, were in the main room, looking around with great concern. "Oh, Crafter Karl. It's good to see that you are all right. We had an intruder alarm from the city wards at your location and rushed here as fast as we could," Governor Shin announced. Karl raised a hand in greeting. "It's all fine, Governor." "Well, it is now. There were some inadvertent injuries when the dragon appeared, but he wasn't openly hostile." The demon sighed in relief. "If you have a moment, we need all the details. Entering the city is prohibited to all creatures over totem rank unless they have a pass from the Lord. Karl gave the governor the details of the strange customer and the divine fire dragon that had entered through the portal when he came to collect his order, though he didn't actually say what the man had ordered. The governor was already aware of Karl's runecrafting, so he could infer that the custom order was something along those lines without knowing exactly what was made. Especially as it appeared that the weapon had left the country. The way that the guards in the retinue had breathed a sigh of relief when Karl had mentioned that it was a juvenile divine fire dragon suggested that they were unlikely to see it again, anyhow. Governor Shin finished taking notes, then gave Karl an apologetic look. I do hope that there were no serious injuries, but there isn't much we can do when the royal dragons decide on a whim to drop in somewhere. Just their presence is enough to cause massive issues for a city like ours. It is fortunate that your barriers held the phenomenon within your compound. If there was no structural damage, then I will return to my duties. Karl shook his head. It didn't break the barriers, so the house should be fine. Thank you for your concern. He turned and left with his guards, and Karl saw that Ray gave Madame Shin a thumbs-up gesture as the demon turned to look at the workshop. They had been working hard all day, and with the speed of the three of them, they were already nearly done with the engraving of the armor plates. Then Karl would have to add runes before they could be delivered. But if they weren't flooded with customers or subject to any other surprise visitors that delayed things, it should only be another day or two, and they would have the armor set ready to be delivered to the governor. Having the anniversary present in hand well in advance would be a relief for anyone, and Karl was certain that was extra true for people in prominent political positions. Remy restocked the potions that they had sold that day, while Davis rearranged the stock in the other cases to show off what they had available. They still had plenty, but Karl needed to get to work making more jewelry from the stock of blanks that Loros had provided during the battle at the docks. They were selling more quickly than expected, and he had only provided a few of them for the first few days' business. Their reputation as a quality magical goods supplier seemed to have spread quickly through the city. While Karl was busy working to make replacements for the items that had been purchased that day, Wendy was busily crafting commander-rank wooden rings with mana storage and skill power. She brought them in towards the end of the day, and Karl made a space for them in one of the taller display cases near the back of the room, where the potions were. That was the unofficial spot for items with extremely high sales volumes, directly in front of customers when they entered, but at the far end of the room, so they had to pass everything else. The next customer, one of the guardsmen, saw them setting up the wooden rings and stopped to wait for them to finish working. "Oh, you sell lower-grade items as well. I was afraid that anything I found might be overkill. While the rings are incredibly tempting, and I will ask about them later, I would like to ask if you have any scar reduction creams. I heard that there is a nature cleric in your group, and they are known to have skills in the healing arts that can help with cursed scars," he asked. Karl frowned. "Is that for you or as a gift?" The guard motioned towards his back. "It's for me. I've got a cursed scar all down my back that limits my range of movement, and I'm worried I'll fail the standard aptitude tests next time. I got it on the last deployment, and even our shamans couldn't deal with it." Karl called Kara out of her space and sent a message for Remy and Lotus to come to the main room. "Can you take your shirt off? Once the specialists see what they're working with, they can make a better recommendation." The guard wasn't sure who the specialist was supposed to be here, but he pulled his shirt off unquestioningly, revealing a scar from his upper shoulder to his belt. It was still faintly glowing with power, an angry red of damaged flesh, which was fighting the continual damage with his regenerative speed. Karl tried the obvious first, and placed his hand on the guard's shoulder to extend, trollish regeneration, over the man's body. That helped, and the wound mostly closed in seconds, but the curse remained as strong as ever, and an angry red line remained, waiting for its chance to expand again. Remy poured a healing potion over it, and the curse began to dim for a moment, then returned to full strength. "What exactly gave you that wound?" Karl asked as the angry line began to overcome monarch-rank trollish regeneration. "I was attacked by a totem-rank nether beast. Well, I was hit by an attack of one. Fortunately, it wasn't targeting me alone, or I would not be here. The wounds it inflicts are cursed, and even at the same rank, they're considered quite difficult to purge. I am receiving treatment from the shamans in the unit, but they aren't sure how long it will take to completely eliminate it. Karl watched in fascination as all the healing methods were tried and failed. Then, she went for Old Faithful. The red line instantly vanished, leaving a ball of curse energy in the air that aimed back at the guard's body. Kara seemed to transmit the thought, stick it in a jar and put it in Sister Ray's space. Problem solved. Karl wasn't completely convinced that stuffing a damaged curse in a jar and tossing it into a mental space, especially one linked to his own mind, was a great idea. However, once the curse was in the space, it seemed to vanish, dissipated by something related to the power of the spaces. That was unexpected, at least to Karl. But the wound on the guard's back was completely gone, and even after Karl deactivated trollish regeneration, it showed no signs of returning. It looks like that is gone. It was a pretty nasty curse, and you were lucky this time. Kar's ability to remove curses doesn't extend to the totem rank yet, so if this one was full and complete, you could have been in real trouble, Karl warned. The guard gave him a knowing smile. Oh, I remember. The shamans have been reminding me every day how lucky I am to be alive. But if the curse is gone, like truly gone, I am finally free of trips to the infirmary every afternoon. Karl inspected the wound, as did Kara. The joint decision was that there was nothing left to see, so the guardsmen should be good to go. With their decision, the guard turned to the rack of wooden rings. Are these made in-house? He asked, admiring the carvings. Yes. Those are made by one of our apprentice runesmiths. They're new to the art, but an exceptional sculptor. The simplicity helps them focus the design on the desired effects, Karl explained. Actually, it just saved time so they could make more of them to practice on, but it wasn't really a lie. How much mana does this ring store? The guard asked, mentally calculating if the posted 55 gold coin price was worth it. That was well under half of what it cost to buy a royal rank ring with a similar effect, but a commander rank ring would not necessarily be even half the effect. Karl thought about it. There wasn't really an accepted standard for measuring mana storage. Use, sure. But storage was a gray area. 6 seconds at peak commander rank spell power, Karl offered. So, 12, cleave, attacks at peak commander. That's about 2 at overlord, or 6 at monarch, I would guess. Not a huge amount of storage, but if I reserved that for my defensive abilities. The guard trailed off. I will take the ring. Please commend your apprentice on their fine craftsmanship, he decided a few seconds later. Wendy had made her first sale, and Karl watched as the guard went out and showed it off to all his friends at the gate. They might not all be willing to buy such an expensive ring, but for an overlord, the extra skill power would be worth the cost, even if the mana storage was more of a life-saving effect than a regular use mana pool. As the sun reached the horizon, Karl went out and closed the gate, marking the business closed for the evening. If there was some emergency, someone might shout and rattle the gate, but they weren't really the sort of shop that people went rushing to in the late hours of the evening. Now that they were getting settled in their new home, Karl had a few ideas to prepare for their next trip to the dungeon. For one, Pack Affinity had given him a much wider array of skills to work with. But that also meant that he had a much wider array of skills to teach. Dana, come here a second, I want to try to teach you a new skill, he called, bringing her down from the second floor, where she had been studying with Remy. Oh, what would you like to teach? She asked, before leaning back against him to let Karl wrap his arms around her. Now that he was huge and furry, he was quite comfortable to rest on. Karl offered knowledge, and the skill, bestial form, was transferred to his beloved Dana Mage. Dana smiled as she accepted the knowledge, then activated the skill and found that she was not getting any taller. Unlike Karl, whose transformation had made him huge, she appeared to be the same size, but furry. White fur, with black stripes, she realized as she pushed up the sleeve of her robes. You match. Lotus cheered as she ran over to hug Dana and bury her face in the fur of the mage's neck. Karl poked Lotus on the head and activated, "Follow me, little one," again, teaching the skill to Lotus, then included Tessa in the spell knowledge as well. Tessa smiled as the spell transferred, and then transformed, gaining a draconic muzzle as her head reshaped, and scales covered her visible body. Thor whistled in appreciation from his space as Tessa checked the transformation, her long red-scaled tail swishing gently. Then Lotus proudly activated her skill and promptly vanished. No, not vanished, she was under a pile of cloth that was her robes. The cloth began to wriggle, then vanished as Lotus remembered she could unequip it, and a meter-long green dragon emerged, then giggled and took flight, zooming around the room as Kara gave chase. Davis looked horrified. "What did you do? Why are there dragons in the shop?" He stuttered. "It's a spell called bestial form," Karl laughed, as Lotus and Kara flew up the stairs to the 3rd floor, before he heard them flop down on the pillows. "So, they're not dragons?" the demon asked, confused. "Well, they're dragon clerics. But no, they're not full-blooded dragons, no matter what they look like." The appraiser sighed in relief. "After the mage transformed to look just like you, I thought it was something that nullified your disguises." He finished checking inventory against his sales sheet, then put the notebook in the safe for the evening. "If that is everything, I will be headed home," Davis announced. "Have a good evening. We will see you tomorrow." Davis placed his hand on the lock of the gate to activate the security spell on his way out, and the 2 sculptors came in from the workshop. "We're closing at sunset," Loros asked. "That's long enough for the day." "We made a lot of sales, and everyone needs sleep," Karl agreed. "Wonderful. And who are these guests?" That made Dana and Tessa laugh. "That is Tessa and this is Dana. They learned a new transformation skill. Don't they look lovely?" Loros nodded in agreement, while Wendy simply looked stunned. "That doesn't even seem to be an illusion. I know that you're more powerful than I am, but I should be able to see through illusions," she announced. Tessa walked over and hugged her, which brought a startled squeak from the young demon as she was nearly crushed by Tessa's enhanced strength. "Sorry, I didn't realize I was stronger in this form. I thought I had just changed appearance. Somewhere around here is a very small green dragon. That is Lotus. She's upstairs playing with Kara right now," Tessa explained. Loros giggled. "First a Rakshasa shows up, then he reveals his friend the bloodbath spider, and now he's turning people into dragons. It's like speedrunning the things lesser demons are terrified of checklist." Tessa laughed and changed back, noting that she retained a few more scales than she remembered. "Well, we're not trying to terrify our neighbors, just fit in a bit better. After all, 4 of us aren't demons, and the 5th one is questionable," she joked. That could be taken a number of different ways, but both Loros and Wendy appeared to agree with the sentiment. Loros realized the doublespeak immediately and winked at Karl. "Don't worry, despite your aura, we all know that you're actually a good guy." That made Karl chuckle. "I keep telling people it's a mistake, but nobody believes me. But it wasn't really an issue until I was around demons who could all see it all the time." Loros waved her hand dismissively. "I wouldn't say all the time. It takes effort for most of us to focus on the aura, and who wants to know all that about strangers? Besides, most demons have a naturally black aura anyhow, so it's almost useless in a city full of demons. Which is ironic, as it's one of our most common racial traits." Wendy stretched with her arms up over her head, wiggled her stiff fingers, then yawned. "Is there dinner soon?" she asked. Karl looked toward the kitchen door, where the head chef was nodding in agreement. "It looks like it's ready. We likely could have fed Davis before he ran away, but I think the baby dragon scared him," Karl joked. Wendy giggled. His species is instinctively afraid of green dragons. According to legends, once upon a time, they had a more malevolent nature, and all forms of healing and holy spells would cause them massive damage. It doesn't anymore, but the fear of the innately healing species remains. The kitchen staff retired to their rooms once their workspace had been cleaned up, still feeling off after the encounter with the strange customer earlier in the day. A good night's sleep sounded like just what they needed to feel normal again, and the rest of the team wasn't far behind them. Though, Karl noticed that Wendy didn't make it to her room, and ended up with Ophelia. With everyone in their rooms, Karl checked that the door was locked and walked up behind Dana to slide her dress up over her head. She purred, literally purred, as his hand slid up her sides, then unequipped the dress and turned to face him. "Really, you're flirting even now?" she asked. Karl bumped his nose against hers, then licked the rim of her feline ear, which made Dana moan. "I don't see why not. Besides, you're so soft in this form." Unfortunately, she also had claws, as Karl realized moments later as they shredded his back. Collateral damage. The room was a disaster zone by morning, when Karl woke up on the bed with Dana in his arms and the blankets missing in action. Dana shifted and locked her legs around him when Karl tried to get up, then purred contentedly as she fell asleep again. While Karl was in a similarly feline form, it seemed that Dana had truly embraced the way of the cat after she had transformed. She even kneaded biscuits with her hands when she was relaxed and sleepy. 15 more minutes wouldn't hurt. Karl got up and got dressed when he heard Davis come in for the morning. Most of the rest of the group was already at breakfast, but the appraiser was hard at work getting everything ready for the day. Karl took a plate from the cook's and pretended that he couldn't hear the mournful sounds that caretaker Joe was making upon discovering the disaster that was his room. Dana looked incredibly embarrassed, and Karl realized that for the first time, she could actually hear all the background noise and low conversations on the second floor. The hearing of her beast form was much more sensitive than her human body. This morning, the shop was much busier than yesterday, and Karl was upgrading the armor for Madame Shin all morning. Remy was making potions while the apprentice runesmiths worked so hard their fingers were cramping, but they were still barely keeping up with demand, and the wooden rings that Wendy had made last night were almost gone by noon when she came in to restock them. But she wasn't the only one finished with the project. Once Karl was finished with the last few pieces of rune work, Ray and Loros had finished assembling the armor for the governor's wife. All they had to do was send a runner to let her know that someone could pick it up, or send someone to deliver it to her. I am a great delivery person. The best, you could say. Nobody can stop me from making my delivery, Ray agreed telepathically. Karl telepathically replied, take Loros with you, so you don't get in trouble. She knows how things are done here. Karl knew that he was killing all of Ray's fun sneaking through the palace, but he didn't know how badly they would take it if she was found in a restricted area. She was going to see the city governor's wife, so it wasn't like they were going to try to stop her from making her delivery. Loros hardly had time to process the news before they were gone. Ray had grabbed her and used Shadow Step to bounce between buildings until she reached the castle gates. A quick sniff of the air let her know that her target wasn't in the line outside the gates, so Ray moved behind the waiting employees with the confused sculptor. Lady Ray, are we really in such a hurry? She asked, still dizzy from the rapid movement skill deployment. Don't you want to see what the inside of the castle is like? We've got the perfect chance, and we get to be praised for our skills when we get there, Ray explained with pride. Loros saw the guards trying not to laugh as they heard her talking in the otherwise silent line. She hadn't been lowering her voice. She wasn't worried to have them know that she wanted to see the place while she was visiting. As she remembered, they were going to give her an escort anyway. Sure enough, when they got to the gate, an overlord-ranked guard officer was assigned to accompany them even before she had a chance to speak. Delivery. The guard at the gate asked. Loros bowed politely. Yes, sir. A custom-ordered anniversary gift for the governor's wife. The guard nodded. Ordered by Madame Shin, or for her. Ordered by her. The guard motioned for the waiting overlord to guide them, and Ray noticed the moment that he activated a small green crystal. A second later, it flashed green again, and he led them into the building. Ray leaned over to get a better look at it. Is that a communication crystal? To let you know if she's taking visitors or about to bite someone's head off. The overlord chuckled at the curious monster woman. Indeed. It is linked to one that the servants carry. You just choose which one you want to message, and they will reply with a green or red flash of light. We also use them for guard patrol check-ins. You're with the war champion, right? What brings a foreign guild champion here to Dryad? I see that you've set up a branch house here in the city. It wasn't hard to tell that this was a more official question, something that they had been instructed to find out about if they happened to hear gossip on the topic. Politics. The war champion was advancing too quickly for local leaders, and they were worried that we were going to get ideas about who should really be in charge, Ray replied with a wink. The castle guard laughed. So they kicked you out and told you to be someone else's problem. I don't suppose that you can tell us what the matriarch ordered for the governor, can you? Ray frowned. He's not allowed to know. She says that it's a surprise. The guard laughed, which made the nearby servants look at them in shock. Oh, I won't tell him, and neither will the servants in this wing. But we do have a running bet on whether Madame Shin will manage to outdo herself this year. She went pretty wild last year, with a full renovation of the governor's office. Loros smiled at him, and Ray nodded her permission to share. It's a monarch-ranked set of traditional armor fully enhanced by a runecrafter, she whispered. Seriously? The guard whispered back. Loros and Ray both nodded, while the guard whistled in appreciation. This I've got to see. Don't mind the intrusion. Assuming they let me in. Then he stopped at a door and politely knocked. Ah, my delivery. I got word that it was on the way. Please do bring them in, Madame Shin called from the other side, but the guard didn't open the door, he waited for the maid inside to open it. Madame Shin grabbed Ray by the hands as soon as they were in. Did you really get it done that fast? You didn't cut corners, did you? I want this to be the most memorable present he will ever get. It's our 20th wedding anniversary. She made a motion, and the maid brought in the body double from a side room. The big demon sighed in resignation as he realized that he was to serve as a mannequin again. Ray took out the armor and set it on the table, then began her prepared speech. As you know, the base layer is quilted monarch-rank bloodbath spider silk. And over that, we have created a thematic scene, where the panels of the armor depict the battle against the undead horde. We thought it might be the most memorable event of the year that would relate to armor. If you look here, we have recreated the governor's battle against the captain over the ocean on the chest panel. Down the legs, we have the defense of the sprawl, finishing on the shins with the reconstruction efforts and the new market towers. The right arm is a detailed battle scene featuring the governor, while the left arm features the pair of you visiting the city in the aftermath. The back panel of the armor is the defense at the central docks, and that should cover the outward theme. As for the actual enhancement, we have started with a base of natural regrowth, so the wooden panels will repair themselves, along with extreme durability at the monarch rank. Added to that, we have the user buffs. First, we have enhancements to overall attack damage. We also have a significant boost to the user's strength, but those aren't the primary benefits. As this is armor, we designed it for survivability. This set of armor has had a trollish regeneration buff permanently added to it, which will activate whenever it is worn. And finally, for a bit of over-the-top flamboyant capability, the armor has a truly prodigious amount of mana storage and an earth shield barrier ability added for emergency defense. Ray fit the armor on the body double as she worked, showing off his ancient and dignified fashion. That is beautiful. What did you do to make the runes glow like that? Madame Shin asked. It's a side effect of the process. Unless we attempt to hide them, they will naturally glow red at monarch rank. So, he will be flashy wherever he goes. If you look closely, runes have been deliberately carved into the windows of the houses, so it looks like the windows are lit from the inside. The panels are also carved around the edges for decorative effect. If we turn the lights down, you will get the full visual effect. But even in bright light, it is still magnificent, if I may shamelessly praise my own design, Ray explained. All of the servants were staring at the body double in awe, and a tear slowly slid down Madame Shin's face. You really did it. It's magnificent. I can even tell which panels feature me and my husband together. The faces are so well detailed. I didn't know that this level of artistry was possible, even without the enchantments. I know that it's decorative, but this is a mighty set of battle armor in its own right, and I think that he will even wear it to public engagements. In fact, I want him to wear it to our anniversary party next week. Someone go fetch my husband so he can bond this armor and show it off for me, she demanded. A maid ran out and came back a minute later with a very concerned-looking city governor, as well as 2 people who appeared to be his personal assistants. The armor was laid out on the table again, and he skidded to a stop as he noticed it. This? How? Where did this come from? He stammered. Happy anniversary, darling. I had it made for you by the Dark Light host. Now, bond the item and put it on. I need to make sure it looks right on you, she demanded. The governor reverently ran his fingers over the carvings, staring at the battle scenes. Then he focused for a moment and the item vanished before appearing on his body. It worked. She gave it to him early, and it bonded. Ray informed Karl happily. People were so happy with her art that they were crying. The last time that happened was when she made that Etten statue for the battlefield outside the capital. The governor activated the buffs, and his power level surged, while the lines of weariness vanished from his face. Then he raised a hand and activated an earth shield in front of him for a second. That is beautiful. I can use the shield at my own rank, and there is enough mana storage to take multiple hits. Elizabeth, my beloved. This is too much. How am I supposed to compete with a priceless treasure? The governor whispered, while his wife beamed in pride. Everything has a price. Not a cheap one, as this one is a culmination of 2 decades of affection. I am glad that you like it, darling. As lovely as it is, one day when we retire, we can pass it down to our oldest warrior, Madame Shin replied, before being pulled into a tearful hug. Loros was caught up in the emotions, while Ray admired the way that the runes worked with her carvings as the armor moved. Nobody else had noticed yet, but she had designed the overlapping panels of the layered shoulder pads to look like the warriors on different layers were fighting each other when the arms were moved. Ray bowed to the governor and his family as they finished celebrating the gift. Now, I should return to my duties. Happy anniversary, Madam and Governor. The Dark Light host appreciates your business. Then she grabbed Loros and vanished from the castle with Shadow Step. Loros sighed at Ray as they reached the guild house. You do know that they're all freaking out about a teleporting bloodbath spider being loose in the castle right now, don't you? Ray stood up a bit straighter. Apprentice, you have no sense for the dramatic. Can you imagine how boring it would be to simply walk out while everyone else gossiped? No, that's why I waved at the guards as we entered. They know that we're back home already, and they can call off the search. The shop was packed as they arrived, and Karl was busy on the top floor making new royal rank and a handful of custom monarch rank items, based on the people who were looking around the shop. Davis had informed them that a fresh set of items was coming out soon, as inventory would change daily. So, they were milling about and looking more closely at all the ones that were still on display. The vast majority of people in the city were warriors, so it only made sense to make more items that warriors would appreciate. Even among the common workers, most had a warrior class, and not a specific crafting class. That seemed odd to Karl, but perhaps they didn't get to choose any more than those awakened by the divine serum did. The topic of how system interfaces were awakened wasn't something that he could easily bring up without having to explain why he didn't know, and it was better not to spread around too much about the group's background. When Karl came downstairs with the next group of items for the display cases, he noticed that there was one girl waiting in the corner who was clearly not a customer, but who was giving him a hopeful look. So, Karl let Davis place the items to introduce them to the customers who had been waiting for similar items. "May I help you?" Karl asked the girl. "Are you hiring?" "I have the appraisal skill, and I'm free to start any time," she asked. She looked fairly young, so this might be her first attempt at employment, but Karl decided to ask anyway. "Do you have a letter of reference from your previous employer or instructor?" he asked. The girl shook her head. "I came from Cooled looking for work. I haven't had a previous employer." The first part seemed true, but the second was clearly a lie, as she couldn't look him in the eye. "All right, how about this? I will start you as an assistant under Davis for a 3-day trial. Follow me upstairs, and we will get you ready for work," Karl offered. Her face brightened, and Davis gave Karl a confused look. The girl was freshly showered, he could smell that much, and the shop didn't have a dress code. At least not one he had been informed of. But Ray had other ideas. She had made the cutest store clerk dress in black and white, like the guild tabard, and she wanted someone to wear it. Having the crafters do it would be impractical. Nobody wanted sawdust up their skirts. Karl brought the girl upstairs, where Ray was rapidly setting out items as she created or found them in her space. One after another was held between her and the new employee until she decided on her first dress idea. "Yes, perfect. Pick a room without a name tag. That will be yours, and you can change for work. The dress should bond, so you can just equip it clean before work every day," Ray explained. She changed quickly, and Karl let her back down, so he could help take care of the backlog of customers. "Seriously. She is adorable." Davis sent as a guild message, which brought Lotus and Dana out from the kitchen area. With the change of clothes, it was obvious how pale her skin was, and how red her eyes were. Karl didn't recognize the scent, but Lotus did. "She's a vampire." "That's weird, how did she get here?" the nature priestess asked. Vampires wouldn't usually catch fire in sunlight, unless they were common rank. But Lotus knew that it was supposed to be incredibly painful, and the girl had come in the middle of the day. Maybe that was why she was hiding in the corner of the room, where the light from the opening door wouldn't touch her. At least the second-floor rooms didn't have windows. A comfort measure for guards on night shift. Or possibly for security when it was still a barracks. The young vampire smiled at the customers. "Good afternoon, everyone. You can call me Mick. Please bear with me as I am new here. But I assure you that my appraisal skills are perfectly accurate." Davis nodded in satisfaction. It was best to mention that you were appraising with a skill, not a judgment call or a store sheet. It builds trust. Karl had already memorized what everything was supposed to sell for, so he watched as she worked with the customers in the potion area, leaving Davis to work with the high-value customers as the manager. That left Karl standing by the wooden staves and the miscellaneous items. And it didn't take long before someone came in looking. "You do have the ability to make more of them." "Oh, thank you demon gods for small mercies." A young mage breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Karl standing at the counter. "Sir, my master would like to inquire whether you would offer a bulk discount on multiple custom items. He wishes to commission combat wands for his graduating class at the Lard Academy of Magic," the young man asked. "It depends on the requirement and the volume," Karl asked. "The graduating class is 50 mages, at the commander rank. He would like 49 commander rank wands of Fireball, and 1 royal rank stave. The one on display would be perfect for that purpose," the mage explained. "For the valedictorian, I would assume?" Karl asked. The mage nodded, and his head shifted a little to reveal curled ram horns nestled in his curly black hair. Well, the staff, I obviously have in stock. The wands will take a few days to make. How much is he prepared to pay? The mage set 2 tomes on the counter. Skill Book of Recall creates a stone with a marked location. Allows the user to return to the marked location. 24-hour cooldown. Skill Book of Teleport allows the user to travel, ranks 100 meters instantly. Totem rank and higher may travel, ranks 1,000 meters per activation. 600 meters was a pretty decent travel distance. But that increase at totem rank was so much better. Instead of 800 meters, they could go 8 kilometers with a simple teleport. The recall skill, though. That was incredibly useful, though Karl suspected that it was a standard training spell for academy students on this continent, as neither was an epic grade skill book. Karl tapped the 2 books, learning the skills, and extended his hand to shake the mages. Return here tomorrow morning and I will have your order ready. You may take the staff with you today, Karl explained. He took a copy of the item from under the counter, and the mage looked startled. You have more than one of them? He asked. Karl nodded. I made a few in advance. Fireball is such a wonderful skill that it is worth keeping in stock. And those staves have all the basic powers that a mage would want. The mage took the staff and retreated from the counter to let someone else come forward while he sent a message home. It was close to 300 kilometers by road to Loros, and his teacher would want to know right away that the deal had been made, and not in 4 days from now when he returned to the academy by trade ship. While the mage talked, Karl sold a number of the assorted commander rank rings, which posed a small dilemma for his team. They needed the apprentices, or at least Wendy, to keep making wooden jewelry, while Loros made the more detailed stone items for Karl's work. But he had just taken a rather large order for wands. He really should have thought that one through. Lotus, can you make me 49 wands with at least commander rank potential? I need to inscribe them with fireball and a basic combat buff, so make them long or leave room for a small stone. Karl requested via guild message. All right, I can make 50 branches in a matter of minutes. It just takes energy. Karl chuckled, knowing that she really meant motivation and not actual magical energy was the lacking factor. Karl used follow me, little one, to teach, recall, and teleport to Dana, so she would keep the nature cleric on track. He would teach the others, recall, at the end of the day when Lotus wouldn't get sidetracked. She still hadn't changed back from her tiger form, quite comfortable in her new fur. That should help motivate Lotus. When do you think that business will calm down? If we're overrun with customers every day, we're not going to get any progression done on our own. Tessa noted. Give it a few days and I think the initial rush of people who have been looking for items will make their way through our doors. Then we should be able to spare time to actually work on ourselves. Karl replied, though he wasn't sure he believed it himself. As the crowd was thinning, thanks to having 3 people on the floor working, Karl decided he could retreat and go work on the wands that Lotus had already made. She had made the wands out of some sort of black wood, roughly 40 centimeters long, and as thick as one of Lotus' fingers. That was more than enough for a basic fireball and skill damage with a room for mana regeneration. These didn't need mana storage, they were just combat weapons of a ranged sort. Karl quickly began to inscribe the wands to get through them. It would only take a few hours, and then he could get to the rest of the items that were waiting for him. Dana sat on his left, reading a book and purring idly as Karl petted her head. She didn't even seem to notice that she was doing it, but it was taking all of Ophelia's willpower not to say anything about it when she passed by the second floor. Karl managed to get the wands finished without incident, and noticed on his way out to the workshop to check on the sculptors that the mage was still nearby, at the bakery a few doors down the street. Karl waved to get his attention, then walked over. I had some wand stock that I customized for your purpose. Fireball with skill damage and mana recovery is fine, right? At the commander rank, of course. They're all identical in effect, but not in appearance, Karl explained. That fast? The mage asked, shocked. When I only need to tweak them a little, it doesn't take long. Fireballs are popular, Karl offered, covering for the fact that Fireball was one of the easiest effects to replicate with runes. The only one he could think of that was easier was a lightning bolt. Once the mage finished his snack, he followed Karl back to the house and straight to the second floor, where 49 wands were laid out in 2 rows. What do you think? Is this suitable for your graduates? You did say a combat wand was what you desired, and this will help them with combat. The mage examined them each closely, and noticed that while the appearance changed, the actual effects were uniform. This is perfect. Exactly what the dean had requested, and much faster than any other wand maker we contacted had quoted. Most wanted a year or more to acquire the materials and make that many, he explained. Karl chuckled. That was their loss, then. We just happened to have the materials on hand, as we were opening a new shop. I appreciate your business, and I am certain those spells will prove to be a great benefit to the guild. The mage smiled. If you are interested in additional skill books, we have a trade envoy in the city once a month. Or, you can take the trip down to see us, it's only a few days by ship. Karl chuckled and gestured toward the door. I have a Ghostfire Thunderbird at my disposal. I am certain he can make a few 100 kilometers in less than that. That made the mage laugh. I would say so. How did you convince him to let you ride without burning you to ash? Trade secret. The mage bowed politely and turned to leave. Perhaps we will meet again soon. I am certain that my mentor will be overjoyed with the success of this mission. Only 3 months remain until graduation, and we feared that we would have to wait until next year to begin granting the rewards. Once he was gone, nearly skipping with joy on his way out, the house fell silent for the first time all day, and the kitchen staff prepared to serve lunch. Mick, the new vampire clerk, looked at the meal being served with regret. Then she turned her head in shock as the staff brought out a wine bottle of what was definitely warm blood. We know that you need both for survival, but we didn't know the proportions. Lady Ray generously donated a sample of her reserve stock for your meals. If you can inform us of your dietary needs later, we will make preparations, the chef explained. Mick poured a small sample of the blood into a wine glass and sighed with pleasure as the scent hit her nose. Earthy and lovely. Such a powerful vitality. I won't need more than a glass or 2 of this a week. The bottle will last me roughly a month with just regular meals. Ray patted the vampire on the head. It's not bad, right? Royal Rank Hill Giant. Mick nearly choked on her drink as she turned to look at Ray. This is from a sentient being. I shouldn't drink that. Drinking from the intelligent species is widely considered barbaric. Ray shrugged. He's already dead anyway. It's not like using a bit of his blood for your survival will hurt anything. As long as it's not addictive or toxic. The vampire shook her head, making her long black hair ripple and flow over her face. No. Drinking from live targets is, though. It's also very intimate, and... Why am I telling you that? So embarrassing. Ray giggled. Don't worry, you'll find the one you really want to bite one of these days. From his space, Thor snorted in amusement as he ate. That phrase just sounded odd coming from Ray. What do you usually drink? Karl asked, so the chef could keep some for emergencies. I usually drink blood wine. The vampires make it, and there are some batches in stock at the local butchers, made from the awakened and ascended rank sea beasts that the fishermen bring in. It's a bit fishy, but not in a bad way. Like eating sushi. Ray made a mental note to try that. Blood wine sounded like a truly refined lady's beverage. Karl worked late into the night, making dozens of jewelry pieces of different sorts, a few more fireball staves, a dozen more fireball wands like the ones for the academy. That should be enough to take the shop through the next day, as the collection was now larger than what they had sold during the previous shift. With the shop closing at dusk, they were able to work a few extra hours after and get ahead of their anticipated sales. When the next morning arrived, Karl realized that Remy had been up all night, and she had made a massive supply of potions, enough that she likely wouldn't need to do it again for a month. She had cleared large patches of her space for materials, but that would grow back quickly enough. The important part was that she hadn't used up any of her resources. So she didn't lose anything, other than some time. Everyone gathered on the second floor, and Karl outlined his plan for the day. We made more than enough items for the shop last night, so everyone should be free until at least noon today, other than Davis and Mick. Karl stopped to give Mick an apologetic look, as Davis wouldn't be in for another 2 hours. So, I have a plan. What I would like to know is if having some of my beasts go in first will block me from going into the dungeon separately. If they can go on their own, and we can go as well, then we can build up a huge amount of loot, as long as we take the time to gather the junk and raw materials. What I'm thinking is that we send Ray, Kara, and Hawk now. Then, once they're done, the rest of us will go in a couple of hours. If it doesn't let me in, then Remy and Thor will do my share of the grunt work, and we will know what to do for next time. If it does let me in, even after they have cleared the dungeon, then we can get 2 shares of the loot and nobody has to sit out. That sounded like a good plan to everyone involved. Well, everyone involved in the first trip, as Ray was already carrying Kara out the door as Hawk circled overhead, waiting for them. Tessa pondered the potential issues with this plan, and then decided that it should be all right. Dana had golems and her epic guard, Remy had her bodyguards, and they would have Thor. If something went wrong with that plan, then they could just leave and take the gold coin loss. It would be a massive understatement to say that the guards were startled when a strange woman appeared between them and the dungeon portal carrying a winged void badger, while a massive thunderbird swooped in from above, and only barely tucked its wings to fit in the portal. In fact, they were still talking about it an hour later when Kara had finished looting the place dry, to the point that they had even taken some of the likely-looking plants, just in case Remy might want them for decoration. The shop was fairly quiet today, and they had only sold a few rings and a dozen jars of ridiculously expensive beauty products Remy had made. Interestingly, they had even sold a small jar of Shadowbranch paste, which was used to turn Thor black as a disguise. It wasn't exactly useful, unless you were sneaking around in the dark and didn't want it to wear off, so neither Davis nor Mick really understood why the customer in question had purchased it after understanding what it did. Now that Team 1 was back, and sorting through loot in their spaces, trying to come up with a plan for what to do with all the trash they collected, it was time for Group 2. Once they got close to the dungeon, Karl realized that there was a second issue that they had not considered. Guild cooldown, 1 hour 58 minutes remaining. It appeared that a guild could only send 1 team in every 3 hours. Well, how about we taste test some local beverages and then head back to the house? We can go back in later, Karl suggested. Not much else that we can do. Ophelia agreed. Guild coordination would be an important aspect of management if they had more people, but at least at this point Karl knew that they should be able to enter, just not right away. He was about to lead them all to the coffee shop where he had found the mage when an oddly pained aura caught his attention. Karl couldn't locate the source of the distress, but there was something wounded nearby, and he was almost certain that it was a beast. One moment, I want to find something before we stop. I can feel something's distress, and I might be able to help. He explained quietly, not wanting to alarm the others walking down the street, as they wouldn't understand that he was likely talking about an injured pet, not a person in need. Karl turned left until the sensation of distress felt like it was in front of him, then he walked down a side street and between a pair of large manor houses. They were headed for the shore, and that was where Karl got the feeling that the distress was coming from. They were well past the docks, close to the wall, when they reached the shore in the wealthy district of Stone Chapel. Now, even Lotus could sense it, and she was looking for the distressed animal. Neither of them could see it, so Karl started searching with other forms of vision. Right at the wall, when they were ready to double back and try again, Karl spotted it with soul sight. There was a crystalline cocoon on the shore, and it gave off a powerful aura, as well as the sense of distress. Karl reached down and picked up the chrysalis. It was heavily damaged, but hard and smooth as steel. He still couldn't see it, but with it in his hand, he could feel the magic. Whatever was evolving must have cast invisibility on itself. "What did you find?" Lotus asked. "A crystal of some sort. I think it might be a cocoon. It's definitely the distressed creature, though, and there are bite marks in the hard shell," Karl explained. The creature was still in agony, but Karl didn't know what to do. Lotus had some ideas, though. First she cast a healing spell on it, then transferred it some mana. That gave Karl an idea. He took out one of Remy's mana and stamina potions and dropped the crystal in it. The crystal became visible and began to glow with power as it absorbed the potion at a rate that defied everything Karl knew about how volume and physics worked. Then the whole potion bottle vanished, and Karl felt a new presence in his mind. A tiny, terrified presence. "Did we get a new brother or a new sister?" Thor asked. "I honestly have no idea. It's not hatched yet." Everyone watched the newly occupied mental space as it began to transform. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. An entire stone city with an ethereal beauty began to form in the space, and the crystal in a bottle was lifted off the ground with a small stone altar. Moments later, the bottle shattered as the crystal began to melt and then reform itself into a new form. A butterfly with transparent wings a meter wide, and an impossibly blue body shaped like a crystal. The creature was curious about where it found itself, and why there were others in spaces like the one it was in, staring at it. The green one seemed friendly, so the butterfly made it a flower and sent it through the barrier between the spaces. "Oh, it's an illusion. A solid illusion. Beautiful, thank you." Thor thanked the butterfly. Karl examined the creature's stats: glasswing illusionary butterfly, evolved stage, newly hatched, rank, overlord, evolved stage, newly hatched, rank, overlord, innate talent, illusionary domain, known spells, invisibility, illusionary domain, creates a solid illusion near the caster, or in a separate space no larger than 20 meters in diameter per rank of the caster. Damage to the illusion destabilizes the effect. Lotus was staring impatiently at Karl, waiting for an explanation. "It moved itself to my mental space. Or perhaps I did it subconsciously. Either way, it's there now. The system says that it's a glasswing illusionary butterfly," he explained. Lotus stared at him for a moment. "You now have a butterfly. An overlord rank one that can use illusions." Karl agreed. Skill Master 4, activated, skill, invisibility, has improved by 1 rank. Ray smirked as she saw that message. "I think that me and this little butterfly are going to be good friends." Thor wasn't sure about that. "I think it's absolutely terrified of the outside world." It also didn't have any combat abilities. No attack spells, no venom, no limbs. It didn't even eat meat. It was eyeing Thor's plants with a growing sense of hunger. Thor passed the butterfly a few long grass blades it had been staring at, and the butterfly slowly began to nibble. Well, in a way. The plants seemed to just soak into the crystalline body, which had no visible mouth parts. Lotus frowned. "There is only one problem. Have you considered the lifespan of a glasswing illusionary butterfly?" "What do you mean?" Lotus frowned. "Well, they're immensely powerful, but 12 hours after they evolve, they run out of energy and die." They breed as caterpillars. That was inconvenient. Karl had no idea what happened if a beast in one of the spaces died of old age. But for now, the butterfly was happily eating and the fake city in its space was beautiful. Karl couldn't see any reason that the butterfly should be dying so fast. It looked healthy and happy, eating in its space, soaking in the power of the space, and it was practically brimming with vitality. Nothing about it screamed 12 hours to live. Karl got a mental image of the black elf grass that the butterfly was eating, and wondered if that was just an expression of happiness or an explanation. Was it possible that the only food it could digest as an adult was extinct? Thor had brought this back from a dungeon instance that was set in the distant past. Not long after, the butterfly fell asleep on the long blade of grass, and the illusionary realm of its new home began to get a bit unreal. There were 2 copies of Thor wandering around. An illusionary Remy was making potions while reading a book, and a winged void badger flew the skies, which were now full of multicolor swirling smoke. "Hey, this is private property!" Someone shouted from behind Karl, who was fully distracted by the events in the spaces. Suddenly, the world and the space was all around them, and the terrified butterfly had created 2 hawks and a ray for defense. "Little butterfly, calm down, he's not going to hurt anyone. You can bring your illusion back inside your safe space," Karl whispered. The illusion quickly faded, and the butterfly fell asleep again, dreaming of its illusionary city. "Sorry about that. Illusion element pet got away from me. We will get off your beach right away," Karl apologized. Then he cast invisibility over the group, leaving the homeowner to stare at nothing. That skill was going to be a lot of fun in the future. As it turned out, invisible targets could see each other, but nobody else could see them. Karl led the group back into the city before the irate demon who owned that portion of land could stop hyperventilating. For a few seconds there, he thought that he had been sent instantly to the afterlife as the world changed and monsters appeared. By the time that he recovered, they were gone, and he realized that he hadn't gotten a good look at the group. If he knew who they were, he would go have words with them for scaring years off his life. After he found backup, they walked to the busier streets and Karl hastily released the spell before someone got run over by a pedestrian 5 times their size. The dungeon could wait, they had things to do now. Davis was startled to see them back at the house so quickly after leaving. That wasn't long enough for a full clear of the dungeon at all. There is a guild cooldown timer, and the beasts trigger it as well. So, we had to wait. But we made a little detour, and found an interesting thing. Karl explained, not going into detail, as there was a customer in the shop, a young warrior with some sort of badge on his shirt. Karl guessed that it was an employer tag, marking employees of the company. The boy didn't have a guild tag, but he did have the look of someone who had seen things that most teens didn't. That was a look that Karl was familiar with. He was doing mental calculations, so it was likely to afford one of the cheaper rings. Karl noticed that there were now ascended rank wooden rings in the case, as well as commander. But Loros had gone in a very different direction than what Karl had been teaching them yesterday. Instead of combat runes, she had made functional inscriptions that had translated surprisingly well to system stats. Ring of Cleaning creates a vortex around the ring that draws in loose debris and dust from up to 5 meters away. Alright, maybe she had just gotten frustrated after dropping a small piece, or constantly cleaning her space. But there were other functional ones after that. Ring of Refill fills a container under 1 liter in size with water. Ring of Cleanliness rinses the user with a veil of water from head to toe. They were expensive for people who made ascended rank wages. But for an adventurer or caravan guard, some of those would be fantastically useful. She wasn't a powerful demon, and nobody in the city really needed combat skills at ascended rank. However, those useful items would make life so much better that keeping a few of them for employees or on a trip was worth it. A young mage came in academy robes, and ran over to the case where the young warrior was standing. Then he smiled and pointed at the ring of refill. "Good sir, how much for that ring?" he asked. "The ascended rank functional items are 2 gold coins each," Davis explained. That really was a lot for an ordinary worker. But the student smiled and nodded. "If you would, please. I will take that ring." The boy placed out stacks of silver coins on the counter, and Davis slid 2 back to him. "You miscounted, dear customer. Thank you for your patronage." The boy noticed Karl looking at him and smirked. "I'm an earth elemental mage, and we're not allowed to carry anything with us around the academy but a wand. I can't cast water magic, but now I can make myself a drink while studying." Karl smiled. "You will be popular very soon." The boy looked confused until Karl elaborated. "You're not the only one who can't use water magic, right? But you can make cups and fill them now." The student smiled and ran out of the shop, headed back for his school to show off his new item. Presumably, the restriction on items was intended to make the students work together, but self-sufficiency was always an option if you had enough resources or skills. Karl headed up the stairs with the ladies and settled on one of the many large cushions in the 3rd floor's lounging room. Ray had made so many that they didn't even try to decorate in here. All that fit was the cushions, pillows, and the bookcases along the walls, which were still distressingly empty. He would have to order a shipment of books for the house. "Well, you said that there is a butterfly. Since they don't last long, can you show us the glasswing illusionary butterfly?" Lotus asked hopefully. A fluttering creature appeared before her and darted around the room, then settled on Lotus' outstretched hands. Karl could see, by the lack of soul energy, that it was an illusion. But by thermal imaging and every other standard, it truly did appear to be real as Lotus gently stroked its crystalline body. "So beautiful," she whispered. The illusionary butterfly sprinkled a sparkling dust over Lotus, which its wings spread around the room, and Karl sensed the real glasswing butterfly's annoyance as the energy level in its space dropped, but everyone else's energy level increased. "Indeed, your evolution is troublesome for you." Karl consoled the beast as it calmed down again. Not only was it hard to find food, but when it got excited, it leaked its limited energy away. If it hadn't been in his space, able to regenerate itself, just that dump of energy would have left it crippled at this early stage after evolution. As such, Karl was beginning to suspect that it was not that the butterfly had an innately short lifespan, but that it had evolved in a strange way, and it simply wasn't suited to life in the outside world. It needed a huge amount of mana input and specific foods to survive after emerging from its crystalline shell. It could feel the contact with its clone, though. Having the priestess stroke its back was very comforting, and soon the butterfly was sleeping again, while the clone wandered around the room, letting out a small waft of mana-infused dust every time it found something exciting. But the mana dust wasn't entirely a negative aspect. The mana level in the room was rapidly rising as the dust dissipated, and it wasn't dispersing into the atmosphere. Instead, it was making a perfect resting room for the growth of magical creatures and system users who could absorb magic from their surroundings. For example, Karl, whose beast spaces were rapidly increasing in quality now that the newest member had joined them. Dana and the others were also growing rapidly, infused with mana far more powerful than their own. Most likely, this ability had been intended to create a nest, a safe spot where the glasswing illusionary butterfly could rest without deactivating its illusionary domain ability. Karl watched the illusionary domain in the butterfly's space as it slept, and the others whispered encouragement to it, so it would grow up big and strong and not have a short life as Lotus studies said it would. Well, most of them. Ray was whispering fun ideas to it because they influenced the dream world. Currently, the Ray clones in the butterfly's world had a crystal attached to their back, from which giant butterfly wings sprouted, allowing the spiders to fly. The glasswing illusion butterfly could create solid illusions, but Karl wasn't certain that something as large as Ray could fly in the nimble manner that she did in the dream world. He was 100% sure that it would give children nightmares, though. Intermittently, the room would flicker with illusions as the butterfly dreamed of strange and fantastical things, based on the limited amount of the world that it had seen. Then, an hour into its nap, just as Lotus was certain that she would finally catch the bright pink Karl which had been created in the small library, the small room transformed into a sprawling cityscape, with their mound of pillows and what looked like the tower of a castle. There were windows all around them, and Karl could feel the breeze on his face. The mana level in the room was nearly stifling for the others, and Karl could sense their unease, though Lotus was still happily chasing illusions around the altered room. So, he thought he would explore a little, and see what the illusion domain could do. There was only one door to the room they were in, but when Karl swung it open, he found the hallway to the guild house outside. Davis was speaking with a customer, the apprentices could be heard working in the shop, and the guards were chatting idly at their station outside. Nothing about the situation said that anyone was aware of the changes that had been taking place in this room, and none of them even seemed to sense the immense amount of overlord rank power that was in use. Location significantly upgraded. Use class skill, home, Y/N, home, one-time use skill. The Packmaster may designate a target location as their permanent home, granting various bonuses as the location is improved. The home location may be periodically changed, but never deactivated. Karl stared at the message for a few seconds before making a decision. They were here now, and while they planned to travel, this place did belong to them. It was home, at least for the foreseeable future. Home location selected. Upgrade made, expanded illusionary space, upgrade made, registered guild shop with guild bank access, upgrade made, basic security system, bonuses applied. 1. Improved recall. Recall spell will activate with a shorter delay when returning to the home location. 2. Recreation. The addition of an illusionary space for recreation improves mana recovery within the home location by 20 Fan Tram. Karl felt the changes take effect. Most noticeably the mana recovery, which made all the beasts sigh in pleasure at the influx into their spaces. The spaces improved slowly, as the beasts used the majority of the mana that was provided to refine their own power. But with an extra 20%, the space itself was receiving a significant boost. Karl stepped downstairs, and realized that he couldn't sense the illusionary realm at all. Except for the fact that he could feel the butterfly's unique magic signature. He watched quietly as the two in the store finished with their customers, then Mick took a broom and began to clean the floor, though it was already nearly spotless. Caretaker Jill would be proud. Speaking of which, where was she? Karl extended his senses and found the cleanliness-obsessed demon hanging from a rope, polishing the outside of the windows clean. The ones at the east end of the house, facing the castle, did not open, so she had taken it upon herself to polish them by hand instead of asking Remy or someone with better water magic to clean them for her. Hey, there's room to fly. Kara cheered in Karl's mind. That didn't sound right. Karl jogged back upstairs, and found that the Void Badger had flown out the window of the illusionary room, and out into the fake city. Lotus was right behind her, and she had climbed out the window of the tower to slide down a vine ladder she had created. There was a whole magical city to explore, and Lotus wanted to know what every magical plant was. The fact that it was all an illusion and none of it was real didn't matter to Lotus. It was all new things. But Kara had discovered a limitation to the spell. They couldn't be more than 70 meters apart, or you would hit an invisible barrier, past which you couldn't proceed. That was the maximum radius of the spell, and while it appeared that you could explore the whole city, only a small portion of it could be active at one time. That was a disappointment to Hawk, as his body was already considered huge. 70 meters around himself would be fine if he was flying alone, but with others in the space, it wasn't enough room to really even take flight. However, with everyone else distracted by the illusion, it was a perfect excuse to sneak out for a little flight. Hawk knew that the farmers hated rodents nearly as much as Hawk liked eating them, and he had yet to sample the delicacies of this continent. Maybe once he flew out of the city a few dozen kilometers, he would be able to find something tasty. Karl sensed him leaving, but the guards wouldn't hassle Hawk. He had been sitting on the roof right next to their station for the last few days. He wasn't a stranger. They should also know that he wasn't an invasive threat either, as he hadn't bothered anyone in that time. Stepping back into the room reminded Karl that he had things to do to finish the project, and he immediately turned to go back downstairs. "Davis, do you know where we can find books, just regular books, to fill the library space upstairs? We've been upgrading it, and it's feeling a bit empty." Davis nodded, then turned to Mick. "Go fetch a runner from the gate and give them 3 gold for a mass book purchase from Grimoire's bookstore. Tell them that we don't mind if they're used, and we don't mind some duplicates. We're stocking a full library in a new guild house." He handed the assistant the coins from the store vault, and the vampire ran outside with a fancy silk and lace umbrella, created by Ray to match her work uniform, and to protect her from the afternoon sun. The uniform dress that Ray had made her, black on one side and white on the other with long sleeves and frilly skirts, was cute, but the sleeves were loose, so her arms might have been exposed, and it didn't protect her face. The response from the bookstore was incredibly fast, even given that it was only up the street a few blocks. Within the hour, workers were showing up with wheelbarrows full of books, and being ushered through the shop, past confused customers. "Right in here. This room is the library, pardon the chaos, we were just tweaking the illusions," Karl instructed. All the curtains had been drawn, and Kara had returned to her space when the guests arrived, so there was no indication that the room wasn't actually shaped this way, though it would be a waste of interior space, as the illusionary space was round. It was also 2 stories tall, and Karl noticed that there were bookshelves all over the second floor, which was only accessible with a small spiral staircase. That had to be a nightmare for the workers, but they didn't appear to mind. Karl was concerned that he might have to restrain Remy, though. The Naga Queen was interested in every title that entered the house, even though there were thousands of them for the workers to place. The problem was only solved when Remy found an alchemy textbook among the titles, and settled in on a cushion along the far wall to read. "Where did all these come from? It's quite the wide range of books that you've found for us," Karl asked as a worker loaded the shelf beside Remy. "Oh, everything here is a return. They're all used novels from the castle, the academy, or the lending library that were retired and repaired. The shop has a whole basement full of boxes of books that were fixed and never made it back for sorting and resale. Now, they have a bit of space in the basement again, as we will have delivered nearly 10,000 titles to you by the time that we're finished with these last shelves. A lot of them are fantasy and romance titles from the ladies of the castle. They tend to be voracious readers, and the noble ladies like variety, so we have a contract to replace their selections once a year. Most of those books end up in the basement, and now here. We went all along one wall, though. So you don't just have recent arrivals. Some of the books that made it to your shelves have been in that basement for nearly 100 years, preserved by the shop's magic," the worker explained. That was great news, as they would have the chance to get some forgotten knowledge in the mix with their random selection. Remy had noticed there were an awful lot of educational tomes as well, so they actually had a rather large training library now. "Were they sorted in any way?" Karl asked as the workers finished the shelf and began loading another. "Yes, as well as we could. There are 4 sections upstairs: educational, historical, skill knowledge, and magical knowledge. On the lower floor, we have fiction, romantic fiction, modern affairs, and that final shelf will be full of introductory training tomes from the schools. We have found that acolytes and assistants from the guilds like to sneak into the library, and they make a smaller mess if they think that they got lucky and found the introductory tomes that they were searching for on the first few shelves." The worker loading that bookshelf smiled and winked at Karl as he put a leather-bound tome labeled Introduction to Water Magic on the very bottom shelf, against the edge, where it would escape sight from the door. Someone looking for it would notice it quickly, but it would appear to have been forgotten at the bottom of the shelf, where dust would normally accumulate more quickly. Not that Caretaker Jill would tolerate dust. Hopefully, her magic was suited to gently cleaning the ancient tomes and well-worn schoolbooks. The book dealer's workers finished, then looked around the room. I know that you said there were illusions in play, but this room is spectacular. I think that most noble homes would be envious of the library that you have amassed now. Enjoy your space, sir. We have been informed that the bill was settled in advance. Then they were all gone, and Remy began to pull the curtains open again to reveal the view of the city. Karl heard a commotion downstairs just after they left, and the sound of someone drawing a sword. He raced down to the shop, Ophelia and Tessa right behind him, and found a man in the black and white tabard that he had seen the first day he entered the city, standing with his sword tipped down, lodged in the floor. The tabard wasn't halved, it was 2/3 white, but other than that, it looked very similar to Karl's. "Who is in charge here?" the man demanded. "I am." "What seems to be the issue?" Karl asked, noting that the man was an overlord rank warrior. "Our True Light host challenges your imposter guild for possession of this guild house and rights to remain in the city. The loser will be expelled from the city, or exterminated," the man announced. Guild War activated. The man's name immediately turned red in Karl's sight, and an alarm sounded at the guard station. "Did you wish to settle this by champion, or by a full guild war?" Karl asked with a smirk slowly spreading on his face. The man whistled, and 6 more warriors in matching tabards marched into the yard, all overlords. Karl activated his armor, the gold trim of the Guild War champion tabard shining in the light. The man's glare faltered for half a second, but he continued. Karl activated invisibility and the full suite of buffs at the same time that he drew his sword with the haint claw on his other hand. Then he moved 2 steps left with silent movement and attacked. The warrior hadn't even located him yet when a sonic boom shook the walls of the shop, and Karl's blade pierced through the challenger's armor, while a shoulder slam carried them both out to the yard. Karl reappeared so that the others could see the soul being torn from the overlord's body. Ray and Kara were out, ready for battle, when Karl called his summons out with Remy's. "Hey, I can see glowing red people in the city," Hawk noted. "Avoid collateral damage," Karl warned. "No problem. I can see their house." The warrior in front of Karl spun to face behind his position and lashed out with a skill that tore half the roof of the workshop off as it passed through Ray's incorporeal and invisible body. She only solidified her limbs as she tore into the warrior, targeting the weak spots in his armor. Unfortunately for him, his first instinct had been to use slash, which was fast activating, but a physical damage skill. Physical skills did nothing to the Night Haunter incorporeal form, and before he could recover, it was too late. Karl went after the man closest to the building, distracting him for an instant before Kara ran between his legs and cast disintegrate straight up. The groin of most armor sets was the weakest spot, as the warrior needed to move his legs freely. But that meant that attacking from below was especially brutal. It didn't cause the sort of deadly damage Kara had expected, but by the pained howl the man made, it had gotten through his armor. Karl didn't let up, driving him backward and onto his back, where he was struck by a massive bolt of lightning that left him twitching until Thor's massive foot came down on his skull. Tessa was on the Cerro's back, and Lotus was in tree form behind the house, where she couldn't be seen by enemies approaching from the street. Whistles were sounding all over the city, and Karl turned to face the gate as a squad of guardsmen ran inside. "Halt! Public guild wars are prohibited in the city." They had been fast, but not fast enough. In the minute it had taken them to realize that this was more than just a fight in the yard and organize a full squad, 3 of the 7 overlords were dead, and Hawk had begun the mass bombardment of the enemy guild house, as well as their members in the streets. Karl didn't relax his guarded position, though the surviving warriors of the True Light Host Guild were lowering their blades. They came and challenged, then refused a duel by champions, insisting on a full-scale guild war to annihilation. Karl insisted. And who called for reinforcements? The guard captain demanded. I don't know what you mean. We've all been here since the start of the fight. Karl replied, and the four overlords nodded in agreement. None of them had called reinforcements, and the fight was on guild house property, not in public. Hawk, stop the bombardment. I think we broke a rule. Karl warned. Hawk mentally shrugged and flew close enough to return to his space. The guard didn't reply for a few seconds as he used a communication spell. A group of Truelight Host's junior members was ambushed by an unknown assailant in the Fool's Walk boardwalk area. They were incinerated by an overlord rank ability, and heavy damage was done to the surrounding area. Then a group of them was seen firing spells in the Forest Gate district, upward toward the Ghostfire Thunderbird, who is often perched here at the Dark Light Host Guild House. Both are violations of the city code on guild wars, which restricts battles to guild properties. The captain explained. So, the attack on the guild house was fine, right? Karl confirmed, as Hawk had done heavy damage to that building. The closest of the four surviving Truelight Host overlords took off their helmet, revealing a vibrant red demoness with her horns filed to nubs. What do you mean, the attack on our guild house? She asked. I had one of my bonded beasts bombard your guild house with ghostfire. It's gone, along with everyone in it. Well, most likely everyone. The house is still on fire, but ghostfire isn't easy to put out. The demoness went so pale her face faded to pink, and she collapsed to her knees. No, there is no way that they could know where our guild house is. One of the others muttered. The one with 30 of your people in it, to the west of Forest Gate. Karl asked. The guard verified something with a communication gem, then shook his head and sighed. The guild war is over. The guild master of the Truelight Host is dead, he announced. With that, the red highlight on their names faded, and the four overlords' faces morphed to expressions of horror, visible only as widened eyes under their helmets, except for the one with her helmet off, who was openly weeping. How could the guild leader die? She mumbled, with a hopeful look at the guard, begging for it to be a lie. Some sort of overlord rank flaming tornado. He tried to rescue the wounded from the flames, and ended up trapped in the spell. That made sense. It wasn't easy to escape, Hellstorm. The guard captain patted her on the shoulder. He was a bastard, but he was your bastard. We will allow you 24 hours to gather the guild's belongings before you are escorted out of the cities as the defeated party. Tessa raised a hand to stop the guard before anyone left. As a high priestess of the war god, I have to know. Why? What possessed you to start this guild war that took so many lives in minutes? One of the warriors took off his helmet, letting it vanish into his storage. The tabards. The guild leader was upset that your colors were so similar to ours, and he demanded that we run you out of town. Ormeth should have accepted the challenge, where the guards would have supervised and stopped him from being ambushed, but he was always prideful. Ormeth must have been the first one to die. Tessa shook her head. Foolishness. Pure foolishness. There are few things that the Red Dragon goddess despises more than senseless wars. The other two warriors picked up their traumatized member, then moved the bodies to their inventories. Much to Ray's dismay. The man with his helmet off turned to the guard captain. We will be out of the city within the day. Where were the wounded taken? Into the care of the guard's healing department. If they're too injured to move, they will remain in our care until they are discharged, so don't plan to move too quickly. The four left, and the guard captain turned on Karl. The only suspect for the damage to the boardwalk if you're Ghostfire Thunderbird. Do you require a payment plan for restitution? He insisted. Sorry. Hawk apologized, as he realized they were being made to pay for the damage to the ground around the red targets. How much is it? I will pay in gold. The guard captain nodded, and a soldier behind him handed him a sheet. These are the itemized damages. The guard will distribute payments to ensure they are made. Karl passed it to Davis, who nodded and brought out a small bag of gold from the store's vault. Restitution, with the collection fee and city levies added, he declared. The guard smiled. He liked it when they came across smart people. A little lubrication kept the wheels of bureaucracy moving smoothly. Karl sighed. We might need to reconsider our magical item selling operation if it's going to put non-combatants in danger. Davis chuckled. I think you misunderstand. This fight will be the talk of the city for months. One major guild war a year is already a lot. But targeting the same guild multiple times is unheard of. They lost 4 overlords today, and it's our word against speculation by the shopkeepers down the street on which side rejected the offer of a duel. I don't think that anyone will be eager to challenge the Dark Light host during the next decade, and now that we've been challenged, the guild house will have the option to recall a champion if we are challenged again, so there is no need to keep a powerful member on call at all times. At least someone knew how the system worked. Within the hour, word of the guild battle had spread through the city, and the timeline had already gotten blurred by gossip. The rumor going around the city was that someone had attacked the Thunderbird while he was scouting, and the beast had retaliated by wiping out a group of initiates while they were shopping. The thought was horrifying to the people, but not as horrific as the storm of swirling flames that had eaten the True Light Host Guild house. There was so little chance for them to defend themselves, even when the attack had come so long after the alarm signaling a guild conflict had been sounded. That had to mean that the attack had started at the Dark Light host shop, and they hadn't been given the chance for a challenge. Under normal circumstances, you would not openly attack and try to take over a shop if you didn't have overwhelming strength. Not only did you need to win the property, you needed to convince the city governor that you should be allowed to keep it. The full activation of the system was relatively new, even here, and the old rules were still in place. Those rules said that whoever the owner had designated as the inheritor got the property, and if they were permanently dead with no heir, it went back to the city. The rule of law did not support taking over shops by force. However, the guild function allowed the victor of a guild battle to force the other guild's members out of the city. It would remove their guild house designation from the property and make the members physically unable to enter it after 24 hours. So, the city generally took over the loser's property and gave them the net proceeds after it was sold. Already guild alliances were forming, so that entire regions would be pulled into a larger battle, which essentially prevented wars from starting, but both parties involved this time were independent of such alliances. The guards were still waiting in the yard, so the kitchen staff brought them out tea and snacks while they waited. The guards had called over a repairman for the roof of the workshop, but Karl suspected that just fixing the roof tiles would not be enough to calm the 2 unfortunate sculptors who came within meters of being bisected. Somehow, the whole thing felt like a loss, even though it was objectively a crushing victory for their side. Davis, if you can get a hold of the mage who did the barriers, some of them were damaged during the battle, and we will need stronger ones for the workshop made. I know it was an afterthought, so we didn't put much of a barrier on it last time, but now it appears that we need to prepare for a much more violent future for the property, Karl instructed. Of course, sir. The guard captain turned to Karl. Were there any casualties on your side? We can bring over shamans to resurrect. Karl shook his head. There were no casualties on our side, but we have Lotus. She can resurrect. The guard blinked slowly, as he realized that the fallen overlords could have been resurrected right where they were. Well, in theory, as the priestess was unlikely to bring enemies back to life even if her goddess agreed to it. Loros and Wendy finally came out of the ruined workshop, allowing Tessa to check them over. We're all right, really. The barrier on us never broke, even though the workshop did. Who creates that, by the way? It's a really comfortable barrier, Loros explained. Thor stomped his feet to get her attention, and lowered his head to accept her praise. Oh, it's Thor, right. Thank you so much. I thought that we were in real trouble, but when the roof tiles collapsed, they hit the personal barrier, and nothing hurt us at all. She was loving on Thor, leaning against his head to rub the good spot between his upper horns. The Sarah was having a great day. Thor settled on his belly, so his scales could be more effectively rubbed, and decided to ignore the commotion outside the gates, where someone was shouting. The city guard had stopped someone from approaching, but the shouting caught Karl's attention. An unfamiliar woman was screaming at the guards and threatening to kill someone, so Karl went out the gate to see what was going on. You! The war champion! I demand satisfaction. You killed my husband! The woman screamed. Karl and the guard captain stared at each other in confusion. Of course, that was how guild wars worked. But the woman wasn't done. The shaman can't bring him back, his soul is damaged. You bastard, what did you do to him? She screamed, as the neighbors came out of their shops to watch the spectacle. It's divine punishment for stupidity. He refused to accept a challenge and demanded annihilation. That's what he got, Karl explained calmly. The gods have nothing to do with anything, you murderer. Karl didn't even know how to argue with that. He had used the Haint Claw for extra damage, knowing what would happen. But did he regret it? Surprisingly, no. Not even a little bit. Now, everyone on the street understood what had happened. The losing side hadn't been able to resurrect all their overlords. That was a tragedy for the family, but the demons generally didn't get too worked up about such things. If you tried your luck and ended up becoming the year's find-out champion, you deserved it in the minds of the majority here. The major concern that they had was what that Dark Light Host war champion had done to him. Karl's tabard now had 2 golden rings around it, marking 2 victories against higher-ranked opponents, so this was not a new feat for him. Whatever hidden skill he had must amount to an instant-kill assassination technique. But Karl was also getting incredibly close to the Overlord rank. They could all feel it in his aura. So, while this one did count, he was just generally a monster in combat by any standard below totem rank. It was probably best to make friends with his people, as they had the secret to crushing a numerically superior force in less time than it took to drink a coffee. Karl shook his head in dismay. I'm sorry for your loss, but he refused the challenge. Safety isn't assured during a guild war, and it was his choice. Then he walked back in the gate and motioned for everyone to head in the house. Once they were back inside, the change that had overcome his beast spaces with the addition of the little butterfly was much more obvious to Karl. It hadn't spoken yet, so he had no idea if it was a brother or sister, but it was curious about everything, and the influx of power that it brought to the previously empty space made a huge difference to the power flow in the spaces as a whole. Some of that would be because the new addition was an overlord, but it wasn't putting any pressure on his mind the way that Karl had expected from a beast above his own rank. That might be because he was already close, but the amount of power flowing in and out of the butterfly's space was at least twice what anyone else's did. It was also aggressively increasing. The sparkling dust that the butterfly gave off coated the surface of the space like glittering snowfall, and as it dissipated it was absorbed into the space without being able to escape, which forced the power level and mana density even higher. Davis looked up as he felt Karl surge with power, and smiled. It seems that our large demonic friend is going to break the Overlord rank bottleneck in one go, he noted. Seriously? Tessa asked. Can't you feel it? Just a bit more of a push and he will soar past the breakpoint. I don't think that he will get stuck at all with the way that his aura is surging. His weapons absorb soul energy, and he just killed an overlord. That alone might be enough to push him through. That's how most of the Carnage demons do it, and some of the Obsession demons as well. But his magical power is increasing as well, and that's how the magic demons do it. They build up power in either their bodies or a storage item, then let it flood them to force all of the old mana out and break the bottleneck. Dana blinked slowly as she realized that was an option. She was close to monarch rank, as were the others. If she concentrated mana in a few items in her body, then released the pressure, she could definitely break the bottleneck. It was a bit annoying to realize that every demon in Dryads City knew such things, while the Golden Dragon Nation was still in the dark. But that also gave her a brilliant idea. She sent a message, Tutor Ahmad. I don't know if you can receive messages from this far away. I learned something new from the demons today. If you concentrate high-grade mana in an item or your body, then release it as a flood, you can force all the existing mana out of your body and break a rank bottleneck. Instead of trying to upgrade the existing mana, let the foreign mana strip every bit of the essence of your magic away and replace it. Hold that mana until your body adapts, then use it up and let your body replace it with new mana at the increased rank. 30 seconds later, a response came. I didn't think that anyone of lower rank could send or receive a message across continents. It is very faint, and I had to use magic to recover it. It is good that you are not in trouble. I will try the technique with other mages who are stuck. If it doesn't kill them, we will owe you a huge debt of gratitude. That was something that Dana hadn't considered. The reason you didn't strip away all your mana to replace it with outside mana was because it was equivalent to a massive magical attack on the body, like trying to bathe your insides in an arcane missile spell. Perhaps demons were better suited to it. But if she was really in danger, she could always let the influx of mana flow through her. Plus, she could do the whole process with Void Body active, as Karl had never deactivated the Epic Guard after the battle. Hers was still active as well, and it had taken a liking to Loros, who looked very similar to the pale violet construct, though Loros was a rich ivory color with only a hint of purple undertones. "Karl, can I get you to make something for me?" she asked. "Of course. What do you need?" "I need the largest mana storage item that we can feasibly create. I'm almost at the monarch rank bottleneck, and that should help me break through," she explained. Lotus perked up as she said those words. "Oh, that is a great idea. I know just the thing. I will make it in the yard, and then Karl can put runes for mana storage on it, and make it a blessed item," she insisted before running back into the yard through the kitchen. Karl wasn't sure what she planned to make in the backyard, but he could feel Lotus going all out with her magic. Remy transformed from Naga Queen to Spirit Serpent form and raced through the house to go see, then sent back a mental message. "Oh, she's making a lotus tree. I know just the thing." Under the Loridian alchemy tome on the altar, there is a loose piece of paper. That should be the runes to create a healing totem effect with runecrafting. If you put that and blessed item, along with tons of mana storage on the tree, wouldn't we have a real lotus tree statue? Karl wasn't sure how well that would work. But now that he had activated Pack Affinity, he could use the totems. Pack Affinity. The Packmaster has an affinity for all skills that any of his bonded beasts have an affinity for, and may learn them as normal. In theory, it should be possible to inscribe that spell like any other. So, Karl dug out a monarch rank nature stone from Hawk's space, a green stone the size of his fist, and began to carve the spell. Carving the totem spell was easier than Karl had expected. Unlike other spells, which were a complex set of system-designed mana flows, the totems were pure elemental force given direction. When carved on a nature stone, getting the healing effect felt natural, and the process was finished even before Lotus called to announce that she had grown her tree statue. Or perhaps it was an altar to the nature gods. When Karl walked out back, he realized that it was definitely an altar. A face had been carved in the tree, and a small platform for offerings had been grown near ground level. But that was perfect. "Lotus, open the mouth a little, I need to put this inside," he instructed. She complied without question, and Karl placed the carved stone in the tree statue's mouth. The face looked clearly draconic, partially emerged from the statue's surface, but there was no spot there for runes. Instead, Karl went to the back of the tree and began his work. He hid the activation runes in a long poem about the green dragon that appeared in his mind as he scratched the runes into the wood. Most of the focus was on the ability to store mana, and the blessed item spell that was added to the main runes. The totem stone was linked to the tree's magic, and then Karl began to upgrade it. Bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, then ruby red. The runes progressed smoothly, and Karl kept going, intending to create them to the maximum of either the tree's or his own personal capacity. Then, his aura soared, and he felt a sense of joy from the little butterfly. The runes turned from rich red to a ghostly green, shifting from monarch to overlord along with their creator. The leaves on the statue turned from wooden carvings to vibrant green ones that looked absolutely real, except for the fact they didn't flutter in the wind, while both the eyes of the face on the tree and the interior of its mouth glowed with a soft green light as Karl loaded the tree with mana. Karl could hear the guards running into their compound for the second time today, having jumped over the walls as the gate was closed. But he wasn't concerned. Nothing about this statue would harm anyone. Quite the opposite, actually. As Karl finished the work, the statue pulsed with healing power, and a wave of healing energy spread from the tree through the courtyard, stopping at the walls and not spreading through the streets. Monarch. Someone called, then the voice hesitated. Overlord Karl. Congratulations. We sensed the power and thought your guild might have been attacked again. But what is this? The weariness is gone from my bones, and I'm feeling like a young demon again, the guard captain greeted them. A new addition to our home. A healing totem altar, courtesy of the green dragon goddess, Karl explained. The group of demons stared at the tree statue in shock. That was clearly an overlord rank healing spell, though it was a minor healing spell, with a healing over time effect. One of the guards came forward and dropped to one knee in front of the tree, then smiled and placed a sandwich on the altar before standing. As soon as he did, the sandwich vanished, and the guards chuckled. The green dragon was easy to please, your offering just had to be appropriate and heartfelt. Offering her your lunch was better than gold and jewels. But even as they celebrated, the guard captain had a conflicted look on his face. This isn't to become a temple to the dragon gods, is it? He asked carefully. Lotus shook her head. No, it's just the home of dragon clerics. Naturally, we would have an altar at our own home. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the dark gods. Dryads is a demon city, after all. Temples, except to the demon gods, are prohibited. However, everyone is free to worship as they will. The demon gods like the conflict. The tree pulsed again, and Karl heard Loros laugh from the second floor. Someone must have injured themselves with the carving tools and triggered the totem. Karl saw a notification in his sight, hidden at the bottom corner, where he had moved all the other notifications so they didn't distract him in combat. Requirements for next class advancement: reach totem rank, fill all beast slots or combine spaces to remove redundant areas. Visit any dungeon, instance, or relic with system integration. Karl considered that for a second. Shouldn't the class advancement come at overlord rank? He was quite certain that was the case. Was it something with his class that he had to advance later than others by a rank? Perhaps because his class was more advanced from the start. But there was one more notification appearing in his messages. Home upgrade made, healing altar bonus applied, pacifism causes holy damage to hostile targets within the home and calms their minds. That should help Davis deal with the worst customers. Karl didn't think that anyone other than the attacking guild had dared to get physical with the staff so far, but the new effect should prevent any such incidents in the future. Or at least mitigate them. Karl also noticed that he was now back over 50 skill points again. Thanks to the successful defense of the guild house, he was at 68 points, and would be able to choose a new skill from among those in his skill tree. The obvious choice was Pack First, which would remove the usage and targeting restrictions on evolution at the cost of increasing materials cost every time that it was used on a bonded beast. He was also interested to see what skills might be hidden behind that one. The second tier was directly related to the skill chosen before it. So, once he improved evolution, what skills would reveal themselves? It certainly wouldn't be anything weak, even if it wasn't the most urgent of skills. Karl considered using up his skill points, and quickly gave in to temptation. Skill learned, pack first, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. Remaining points, 18, new skills available, 100 points, benevolent elder, and bonded beasts evolved by the packmaster gain the ability to form a contract with eligible targets before the target's initial class selection, 20 points, limitless, passive skill. Beasts evolved by the packmaster have an increased chance of surpassing milestones in development. Karl stared at the options in shock. The second one was in line with what he had expected from evolution. Evolved beasts having an easier time growing was precisely the sort of skill that you would expect. But that, benevolent elder, skill. That was wild. It was like gaining the power to just directly select an advanced class for someone else. Not only that, but they would be forming a contract with an evolved beast, with immense potential. Everyone else noticed the faint smile on Karl's face and waited for him to finish whatever he was doing and explain to them. It took him a few minutes to come back to reality and realize that he had become the center of attention. Sorry about that. I selected a new skill after advancement. But it unlocked a path to 2 new skills, and one of them is incredibly interesting. Not at all what I expected. He explained, but Lotus and Dana were not going to let it go that easily. The skill I unlocked is one that helps me allow my beasts to evolve and grow stronger. However, the skill that it unlocked targets beasts that I have evolved but not bonded to. It allows them to pick a partner, like the system quest tokens that helped create the Beast Rangers. Karl elaborated. Lotus giggled. So, it lets you evolve magical beasts, then let them pick a pet partner. That sounds like fun. Karl could see that she had grand plans for this ability already. Only ones that don't have their class active yet. Sorry, Lotus. The nature cleric seemed to deflate. First it's a shy butterfly, now a skill that won't let me pick my own fluffy friend. Your skills are no fun at all today. Karl shrugged. Well, I guess they just didn't make it with green dragon clerics in mind. Or, they might have thought that you would get too focused on your new friend and forget that you were supposed to be doing priestess-type things. Tessa laughed. That second part. Definitely the second part. Life is full of disappointments for the green dragon clerics, simply because all they really want to do is spend more time with animals, and they would never leave their rooms if more beasts kept coming to them. Lotus sighed in longing. That sounded like the perfect life. Just sitting in a room full of pillows, with new friends visiting every day. If she had the glasswing illusionary butterfly as her bonded partner, it would be even better because they could use that solid illusion skill to make different scenery every day. Why don't we stay closed for the rest of the day and relax? No need to tempt fate while the angry families of the defeated guild are still in the city. Karl suggested. Lotus smiled at him. Definitely. We can also make some fun new stuff for the shelves. We've got plenty of the basic items because we closed early. But I bet if we made some orbs with mana storage, the mages would love us. Or we could make weapons for the warriors. Hawk could make a nice forge in the workshop once we get the roof fixed. Davis nodded. I will speak to the mage when he arrives to repair the workshop. It shouldn't be difficult to get a basic forge made in the corner of the room. Then Hawk would upgrade it. It would also give them a place to get rid of the trash items from the dungeon, which were mostly commander and royal rank, but contained very little innate magic. The materials should still be good for crafting other items, though. Unfortunately, that meant hiring another employee, if anyone was still willing to come work for them. They didn't have a blacksmith among the team. It would have to be a fairly powerful one as well. The base quality of the weapon depended on the artisan's rank. Davis nodded. If that is the case, I will return to my home. Mother will surely be happy to have me around for a bit more of the day than usual. Karl patted him on the shoulder. Take good care of her. Family is important. And if you know of a royal or monarch-ranked blacksmith in need of work, send them our way tomorrow. We will start gathering materials for them and cut them a good deal on the profit sharing. The fallen angel bowed slightly, a motion that always caused his wings to spread, and then headed out into the streets under the watchful eyes of the city guard. They had seen enough trouble for one day, they didn't want any more. Plus, who knew what sorts of dangerous weapons an employee of a magical items shop might be carrying? The butterfly seemed to be all in on the idea of a relaxation day, Karl realized when everyone sat down for an early meal, so the kitchen staff could clean up and call it a day. It was enthusiastically showing him images of scenes from a book that Remy was reading, staged as a play. The book was wildly inappropriate for public consumption, but there should have been a number of proper plays and storybooks in the collection that could replace Remy's beloved romance novels. However, in a city full of demons, there might actually be a market for such scandalous performances. If they were traveling in the future, Little Butterfly could put on a very convincing minstrel show for them, telling folk tales and acting as a bard to retell recent events in a fanciful way. Karl could feel the butterfly considering that. Then the scene in its space changed, and the romance was replaced with a flamboyant rendition of the battle at the South Docks, near where it had been washed up on the beach. Yes, that would work perfectly, Karl agreed. The realism level was incredible. So, with the assistance of the butterfly, a new evening hobby was born. In the theater of the illusionary city, just below the window of the library tower, everyone gathered to watch a live-action play, based on one of the many books that had been brought into the illusionary space. The butterfly turned out to be just as voracious a reader as Remy, but it had a distinct advantage. It was aware of what happened in its illusion, so when it made an illusionary clone of a person, it could have that illusion read various books to prepare for the evening show, or even just teach the butterfly a bit more about the world in general. The lead actor of the show looked out at the crowd and bowed. For tonight's presentation, we have a classic saga, Hans and Greta. The man's deep voice boomed through the space, and Karl had to do his best not to laugh. He had noticed that book earlier, when the workers were bringing it in, and it was most definitely a children's storybook, complete with pictures. Perhaps that was why the butterfly chose it first. Because it had an idea what the cast should look like. The backdrop of the auditorium changed to a dark and misty forest, where two young demon children were being led along a path by their parents. The couple ditched the kids in the woods, then went home to a swingers party, and Karl began to suspect that the butterfly's mind had been corrupted by age-inappropriate reading material. But Remy disagreed. She had already read this one, and the demonic version of children's tales were much different than human children's stories. The children were discovered by a benevolent witch with a grudge against their parents, who trained them to be assassins and take vengeance on the couple who abandoned them. Their parents were brutally murdered at the end of the show. The moral seemed to be to guide your children well, or someone else will raise them to their own ends. The demons in the room were all cheering as the final scene of Greta throwing her parents' corpses into a pool of magical magma ended, and the actors came out to take a bow. That was absolutely incredible. I've never seen a show that good before. How does this place do that? One of the cooks asked, and Karl realized that he didn't know any of their names. They were 1, 2, and 3. That couldn't be right. Do you mind if I ask about your names? Karl replied curiously. The head chef, conveniently named 1, sighed and shrugged. We were sold by our parents to the owner of the Abalone Casino as children to pay off a debt. The owner renamed us, and when the system granted us classes, they stuck. At Ascended, we petitioned the city to have the debt discharged, and the city governor agreed that we had paid long enough. But the names won't change, no matter how we try to give each other nicknames. The demon known as Too smoothed the white hair between her curled horns. It's convenient sometimes, though. People think that it's a disguised skill, and nobody wants to anger a potential assassin. Karl smiled as he remembered that when his system was only partially activated, when he disabled the display, it would turn off the visibility of his name to others as well. That had caused a lot of suspicion that he was an infiltration-type class. "What would you like me to call you instead?" he asked. "Abby." They replied in unison. "All of you." They nodded, all determined that they wanted the same name. Karl suspected that the reason that they couldn't get the system to change their tag was because they couldn't agree on unique names. But it was also possible that you couldn't change it at all. Mick's name tag still said Michelle, even though the vampire never used her full name. A few minutes after Hans and Greta ended, a new group of actors appeared on the stage. Please join us for our rendition of the defense of a river crossing by the Leg Regiment during the Dryads War. The man, dressed as a noble courtier, announced. That sounded like it could be interesting, Karl decided. It was local history, a war between Dryad and their neighbor to the south, and the Leg Regiment was well known within the city. They were stationed up the river a few hundred kilometers, and often escorted riverboats to the docks with crops. This one was a military docudrama, and the special effects that could be made by a glass-wing illusionary butterfly were better than anything Karl had seen on television at home. You could even feel the thumping of spell explosions as the battle was replayed, ending with the dramatic duel between the two regimental champions, both mythic-ranked demons. Nearly 10,000 acres of forest and cropland were completely obliterated during the fight, which ended with the Leg Regiment commander victorious, but his regiment almost annihilated. Fewer than 1,000 of his 50,000 men survived the siege. Dana fell asleep in Karl's arms during the second show, and most of the others were stirring themselves to go to bed once they realized it was over. "Thank you for the shows, little butterfly. You did an incredible job." Karl congratulated the newest team member. One of the actors reappeared on the stage and bowed to Karl in response, then vanished again. Perhaps that was how the butterfly preferred to communicate. Not directly or through a verbal mental link, but using their illusions to represent them. That might actually be easier to interact with than some of the others. At least you knew when the butterfly was paying attention. Kara could be staring right at you and still not listening. That made the Void Badger laugh. "It's not my fault that life is boring. But this place is fun, I like it here. I think I will nap here today." The next morning, Karl woke up to a tail in his face as Dana got ready for the morning. "You seem to enjoy cat form quite a bit," he joked. "It's actually quite convenient. People don't look at me strangely in this shape, at least not here in Dryad. But more importantly, this form is significantly stronger than my actual body. That's useful not only in combat, but just doing daily tasks. Besides, now I have a tail." She laughed. Karl couldn't really complain, as he rarely changed back from a transformed state. That was likely putting a damper on their intimate moments in the past, but now that she was also transformed, Dana seemed much less concerned about keeping her emotions hidden. That could be because she had far too many tails in this form, from the ears and the tail to the purring, but it was a refreshing change. "Big plans for the day?" he asked as Dana shimmied into a pair of soft silk pants and tied the back above her tail. "We're going to steal Thor and go to the dungeon today. You've got things to do, and people will definitely be coming to kiss ass today. None of us wanted to hang around for it, but the dungeon is a 5-person instance," Dana explained. "Stop at the tree in the backyard and see if you can push yourself to monarch rank first. If you can, the dungeon will go even more smoothly, and you'll get a chance to get used to a new power level," Karl suggested. "Oh, that is a great idea. How is the butterfly doing?" Dana asked hesitantly. "Thriving. I can sense that the butterfly's illusions are playing tag with Kara in the library room, or rather the city outside the library room. Energy levels, both mana and stamina, are up, and the power level is beginning to stabilize now after a rapid growth spurt. I think that the species is just really poorly adapted to living in the modern world, and it needed some special conditions to make it past emergence. Karl explained. That is wonderful. So, we're not going to lose our library? Karl laughed. No, we're not going to lose our library. At least not any time soon. Dana headed down the stairs to give the great news to Lotus, who was certain to be stressing out about the fate of the butterfly by now, as well as the illusions that came with it. She didn't need to worry so much. Lotus was already in the library, buried in a pile of super fluffy white puppies that constantly licked her face and begged for her attention. Dragging her away to do a dungeon run might be difficult. Maybe they should take Ray and Thor with them and let Lotus play. Before they left, Dana went to the altar and pulled a huge amount of mana from the tree, flushing the energy from her body and integrating the new power. The effect was akin to dousing herself in acid. Every part of her body burned as the mana was forcefully integrated, despite not matching what her body was used to, and her maximum power cap soared. But not far enough. When the mana was fully integrated into her body, she had only managed to retain it near the peak of royal rank, and the majority of the quality had been lost in conversion. She wasn't quite close enough to the peak of royal rank, so she went to the dungeon with a renewed determination. Karl saw Davis coming down the street from the yard when he went to check on the damaged workshop, and then noticed that there was already a lineup of people outside. One of whom was the Overlord rank mage who did the barriers. Oh, Mage Jones, please come in. Everyone, the shop will be open in the next few minutes. Please be patient as we repair the damage from yesterday's excitement. Karl announced. The mage came in and clasped Karl's hand with a huge smile. Congratulations, Overlord. I will fix up the workshop right away, but Davis mentioned that you would like a forge added. He asked. Yes, please. We would like to start adding metal accessories and items to our selection, and that needs a forge. We can do the forge fire enchantments ourselves, but the stone structure of the forge needs a better trained hand. Karl explained. With a wave of his hand, Davis repaired the roof of the workshop. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Then, the building began to slowly grow towards the road, stretching out another 4 meters. There you go. I didn't enchant the forge itself, but all the essential parts are there. I put a more robust barrier over the building as well, so that if there are any crafting mishaps, or another battle, it will not be damaged again. At least not by a single strike. Karl noticed as the tree altar in the back pulsed, and the mage stood up a bit straighter. Well, that is fascinating. You have activated some sort of automated healing ward for the property. Mage Jones asked, looking around for the source. In the backyard. It automatically activates when someone injured enters the property, but it's just a shamanistic healing totem spell that the Overlord rank imbued into a nature dragon altar. The mage smiled and nodded in understanding. Still, it will make you a tourist hotspot. You should start selling basic cures and potions at a stall in the yard. Karl laughed. We already need a blacksmith, unless Davis found one. Now I guess we need an alchemist as well. This house is slowly filling with apprentices. The mage shrugged. That's just the nature of a guild house. You could always make some gargoyles to keep them under control. Karl wasn't quite sure what he meant, until the mage took out a skill book with a sly smile. Oh, I do believe that we have a trade to make. Was there something in particular that you were interested in? Karl asked. The mage nodded. In fact, I had something very specific in mind. You see, I am best with earth and barrier spells. The gargoyle spell is earth magic, and quite handy for home defense, but it can't leave the property. It is limited in distance from the spot where it is created. What I could use is a versatile spell of similar output. Karl nodded. Do you know the golem spell? Jones shook his head. It's been difficult to get my hands on. Do you happen to have a copy? In a manner of speaking, Karl took out a small stone from Remy's swamp. Not a magical stone, just a stone, and held it out to the mage. Swallow that, and it should activate the skill if you're compatible. The demonic mage was highly suspicious about this method, but once he swallowed the stone, and Karl activated, "Follow me, little one," his eyes lit up in joy. Then, a single sand golem, 4 meters tall and overlord rank, appeared in front of him. Jones handed over the gargoyle skill book and walked in circles around his new summon. "That is a wonderful ability that you have, even if your method tastes like swamp water." Karl laughed. "It's an acquired taste, I would assume. Congratulations on your new assistant." Karl focused on the gargoyle spell and did his best to understand how it worked before he cast it for the first time, in case it was like the golem spell, and the appearance would be fixed in future castings. What he found was that you had to target a specific spot to form the gargoyle on, and it would appear as a statue in that position until activated. Karl decided that the obvious choice would be 2 either on the wall by the gate or near the stairs to the porch, and 4 smaller ones on the corners of the roof. That was where the Golden Dragon Nation's buildings often had gargoyles, though those were just decorative, and the ones on the roof were primarily water outlets. Karl focused, and realized that he could actually make many more of them than just those few. So, he put them at all 4 corners of the property as well, standing on the wall. 10 gargoyles should be enough to handle most problems that the property might face, and they could see everything with their placement. With the placement decided, Karl focused on creating the statues, using the images of gargoyles that he had seen on buildings before as a reference, but making them as lifelike as possible, so they wouldn't be hampered by poor design if they should activate. Tiger bodies, feathered wings, long front claws, and a furry head with a draconic muzzle. Karl formed them with an immense surge of power that nearly dropped him to his knees and drained a significant amount of mana from the team, once they realized they were needed to assist. Perhaps 10 was too many to create all at once. Mage Jones gasped, and Karl straightened his back before opening his eyes again. "That is. Did you make them actual gargoyles, as in the species?" "I swear that one just blinked at me," the demon muttered. Karl frowned. Was that not the point of the spell, to make gargoyles to protect the property? Mage Jones stared at Karl in mutual confusion, then Karl noticed that the statue at the gate had just lost interest in them and looked away to supervise the road. So, they weren't statues, they were stone golems of a sort. It is supposed to make stone statues that fill the purpose of property guardians. It's only called the gargoyle spell because that is what the actual species lives to do. The mage finally explained. "I think they're quite handsome, though," Karl noted. They were definitely not statues, Jones decided. They were mostly stationary, but they shifted subtly, turned their heads to watch pedestrians, and periodically blinked. The demon walked up to one of the golems, and leaned forward to inspect it closely. For those few moments, it appeared to be a statue, but as soon as he turned away, Karl saw that the statue rolled its eyes at the demon. Quite a few people entering from the western Frostfire Gate turned to look at the golems that were stationed all around the property, an unintentional show of force by Karl, who viewed them as a defensive spell, not as 10 Overlord rank combatants on guard as everyone else saw them. Home upgrade made, defensive garrison Mage Jones turned to the line of people at the gate, who were all now staring raptly at the gargoyles, and sighed. "I should get going. Good luck with your business ventures. I will see you again. Let me know if you need a custom order, I will help you out." Mage Jones took flight to leave the property, and Karl nodded to the golems, who opened the gates for him. Seconds after they entered, the healing effect pulsed, causing confusion in the crowd. Don't let it hold up your business. It's set to aid those who have injuries or illnesses. A little customer service, Karl explained. Then he went into the expanded workshop and began carving the runes to activate the forge with ghost fire. So, He didn't notice the most important fact about the lineup of guests that Davis immediately did. None of these people were locals. They were all merchants and ship captains. The word had spread about this shop full of treasures, and even in the Dragon Isles, where magic was at its strongest, there were precious few sources of royal and monarch rank magical items. The number of people who could and would create them for sale in any given nation could normally be counted on the fingers of one hand, yet this Rakshasa had opened a shop full of magical items instead of putting them up for auction. Which begged the question, what was he holding in reserve for after his workmanship had a better reputation? Most of these people didn't know that he had been a monarch yesterday, only that he had been selling royal and monarch-ranked items. The facts about the shopkeeper were vague, except for the fact that he was a war champion with a golden-trimmed tabard and the power to wipe out an enemy guild in minutes. Karl was putting the finishing touches on the new forge when he felt eyes on his back. Not hostile, just curious and intent on him. "How can I help?" "The crafters are working inside today, so there is nobody here to take requests unless you need me directly," Karl asked. The slender demon with flaming hair gestured at the forge. "The forge fire is pretty." His voice was soft, enraptured by the blue flames. In his space, Hawk was just as fascinated by the demon as it was by the forge. This was the first creature he had met that was also on fire. And it was an overlord. Overlord rank fire was on par with Hawk's in some ways, though ghost fire was a grade above regular flames. "I don't suppose that you're looking for work, are you?" "We are in need of a smith for magical metal items," Karl asked. "To work this forge?" the demon asked. Karl nodded, and it smiled. "I think that we could work something out. I wasn't intending to stay here and work, I was going inland to the volcanic mountains. But this forge, I like it." Karl looked at the demon's name tag. Ashbringer, Grandmaster Elemental Smith, Fire Element. Karl smiled, and Hawk cheered. This one was just right. "If you want to work here, we can offer you half the profit on all items you make that I upgrade and 80% on what you make, with the house taking the other 20% for operations," Karl offered. "What is it that you do that you think you could upgrade a Grandmaster's weapons?" the demon asked, slightly offended. "I am a room master," Karl replied simply. The demon looked at the carvings on the wall around the forge, and understanding turned its expression to a smile. "So, you can do that to weapons. That is a powerful skill." "Not just that. I can add skills to the item, stat buffs, and even mana storage," Karl elaborated. "Do you have materials?" Ashbringer asked. "My team is in the dungeon now, collecting as much as they can to smelt for raw materials." That was good enough for Ashbringer, who gestured to the forge. "May I test it first?" Karl nodded. "Go ahead. Let me know if you need anything and I will have it added to the workstation." But the smith simply began taking out items from its inventory and set up a workstation complete with tables, benches, and a leather-padded stool. Karl stepped back and let him work as the demon put a chunk of glowing green metal in the forge and whistled happily as he activated the runes to bring up the heat. It took seconds before the metal bar was turning red with heat, and the smith brought it out to hammer it into shape on his own anvil, ignoring the one that had been made along with the forge. The magic of the demonic Grandmaster seemed to make the blade shape itself, smoothly turning into a sailor's cutlass in a matter of minutes. Then Ashbringer held it up to Karl. "Let me see what you can do, and then I will decide if this is a worthy partnership." Karl nodded and etched runes for increased skill damage, sharpness, lethal poison, and flaming body to the weapon, then brought them all the way to the Overlord rank, where they turned ghostly blue against the rapidly cooling green metal. That was different. When he had done it to the tree, it had turned the runes bright green. Could it be a difference in element that was making them change? Or perhaps the nature of the shrine would only accept green runes. The effect was almost like ghost fire leaking from inside the blade, though Karl hadn't used the ghost fire skill. Ashbringer cast appraisal on the blade and stared at it in silence for a moment. Blade of Searing Agony adds 35 fan tram skill damage, ignores 45 fan tram of target armor value, deals 20 fan tram weapon damage as poison damage per second until cured. Adds 200 fan tram of skill damage as fire damage. Applies agony effect to target. 200% of skill damage was significantly more than the poison damage, but the combination of being poisoned and in agony would reduce the enemy's ability to fight back. That is a thing of beauty. Ashbringer whispered, while staring at the blade like a lover. I am glad that you like it. I don't think we would sell something like that in the shop. Custom order or auction only. But we do sell Royal and some Monarch ranked items directly. Karl explained. Ashbringer winked at Karl. Never sell an item that you can't counter. Wise plan. Besides, every crafter knows that selling masterpieces is idiocy. You only make enough of them for yourself and those with life bonds to you. Did you want to keep working, or meet the rest of the crafting team? It's just the shopkeepers and a pair of sculptors here right now. My travel companions are at the dungeon. The sword was reluctantly put in the demon's inventory, and Karl led him in to face the chaos. Only, the chaos he found was much worse than expected. The gargoyles from the front door were inside, glaring at the customers. The customers were arguing with each other over prices at rates far higher than posted, and Mick was hiding behind Davis, who looked lost as he shouted at the customers to calm down, or he would kick them all out. The entrance of two more overlords calmed the crowd, especially as one was the rumored shopkeeper. Sir, might you have any more stock? The appraiser has told us there are only 50 pieces in inventory. One of the merchants pleaded. Karl blinked slowly. 50 pieces. There should be hundreds. Davis sent a system message. I sold all the commander rank stock and a good portion of the royal rank stock in bulk before I realized that they were all looking to buy it for export. Now, we have a supply shortage. Karl sighed. There is a bit more upstairs. In fairness, what is on the shelves will be first come, first served. Then I will split the remainder between you evenly, so nobody has to leave empty-handed. Ashbringer nodded in satisfaction. He liked how this man did business. One wealthy merchant was gloating, as he was the next in line when the gate opened, and he didn't even bat an eye when Davis rang up the sales total to a whopping 84,000 gold pieces. He bought everything that was left. Not a single ring was left for the others when he exited the shop. Karl led their new smith upstairs to see what the others had made so far. We've got 30 of the Monarch rank rings ready for runes, with simple carvings. Then Wendy has got 100 more commander rank rings made and inscribed. Who might this gentleman be? Loros asked. This is Ashbringer, potentially our new smith, should he decide to join the team. They all shook hands, and Ashbringer sat down to admire the handiwork of the two sculptors. This is beautiful. Obsession demons really do have the advantage when it comes to artistry. I am half fire elemental and half wrath demon. A grandmaster smith, but such artistry is beyond my expertise. Loros shrugged. If you make the base items, we will happily carve them. But if you're making mostly weapons, they don't need all the pretty, just the functional runes. I am still behind, as you can't make runic items above your own rank. But my sculpting skills are top-notch. Karl sat down and quickly inscribed dozens of different abilities onto the Monarch rank rings, which was a much easier task now that the quality of his mana flow had changed. Rings weren't their only offerings for the remaining shoppers. Remy had 2 massive cauldrons of potions going, and was stirring both at the same time with her lower pair of arms, while chopping and measuring ingredients with her upper arms. It was quite the sight, and the Naga Queen was utterly focused on her work. She finished the vats just as Karl finished the rings, and began pouring them into small vials, instead of full-sized potion bottles. Minor healing and recovery potions. They have a quarter the effect, but take a tenth the volume. Ah, that made sense. With time and volume limited, she was making as many as possible to use up the small mountain of bottles that she had made with Hawk's help. As she finished, she loaded them into crates, then came out to carry them downstairs. "Let's watch the chaos from the stairwell," Ashbringer whispered, then ushered the two sculptors forward. "This should be fun." Karl set the rings in the display cases, while Remy placed the crates of potions behind the counter. "We have 100 commander rank rings with giant strength and skill damage buffs, 30 monarch ranked rings with mana storage, skill power, and mana regeneration, and 500 each of the lesser healing and recovery potions, both at monarch rank," he announced as everything was placed. Those potions were the mainstay of every adventuring group, the emergency assistance needed to prevail in a hard-fought battle. So, all the merchants assumed that Karl had gone so far as to clear out their guild bank storage to provide the items for them today. The lesser potions weren't expensive, 2 silver coins each, even at the monarch rank. But that was still 200 more gold, and a sense of satisfaction for the merchants who would get a whole box full of potion vials. The ingredients also all grew in Remy's swamp at a rapid rate, so she could do this every day and not run out of them. It would just keep the weeds down. There were still some arguments, but after a bit of back and forth, the deal was struck, and the items split between the 10 merchants in the shop who didn't back down from the threats of their peers. A few more were still present, but had decided it was best not to compete today, and let the others have the win. They could try again next trip. As they left, the gargoyles informed Karl that they were putting on a show of being sad and defeated so that anyone watching along the road would know that they weren't the ones who had gotten the valuable loot. It was a cunning plan. Leave, put on a show, but also let the spies who might be gathering intelligence to sell to pirate groups know that the others would have something good on board their ship this trip. That would keep them away from the ships of the unsuccessful merchants, who would still have an entire boatload of goods from other shops aboard to sell. As the last of the customers left, Davis went out and placed a "closed for restock" sign on the gate, but only closed one side, in case someone with a custom order or other request wanted to enter. "Who is the other overlord that I sense?" Ashbringer asked curiously. "Oh, my class is Beastmaster. I have a number of bonded magical beasts. One of them created a magical library area with an illusion domain spell. That's the other overlord. Then there is a monarch-ranked void badger around here somewhere, plus a divine thunder Cero and a bloodbath spider with the dungeon team. Plus Hawk, the Ghostfire Thunderbird, who is currently on the roof. There is one other non-beast member of the group upstairs in the library. Would you like to meet her?" Karl replied. The demonic smith smiled and nodded, then followed Karl up to the 3rd floor. Lotus was in the middle of the room, buried in puppies created by the butterfly's illusions. She didn't even look up until Ashbringer began to laugh. "A green dragon cleric. Oh, this will be a fun place. Hello, High Priestess." He greeted Lotus. "Hello, strange man with his head on fire. Would you like to have a seat? There are puppies." Ashbringer sat on a cushion, and a few of the fluffy creatures climbed onto his legs. His joy was immense, but he looked somewhat shocked. "So, this is what it's like. Real ones are terrified of me, because of the fire. It never got better, even now that I'm no longer a child who can't control his flames, and these pups are not afraid at all," he muttered. "Just avoid squishing them. Little Butterfly didn't put much magic in them, so they're very fragile," Lotus warned. Ashbringer nodded. "If you damage an illusion too much, it breaks." "I understand. But they feel so real, it's incredible. The power of a domain ability can't be underestimated." The others came upstairs while the new smith was playing with puppies, and Karl did the introductions, then remembered to remind Davis that they didn't need a smith anymore unless Ashbringer wanted an apprentice. As happy as he was, Karl couldn't see him turning down the job. "Is there anything else before I head home for the day?" "The shop is closed, and now that the ladies are back, I can close the gate on my way out," the fallen angel asked politely. Ashbringer brought out the sword he had made earlier. "Bring this to the auction on behalf of the Dark Light host. Standard registry for the next sale." Davis put the sword in his inventory and bowed. "Of course, Overlord. The auction is next week, the day before Matriarch's Day." Ashbringer nodded, and Karl frowned. "You know, I have no idea what day it is. I haven't seen a calendar in ages." Ashbringer shrugged, and brought one out. "Most nations use their own, which is a nightmare. I don't have a local calendar either, but I have a dragon calendar, which the priestesses should know." He had been marking off days, and Karl rapidly flipped through the pages when he realized what one they were on. "Every single one of us missed our birthdays," he realized. Tessa looked at the current date on the calendar and nodded. "You're right. We got so caught up in other stuff that we forgot. However, I'm not claiming that one, so it doesn't count." Loros giggled. "You know, you don't actually avoid getting older if you just pretend your birthday never happened. But it's a big one. I've just turned 20. Tessa explained, which made Ashbringer laugh. "I remember my 100th birthday. I didn't want to acknowledge it at all. I was still a young demon. How could I be more than a century old? Now, I only feel young when I am near the forge. But at least I still look the part," he joked. Lotus nodded. "That is true. You don't look any older than I am." Ashbringer frowned at the comment. "Aren't you like 12? Hey, I'm 19. I'm just short. With a baby face." The demon shrugged. "I'm bad with dragonkin ages. I thought that you were at least a few years younger than the cat demons." Karl smiled. "I should likely warn you, now that you're one of us. These forms are a transformation spell, not our actual appearance." Ashbringer looked intrigued, so both Karl and Dana changed forms, while Ophelia chose to remain as a werebear. The bear was her, and she was the bear. The human form had become secondary in her mind. When it was a permanent passive activation, what was the difference? Ashbringer nodded when he saw Dana's form, then looked confused as he sniffed at Karl. "You look mostly human, I think. But you don't smell like one." "Not at all. I have a special constitution. I don't know if that counts as a change of species, but my bones are void iron, and my blood is metallic," Karl explained. "That doesn't sound very human to me. But I don't have a name for the species either, so I guess you're just a Karl." Ashbringer was surprisingly casual about the revelation, but Loros was poking at Karl's arm, reminding him that he hadn't told any of the others. "Interesting. It's like a hybrid demon. No special name, just a unique existence. If I had to guess, I would say you're more elemental than human. Your whole presence feels like void iron." She agreed. "That's settled then. I'm a Karl. And I will be in mostly cat demon form." Then, Karl shifted back a half-second before Dana did the same and settled down on his crossed legs to occupy his lap before stealing a puppy. For the next 3 days, the shop remained closed, and all of the crafters worked on building a new stock for the store. A few times a day, locals would come to sit on the benches along the wall, letting the magic of the altar in the backyard heal them of whatever illness they had contracted. As the shop was closed, it would be rude for them to simply walk around the back of the house to find the source of the magic, but it was commonly known that if you were unwell and went to sit in the yard, you would be healed. On the second afternoon, Lotus went to the market square in the redwood sprawl and spent the afternoon as a healing tree, while Tessa cooked a free meal for the needy, and a group of city guards watched over them. The guards had learned that anywhere in the Dark Light host property was just as good for the healing effect. So, if they stepped inside the gate and out of sight during the lunch break of their shift, it would eliminate all the sore and stiff muscles that they had accumulated. Soon, the guard commanders would stop them from doing it while on duty. But for now, they could at least get a refreshing break while they were stationed at the gate. Lotus had even grown a wooden picnic bench for them to sit at, right in the corner by the gate, where their boss wouldn't be able to see them, but they would only be 2 steps from their station. Warriors at Monarch and Overlord rank could easily hop the wall, and the wards wouldn't keep them from leaving, even in the event of an emergency. Each day, Dana, Tessa, and Ophelia went to the dungeon with Ray and Thor, bringing back loot for the smithy. On the 4th morning, the ache in Dana's body had subsided enough that she was willing to try the altar again. She could feel the restrained pressure of having hit the bottleneck now, a different sensation than the feeling of being at the peak, which she had mistaken for it before. The Overlord rank mana from the altar flooded her body, pushing the royal rank energy out, the same as last time. But this time, when she began trying to integrate it with her body, she felt something change. A subtle shift that made it easier to integrate the energy, and the relief that came with not needing to reduce the density and quality nearly as much as she had to the first time. Her rank broke through to Monarch, and her mana capacity soared, refilled and refreshed by the healing magic emitted by the totem, even as she depleted its stored mana. Tessa pulled her into a hug, and Thor gave her an envious look. He still couldn't feel the bottleneck to the Overlord rank, but he was hoping to get ahead again and be the first of his siblings to advance. Well, the second. But Little Butterfly didn't count. The butterfly started at Overlord. The change had immensely improved the quality of life in the spaces, with the higher quality of mana even recharging Thor's pond. Previously, the holy stones were of too low quality to do more than just make the water comfortable. But now, they were actively glowing with holy power again, and the golden stones were beginning to turn to a pure white. Thor liked the color change, it contrasted well with his scales. Sister Remy was getting incredibly close to advancing, with her alchemy work improving her mana quality faster than even escorting the herd through the dungeon improved Thor's own power. It was possible that she might be the next one to advance, but Sister Ray hid her power as easily as she hid her body, so it might not be so easy. The only one he was sure about was Kara, who spent most of her days playing in the illusionary city. She was still growing larger, but her power wasn't growing as fast as the others. Karl wasn't too concerned. Soon enough, they would either hit the bottleneck or be forced to advance. Simply being on the Dragon Isles was increasing the mana density of his spaces at a rapid rate, and now that both Karl and the butterfly were overlords, the quality change was immense. A new space was beginning to form, but Karl was deliberately keeping it fairly small, as he could force the majority of the energy into the other spaces for now. Once they advanced, he would have to even them, but a tiny overlord space was still considered to be the superior state by the system. So, it was no mental strain to leave it the way that it was. He just hoped that everyone would progress smoothly. With their bloodlines changed so much, or being so unknown, it was impossible to tell. That day, the group was back much earlier than usual, and in a great mood. Dana's golems are very strong now, and her guardian got a new attack skill. Ray explained. Oh, that is wonderful. More monarchs definitely makes the fight easier. Ray piled the trash loot in the corner of the forge, where Ashbringer was working with Karl's guardian. The guardian was smelting all the common-grade magical items into blocks of metal alloy, while the demon was using his magic to make an ever-growing pile of identical blades from them. He made 3 styles: short sword, broadsword, and cutlass. Then, when he took a break, he brought them all up to the 2nd floor, where someone would upgrade them. Usually, it was Karl, but the alloy was only good to the royal rank, so upgrading them to the commander rank to sell in bulk to the trade caravans was a viable option as well. So far, they had nearly 200 such weapons made by Wendy, along with a huge pile of rings, bracelets, and wooden earrings. Loros worked mostly with the mana jade for Karl to upgrade, but her stock was running low, and the material wasn't always available in town, as it was imported. Karl's writing speed had immensely increased since he started doing runecrafting. Unfortunately, not in common writing. But he could scribe a runic power passage on both sides of a sword in under 15 seconds now. As the weapons were stopping 2 full ranks below him, he didn't even need to put effort in to complete them. But the shining silver mixed alloy with the glowing purple runes would quickly become a trademark of their shop. Especially with Ashbringer putting the Dark Light Host mismatched wing symbol, one demonic and one feathered, on the root of each blade. I think that we've got enough of the bulk merchandise. I am going to switch to higher grade alloys. The demon suddenly announced. All right. I am fine with that. Do you need me to send someone to get you more or? Karl asked. Ashbringer shook his head. The various alloys of the uncommon and rare items that were discarded are good enough for my work. But you should make a full set of accessories for everyone, including the staff. It would impress the customers. Karl looked at the Monarch rank mana jade and nodded. I can do that. It will only take a few minutes to tailor an existing themed set to everyone's skills. Is there anything in particular you would like? Ashbringer considered it for a few seconds. Skill, power, and strength should be good enough for most of them, but if you can add agility to the larger pieces, that would help my speed. Karl made an approving gesture, then looked at the items that had been created. There was a thick golden chain that the smith had made last night, and that would work out very well with a fire gem in it, inscribed with a skill. He wasn't a mage, but surely Karl could grant him an ability that he would be able to use. He had quite an affinity with the forge, so Karl decided to give him a Ghostfire Body spell. That would be perfect. That night, Karl stared at the pile of jewelry in his storage as everyone gathered for dinner. The kitchen staff set out the meals, then joined them at the table. That was Karl's cue to start his presentation. I have made a set of jewels for everyone on the team. I would say matching, but all they have in common is their materials. Starting at the end on my left, we have all 3 abbeys. For you, I opted not to make rings, as you would have to take them off to work anyhow. Instead, I made bracelets that you can tuck under your clothes, earrings, and an amulet. All of them have skill power, reduced energy cost, and stamina regeneration on them. He passed over the bags, then moved to Mick and Davis. For the front of the house, I made 2 rings, 2 bracelets, and an amulet. I know how Davis feels about earrings. The fallen angel laughed. He always kept his hair pulled back because he hated the feeling of anything touching his ears. Similar to the others, they have skill power and reduced energy cost, but they also have increased strength on them, which will help you both while moving goods at work and if you are attacked. You're both capable enough of defending yourselves. Then, Loros and Wendy, this set is identical to the set for the kitchen staff. I know that you like to work far too many hours a day, so the stamina regeneration in place of strength seemed like the best option. Now, Ashbringer, I have a different item for you, as your powers are at the point where a little more skill power won't make a huge difference in your work. So, I have made you similar rings, with this necklace. The fire elemental gem is inscribed with the Ghostfire Body skill. The big demon actually teared up a little as he took the bag and put the necklace on. His hair went from red to blue flames, and his eyes flickered to a striking azure, the color of tropical seas. Before Karl continued, he transferred the Recall skill to everyone in the room, then gave Teleport to Dana and Ray, who were the only ones that could use it. For the ladies, we have more practical items. Lotus, all of your items have lowered energy cost, increased healing, and increased agility with mana storage. I heard how you keep trying to catch the wild Nicomata in town and failing. Lotus giggled as she took the bag and winked at him. I will catch one soon. Ophelia, I have put skill damage, strength and life on hit on all of these items for you. And you have no idea how hard it was to get life on hit to work on a ring. The berserker chuckled and put on the items, which vanished under the fur of her warbear form. Apparently, the transformation hit equipped accessories, so they weren't damaged. Tessa, I thought about going with a layout similar to Lotus, but instead of increased healing, I went with increased skill power. Not as effective as a targeted buff, but more versatile, like the assistance of a red dragon cleric. Tessa equipped the white and red items proudly, while Dana waited impatiently. For Dana, I chose reduced energy cost, increased skill damage, increased skill power, and mana storage, but I made a special amulet. Karl passed it over, and Dana laughed as she realized that someone had carved her cat form in mage robes on the large, flat windstone. The necklace didn't have any skill buffs at all on it. But what it did have was an immense amount of mana storage and regeneration. Just hanging it around her neck made her skin tingle with the amount of incoming mana. With this item on, she could spam full power skills through an entire battle. The mood in the house was considerably improved that evening, and everyone went to the auditorium for Little Butterfly to put on a play for them. Kara and the Butterfly had been carefully picking out the next show options over the last few days. They had settled on a grand comedy, Beasts of the Dragon Isles, by High Priest Gregory Stormchaser. Ashbringer looked over at Karl as everyone arranged their cushions for the show. Is there a reason that we're watching an illusionary nature documentary? He whispered. It is 1,200 pages and fully illustrated. Plus, I think that guy got attacked by nearly every known species. I swear, he has the worst luck I've ever seen on a nature cleric. They only played the first 2 hours before everyone was ready to head to bed, but Karl could sense the Butterfly's satisfaction. That show was fun to put on. It still didn't talk at all, except through its illusions, and Karl couldn't sense clear thoughts from it. At least not in the conventional sense. It was almost like the Butterfly was always asleep, and the illusionary world was its dream reality. Much different from the other beasts, but Karl had realized that there was potential to the illusionary domain, spell beyond making a hidden city for them to relax in. He could use it to make solid illusionary tools, mock up dress plans for Ray, or even just create a mannequin for her to work with that was identical to the real person. But their peaceful days ended rapidly the next morning when Karl had the gargoyles open the gates and change the sign to open. Within minutes, a flood of merchants had descended upon the shop again, looking for anything that they could get. Today, they had a plan for them. Bulk sales of royal and monarch rank items other than weapons will be limited today, unless you have made prior arrangements. No more than 5 per customer. However, we have a large selection of commander rank jewelry available. Plus, we have a large assortment of potions, medicinal products, and the next auction will have a few of our ranking items available. Davis announced. Isn't that tomorrow? One of the merchant vessel captains asked. Indeed it is. You will know our pieces when you see them. Davis agreed. Now, who would like a selection of royal rank blades? All crafted by a grandmaster and artfully upgraded by a true rune master. Davis announced. Not particularly powerful, but good for city guards and mercenary guards. Once the store had sold out again, a new limited stock sign was put up. It indicated that they only had whatever leftover jewelry hadn't been chosen during the morning rush and what the team had made that morning. Things began to calm down in the shop, and Davis prepared to go home early. He would be off the next day, as Matriarch's Day was a city holiday, and most shops that weren't food or gift-related would not operate at all. Karl planned to open the shop for a while, but not stock more than the basics, just in case someone needed a last-minute "please get me out of the doghouse" gift. From what Karl understood, the day was mostly an exchange of chocolates from the women to their desired men, and then a date night where they would take the lead. Mick could watch the shop for the rest of the day, as most of the items were not high-ticket items, and Davis needed to drop off the latest Overlord rank creation by Karl and Ashbringer at the auction, which started early the next morning. Remy had reserved a few boxes of potions for regular sales, and the girls had put out a dozen wooden rings for both mage and warrior types, but that was about all that was left in the shop for the rest of the day. Those were going quickly to the steady stream of regular customers from the city, especially the potions. Everyone wanted to be at their best for the holiday, so an emergency healing potion as well as a recovery potion were a great insurance measure. Just having them with you could turn a minor disaster into a touching memory. Then, just before Karl was going to have the gargoyles close the gate, a middle-aged mage in the same uniform as the academy man who had custom-ordered wands entered the shop. "Good sir, might you know where to find the Dark Light Host Guild House?" he asked. "You're standing in it. What can we help you with?" Karl replied with a smile that must have shown too much tooth, as the man looked concerned, and he was some sort of partially skeletal monster species, not a demon as far as Karl could tell. Upon closer look, Karl realized that it was actually just a bone protrusion that covered half his face like a mask, with a horn at the top. He wasn't undead. "The governor of large city would like to invite you to the academy to give lessons on runecrafting. You see, we have it as a course, but nobody actually has the skill. So, what we can teach students is limited." the mage asked. Karl frowned. "My time is rather limited, and I have a lot to do here. Attending an academy hundreds of kilometers from home for an extended period of time simply isn't feasible." The mage sighed. "I was afraid that you would say that. I don't suppose that you would have a skill book to teach the art, would you?" Karl shook his head. "But I can make one for apprentice runesmithing. That's a primer to the art, and far more people can use it. However, it will take a significant amount of time to create." But Remy had other ideas as she appeared beside him. "Didn't your school year just end? Does that mean you're on a break? Why don't you send the teacher here, and we can teach them the skill, then they can teach others. Even if it's just introductory, it would be something. They would be able to at least make the items work," she offered. The mage considered that for a few seconds, his eyes flickering left and right as he paid attention to something else, possibly reading system messages. "All right. If you can provide introductory skills to our instructors, it would be appreciated. 2 juniors, one for armor and one for practical applications, will be here in just a moment," he explained. Karl shrugged. "All right. Can you explain the courses? If they're too similar, it would be the same subset skill. You see, the subset skill I taught my apprentices is runesmithing. That's not the same as a rune priest, a runic alchemist, or a runic architect." Remy did her best not to laugh as Karl started making up classes. Then she realized that if he mixed skills, he probably could make those different specialties with the runes, and the students would be somewhat limited by their initial path. Remy personally tended towards runic alchemist, as she was short on books to discover all the recipes she wanted, so she just imbued something close to what she actually wanted to create with runes, using Karl's runecrafter skill. Just as the beasts could share skills that Karl was compatible with, the opposite was also true. And once he learned the pack affinity skill, it became much easier to share skills from Karl back to herself. Karl just didn't know many skills and spells that didn't come from them. She should tell someone that Ray now knew how to teleport. That was probably important information for them to have. But she could remind them of that new function later. They were doing a thing now. "You know runic alchemy. I thought that you were just a rune maker," the man asked. "Technically, Remy here has mastered runic alchemy. I have no alchemical skills, I am purely a rune master. But she has become quite adept with alchemy, and creates the potions for our shop," Karl explained. Remy handed the man a potion, and he stared at it in confusion, then cast a spell on it to examine it more closely. Indeed, it does have clusters of empowered runes in the solution. That is incredible. What is the potion for? Reversing receding hairlines. Remy replied happily. The mage looked offended, then intrigued. Really? It can reverse receding hairlines. How powerful is it? He asked. Remy shrugged. Monarch rank. It's not fully tested, though. How much is this potion? He asked curiously. The materials cost 6 silver, so it sells for a gold coin. Remy explained. The man nodded and handed her a coin, then downed the potion. Slowly, hair grew on the top of his head, and all over the side of his face not covered by a bone plate, then down his arms. Wait, was that supposed to happen? I swear, it wasn't supposed to add hair in new places, but I don't have any hair to test it on. Remy mused. The mage looked confused, then understanding lit his eyes and he smiled. He took out a small mirror and began to examine himself, lowering his hood and opening his robes to show that he was almost completely furred. That is magnificent. My species starts out completely furry, except our masked bone. But as we age, we lose it until we're completely hairless. I look like a young bone bear again. Karl would have never guessed that the man's species was called bone bear, given the hairless state that he arrived in. Remy was pleased with her work, though. Just don't do anything unethical in dating groups. The mage was still admiring his fur in the mirror when a portal opened on the street, and a small group of mages entered the courtyard with cautious glances at the gargoyles. They had tried to travel straight into the yard, but the deterrent force of the gargoyle spell had forced them to relocate, and now all of the statues were glaring at them. The ones from the back of the house had even come to the front to see who the audacious intruders were. Once they were assured that these people were just rude enough to want to show up in the middle of someone's lawn, the gargoyles returned to their posts. That let the mages relax a little, but left them with profound questions about who had done the enchantments on this guild house and their level of paranoia. A dozen gargoyles for such a small property was overkill. Even the most contested of noble houses would either have 2 at the gate or 4 on the corners of the roof, so they could watch the whole perimeter. Department Head. Who are you? Where is Department Head Nalek? One of the new arrivals asked. I am Nalek, you idiot. Look at my name with your interface. The Naga Queen here produced a new hair regrowth formula so powerful that it works even for a bone bear. But that's not the important part. The Rune Master here is unwilling to travel, but was willing to take teachers as apprentices for the break so that he could teach them the basics of one of the runic arts. Nalek insisted. The 4 new arrivals took down their hoods, revealing long blonde hair and extended pointy ears that could only be elven or a similar face species. They didn't have the beauty that Karl associated with the elves, but it seemed rude to mention that, especially if they were actually another species that regularly got slandered as ugly elves. I am Moira, and this is my partner, Mash. That is Dala, and her guardian, Derek. What arts might you be able to teach? We were chosen because we don't yet have a trade skill. The self-appointed leader of the new arrivals asked. I can offer runesmithing, runic alchemy, or, if you're compatible, rune priest. Runic architecture is also an option, but more strongly attuned to dwarven construction. The 4 all gave identical disgusted looks, and Karl became quite certain they were at least part elf. Then, he realized that all his elven knowledge came from one trip to an elven village, and the children's stories of the Golden Dragon Nation, which had neither elves nor dwarves living there in the modern era. So, it might just be a regional issue. Moira and Dala nodded to each other, then Moira spoke again. I will choose runesmithing, while Dala will take runic alchemy. Karl nodded. And the other 2? Mash and Derek, was it? Dala frowned. They will do what we tell them to do. Ophelia smirked, and Tessa turned away to laugh. That was quite the relationship they had. Or perhaps they had all misunderstood, and it wasn't 4 teachers, but 2 and their assistants. The phrasing of the introduction sounded like they might be married. Mash smiled at Karl and shrugged. I have been Instructor Moira's research partner for over a century now. The same is true for Derek, though he is officially Lady Dala's guardian, appointed by her family. Dala sighed, and chose to elaborate. We teach in the Ladies' Academy. There are no male teachers in our faculty. Nalek is the department head in charge of runic studies, but he primarily works on the male side of the academy. Will that be an issue? Karl shook his head. Both of my existing apprentices are female, but I don't discriminate. If you're all here to learn, I will ensure that you learn. Now, I suppose that I should make an employment and non-compete contract. The 5 instructors immediately began to panic, and Nalek took out a stack of papers. Overlord, if you would not mind, we do have a standardized employment contract with us. It seemed that the cat demons had a reputation in the neighboring nations as well. Karl set the contract out on the table, and memories of doing paperwork at the mines came rushing back to him. He might not know many fancy things, but he was pretty good at reading legalese when it came to contracts. Karl read through the contract, and took out a pen to strike a few clauses that were blatantly in favor of the academy, including a seemingly unlimited requirement for him to make demonstration materials for their future students. He also struck out their attempt to claim a portion of his profits after he had taken them as employees. No way was he going to pay continual royalties in perpetuity to a couple of mages who would only work for him for a month or 2. Then he struck out the requirement that he teach them the full extent of his skills. That simply wasn't going to happen. Finally, as a cheeky little addendum, he added a clause that the mine had loved to put in employment clauses. Their personal non-compete clause. Should the contracted use knowledge, tools, or materials provided by the contractor to act against the contractor in the future, the contractor reserves the right to take any and all appropriate punitive or legal actions to nullify the threat to their operations or mitigate losses in profit. In practice, the mine operators used the clause to disappear troublemakers without legal repercussions. But Karl could use it to keep them from trying to set up rune-crafted item shops to compete with him, or to remove their heads to take back the knowledge. Ray added. Karl turned over the edited contract so that the mages could look it over. They looked moderately annoyed at the clauses he had removed, but not surprised. Eventually, Dala made a single stroke of her pen and held up the contract for Karl to inspect. She had removed or from between punitive and legal actions. That greatly changed the meaning of the phrase, but Karl smiled and nodded in agreement. The contract still didn't state what nation's laws the actions would be taken under, and he was certain that he could find one who approved of any definition he wanted to assign to the words legal action if there were issues in the future. The 4 teachers signed the document, then Karl put his signature on the pages, and the paper altered, removing the struck clauses, and adding his own in the same writing as the magical contract took effect. Nalek patted them on the shoulder, then turned to the door. I will open a portal to bring you back 2 days before classes start. Now, I will let you all get to work. Karl examined the mages, who were all monarchs. The academy really went all out this time. I will admit that you're a bit old to be proper apprentices, and you've already spent a lot of time researching your chosen subject. Or at least, I hope that you have. Karl began. Derek laughed quietly, and Dala glared at Karl. I honestly don't know how much they expect you to be able to teach me. Karl focused on Remy's alchemy, skill, and runecrafting, merging them to create a runic alchemy skill. Then he transferred the apprentice runic alchemy skill to the 2 half-elves. They were shocked into silence, so Karl took the opportunity to transfer apprentice runesmithing to the other 2. If everyone was shocked silent at once, he shouldn't have to repeat himself. Remind me again why I thought it was a good idea to agree to this. Karl whispered to Dana, who laughed at him. I have no idea. Maybe you thought they would send you cute young apprentices. Remy nodded in agreement. Cute apprentices are best. All right, now that you have the basic skills, we can get started on your training. Lady Remy will be teaching the runic alchemy introduction. Please let me know if you have issues with the system translation of her lessons, as she only speaks Serpent. I will take care of the runesmithing lessons for the day, as Overlord Ashbringer has created a wealth of blades for them to learn the basics on. The dungeon trash is good to royal rank, so not to the maximum of your powers. But we can ease you into that as you learn the principles. A huge portion of what Karl knew about enchanting weapons actually came from the Dwarven runecrafting book, and not the skill. So, while runesmithing would teach them the language, and how the skill worked, the intricacies of compound runes were not included. As researchers, they should understand some of that already. They would have seen it on relics. Ashbringer brought a whole bundle of weapons up to the second floor, and Karl created a floor-to-ceiling chalkboard with Earth Barrier. Alright, we will start with the 6 most common runic strings that are used, and then we will start on the lesson of compounding. Karl began. Moira sighed, and took out a piece of chalk. She wrote a set of runes on the board while Karl watched. See, I know all this. She insisted. You got the stroke order wrong here, here, and here. These 2 runes are missing a stroke, and this one is at the wrong angle. It means a powerful erection, not a powerful skill. Now, while that is a fun rune, it's not what we're hoping for in a weapon. Karl explained. Moira stared at him in shock, and Karl gestured to a blade. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and try. But if you mess it up, you have to help Ashbringer hammer the incorrect inscriptions back out of the blade. That too is part of the art of runesmithing. The proud instructor began the work, doing them exactly as she had written them on the board, while Mash watched over her shoulder. Moira smiled smugly as she inserted power into the runes, then gasped in horror as she realized there was an ever-growing bulge in the pants of the man beside her. Karl smirked as he began to speak. Wonderful. You now have a sharp-edged reproductive assistant toy. If you had gotten the runes a bit more correct, it would have a range longer than contact. Mash, if you could move back a step, the effect should fade. Now, are you ready to listen to me and to the knowledge of the language that the skill inserted into your brain? You should know how to do this correctly, just think about the skill. Mash came forward and paused for a moment with a look of intense concentration on his face. Then he wrote the basic runes on the board, very nearly correct. Close. Only a few errors here and here. Practice those on the board, and then we can move on to compounding them together with basic modifiers for distance, strength, and duration. Once you have mastered that, we will start on the effects of varying engraving depths on the outcome. Loros and Wendy tried their hardest not to laugh as they worked. They had known nothing coming in, so they didn't have to unlearn decades of bad habits and incorrect knowledge to understand what Karl was teaching them. Compared to that, these newbies were going to have a very hard time. Meanwhile, in the illusionary city, where Remy had taken her students to work, things were going much more smoothly. They weren't trying to unlearn bad habits, they were treating the art as new alchemy recipes that used runes as an ingredient. It had only taken Remy 1 demonstration potion for Dala to understand her skill, and now the alchemy teacher was fully engrossed in the lessons on adding runes to a simplified potion mixture to make functional replacements for missing ingredients. The advantage of the city was that there was no sun. It was always the same twilight, no matter the hour of the day. So, the students would never notice when night came, and she could simply work them until they dropped. If potions filled every bit of their brain, they should begin to learn at something resembling a reasonable pace. She just had to keep them from distractions. It was a brilliant plan. Well, almost brilliant, Remy realized once she started to get hungry. She would still have to take breaks to let them eat, and that would give them back their sense of time. While the teaching did slow down progress, Karl still had enough time to do some work before the end of the shift, and then everyone would be free to do as they liked the next day. Matriarch's Day was one of the biggest holidays in the city of Dryads, and everyone slept in, knowing that the shop would be closed for the day. The teachers from Loros Academy were the first to get motivated, and started right into working on what they had learned the day before, ensuring that it was memorized and that their previous wealth of slightly incorrect knowledge wasn't hindering their future progress. The next was Lotus, and once Lotus was up, everyone was up. Mostly because she went knocking on their doors to see who wanted to come with her to get chocolate. Dana had informed Karl that they had already chosen chocolate gifts for Matriarch's Day during their trips to the dungeon. But now that the day was upon them, the chocolates would be on sale, and the city was decorated for a festival. "Give us 10 minutes. Karl called when he heard Lotus coming to his door. "No, it's time to go," she complained. "We really aren't suitable for going outside right now. Let us shower and we will join you," Karl retorted, while Dana laughed quietly and turned on the shower in the ensuite. Once the shower was over, they both transformed back into bestial form, and Dana picked out a powder blue Hanfu dress that Ray had made, while Karl went for a black silk shirt, unbuttoned halfway down the chest the way that the casino guards had been. With white pants and pockets square to contrast with his fur, Karl thought that it looked quite stylish. Until Dana took one look at it and laughed. "I keep expecting you to use a sleazy pickup line on me when I see that outfit." She giggled. "Oh. Perhaps you would change your mind after a few drinks. You and me, back in my bedroom," Karl replied in a rumbling drawl that triggered every amorous instinct in Dana's transformed body. "That's cheating. No abusing species triggers. Plus, we're already in your bedroom, and Lotus is waiting for us to get dressed," Dana retorted. "You sound like you're already dressed." "I am waiting for you to stop flirting," Lotus shouted through the door. Karl left his outfit unchanged and stepped out to the main room. Lotus took one look at him and looped a large gold chain around his neck. Then another one before she nodded in satisfaction. "Now the look is complete." Tessa smirked when she saw Karl with Dana on his arm, but Ophelia gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up. Thor came out of his space in a fancy black and gold suit that Ray had tailored for him, complete with a gold-embroidered cape, which was a bit overkill for a city as warm as Dryads. But he did look very noble. They headed out into the street, and Lotus looked down at their feet. "Hey, why aren't you wearing shoes?" she asked. Karl shrugged. "They're not comfortable with these feet, but I have Eternal Lightning, active anyhow, so I'm not going to pick up a nail or anything." Karl smirked at Ashbringer, who was also not wearing shoes, as he had hooves. Well, he might have shoes, the horseshoe type, but Karl didn't see them, and it didn't sound like metal on cobblestone streets when he walked. The smith had Loros on one arm and Wendy on the other, while Mick was opposite Lotus on Ophelia's arms. The guards shook their heads in dismay as they saw the Darklight host leaving the house. That guild was a source of envy for the entire guard detachment. With powerful overlords, skilled crafters, rare skills, and all the beauties they could want. In fact, they had so many that the Warbear was claiming some, and she was one of the beauties herself. They might be demons, but everyone knew bears gave the best hugs. The coffee shop on the next block had hot chocolate and chocolate croissants on special for the holiday, so that was their first stop of the day. Each table had a list of the day's events on it, in case customers weren't aware. Noon addressed by the Lord. 12:30 Castle gates open for public tours. 1400 Fools Walk Debutante Parade. 1600 VIP garden party at Castle. 2100 Fireworks show begins. Karl gestured to the sheet. Are so many people invited that the VIP garden party is noteworthy? The server laughed. Most of us like to go to watch all the celebrities enter. One of her co-workers giggled. She means the guard captains in their formal best. Anyone overlord ranked and higher is invited with a +1. So, if you gentlemen would like to choose a date, you could attend and enjoy the castle life for a night. Karl shook his head. I believe that we have plans for the evening. but we will go watch the fireworks. Is there a best spot? Or just fly up and pick a good angle? The server looked at them curiously. Karl definitely did not have wings. But if the Overlord said he could fly, she would accept it as truth. Oh, should we have someone enter the parade? We've got young ones. Lotus suggested. The staff began to laugh. Priestess, you misunderstand. There are more women than men in the city. The debutante parade is for single young men to show off in an attempt to find a mate. I don't think that you have anyone qualified. Loros nodded happily. It sounds like it will be great eye candy. We should get some drinks and go watch after we tour past the castle. There will be a big party on the docks as well, with roast meat and rum. Karl had a summoned premonition of a drunk healing tree, then decided that maybe the docks were a great idea. We should at least listen to the Lord's address, as most of us haven't heard it before. The holiday is for his wife, so he has to have something touching to say. He suggested. See you on the way back, coffee lady. Lotus cheered as they got ready to leave. See you soon, priestess. Next time, you should try the peppermint hot chocolate with whipped cream. It's a holiday favorite. Karl's procession blended in well with the crowd today. Many guilds were out in large groups, shopping, dining, or gathering around the castle in preparation for the Lord's speech. They had 10 minutes until it was scheduled to start, but already many ranking city officials were gathered on a large balcony facing the main south gate to the castle. Why they had chosen to have the main gates facing the ocean, the most likely invasion point, was a mystery to Karl. But it did make things convenient, as there was a large square with a statue of the city's founder, a grizzled Orcish shaman whose name had long since been erased from the placard by time. Karl felt the flood of power as the Lord joined the others on the balcony, and he realized that he had greatly underestimated the true might of that demon when he was fighting above the city. Now that he was standing next to the totem-ranked governor and district officials, it was clear that the Lord was more than one rank above them. However, trying to gauge his power was a bit like staring at the sun, blinding to the point that details were impossible to discern from the lowly viewpoint of an overlord. The Lord cleared his throat and began his speech. Thank you all for gathering to celebrate the 407th anniversary of my wedding. It has been quite the eventful year, with the birth of triplets to my family and the resultant baby boom that has left the city's midwives scrambling. But it has also been a year of innovation, growth, and valiant battles. I recognize many faces here from the defense of the city against the Bomgan fleet, a battle that saw the least damage done by any full invasion in the last century. There were heroes made that day, and many managed to break through their limits and rise to a new rank. Unfortunately, not all has been positive. For the first time in 3 years, we had a guild war that spread to the city. I have been informed that the aftermath of the battle of the two hosts has already been repaired, but I do expect everyone in the city to be better behaved in the future. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. He paused, and Karl felt the Lord's eyes on him. Karl bowed slightly, and the Lord relented, then continued his speech. Our most glorious Dryad nation has celebrated 10% more weddings this year than last year, a noteworthy accomplishment not only in the capital, but throughout the entire land. Now, I will return to my blushing bride and let the city ministers speak. Karl got the feeling that it was an exceptionally short speech for the Lord. The governor looked shocked, then annoyed, as someone passed him a whole stack of prepared notes just as the Lord sat down to bounce a small black demon baby on his knee. The child was tiny, like a human newborn, despite the size of the parents. It was also winged, though its wings flapped feebly, not yet strong enough to take flight. Child-proofing a house had to be a whole other type of challenge when your toddler could fly. The crowd was doing their best not to laugh as the governor went through the Lord's heartfelt speech, while Madame Shin, the governor's wife, tried not to laugh at the saccharine sweet, gushing love expressed in the speech that was intended for someone else entirely. But that woman loved to see her husband squirm in his new armor, and she was enjoying all the praise as if he had intended to say that all to her. The governor switched speeches and began his own address, going over a number of things about the city, along with a few more sweet words for his wife and thanks for the new armor he was wearing. Most of the city already seemed to know that Karl had made it, as the crowd turned to look at his group when the mention of having received a newly commissioned armor set was made. Karl's sensitive ears picked up a lot of speculation about just what that would have cost, and then a few more were wondering if it was now possible to commission something similar at overlord rank, as Karl had advanced. The thought was ridiculous to them. Custom-ordered epic grade, overlord rank armor was worth more than most minor noble families' generational wealth. You either inherited it or you never got it. Simply buying a set was preposterous unless your family had a totem or many overlords. Vendors moved through the crowd selling sweets, and the ladies were openly feeding chocolates to their partners. Karl couldn't help but laugh when Ophelia started feeding chocolates to Lotus and Mick. It was the exact opposite of the other situations in the crowd, with physically larger, embarrassed demons reluctantly taking bites. Lotus had no shame about her love of sweets. She was even happily licking the chocolate off Ophelia's furred fingers, which made the demons around them blush and giggle. Mick was a bit more restrained, blushing furiously as Ophelia fed her chocolates. But they hadn't bought too many, as they had more plans and were off to the boardwalk to watch the debutante shows. If the flamboyant and festive air at the castle was anything to go by, then they were in for a treat. The demons were going all out for the event, and the streets looked like a fashion show. Making their way across the business district was no easy feat, so Karl led them south to the docks instead. There was a barbecue going, and his group could stop there and visit some of the sailors before he took the ladies to check out their fresh new demonic eye candy at the boardwalk. But as it turned out, they didn't need to go that far. The sailors had their own version, and all the young dockhands were in their very best, with skin oiled and scales polished as they strutted around the docks to whistles and cheers of appreciation from what Karl strongly suspected were the working girls of the sprawl. The ladies of Karl's group quickly joined in on the fun, buying up long strings of cheap glass beads to toss around the necks of the young men. There was plentiful rum flowing from kegs at every corner, and Karl led them to a corner where the same smoke pit as during the battle was set up. "Butcher, good to see you again. I'll take whatever you're serving for the whole guild group." Karl greeted the portly demon. "Oh, congratulations on making overlord. It's good to see you again, war champion. Are you sure you don't want to join them? You're still a young man." The demon joked. Karl laughed and tilted his head towards where a young man was being escorted into the back room of a shop by two young ladies in questionable outfits. "I think I would insult someone if I had to turn down the most festive of festivities." The butcher laughed. "Well, youngsters will be youngsters. You can go to the boardwalk if you like, but really, the ladies will likely have more fun here on the docks." That was definitely true. It was only a little afternoon, and already the demons were playing a drinking game where you flipped a full shot glass from your horn to your mouth without spilling it. In theory, whoever drank the most of the shot won and took another shot. There was also music playing, as whatever bards and musically talented demons the ships had on board had set up an impromptu jam session. That had the people dancing and generally going wild. Before long, Lotus had dragged Mick up on one of the pier pillars to sing with her, a drinking tune that seemed to be primarily the word shots that every sailor knew. The combination of rhythmic foot-thumping and trumpets made a steady beat as the crowd sang along and thousands of sailors drank from bottles of rum. Karl could see people closer to the boardwalk giving the crowd at the docks disgusted looks at the lewd lyrics, then confused stares as they realized that it was a green dragon priestess and a vampire in a Lolita dress with a parasol leading the chant. Something wasn't right with the sailors, they were certain. Many of the noble young ladies were tempted to come over and check out the scene, but the rowdy party was causing their parents to glare at them every time they turned in a vaguely southerly direction. The song changed, and the stomping changed to a new rhythm that was slower and somehow more sensual, but still accompanied by trumpets and a saxophone, which made for a very strange experience to Karl's foreign musical tastes. But soon enough, he found himself dancing with Dana in his arms, dragged into the crowd and drinking rum from the bottle as they laughed and spun in the crowd. They were pleasantly drunk and making new friends among the sailors when a rather horrified-looking official in a castle uniform made his way to the dock and caught Karl's attention. "Overlord Karl, do you think I could pull you away from your revelry for a few moments?" the demon asked. Karl nodded and moved to the edge of the crowd, where Dana was handed a kebab and a fresh bottle of rum. The official cleared his throat. "You have been formally invited, along with your +1, to the Lord's private garden party. Can we expect your attendance?" "How long do we have?" Karl asked, already feeling his constitution burning the alcohol from his system. "1 hour before the first guests begin to arrive, 2 hours before the party starts," the official explained, looking a bit embarrassed. He had likely intended to find Karl much earlier but hadn't expected him to be on the docks with his whole guild. "What is the dress code?" Karl asked. They were already dressed up pretty fancily, as it was a party day. "Your current attire will do. It's a semi-casual event, but most dress to impress," the official explained, hoping that Karl would understand the meaning behind his words. The Lord had invited him directly, which was a huge honor. But the demon was a bit worried that Karl was already drunk enough that he might not appreciate the nuance. Fortunately, Ray had them covered, and she had prepared extra fancy matching outfits in black and white silk to match the fur of their transformed bodies. Dana was certain that she was going to hate whatever idea Ray had come up with, but the flowing dress was beautiful black silk with white embroidery all over it, creating a vine pattern. It fit like a glove and highlighted the white and red jewelry with elbow-length sleeves. Karl was forced to change from his casino goon look into a white suit over a black base layer. He had minimal black embroidery on his suit, just a spiderweb pattern at the collar and cuffs. But she had made up for it with the spiderweb pattern woven into the tie. Karl briefly explained the situation to the others, then summoned the Lamia bodyguards to watch over the group and ensure that Lotus didn't get abducted by strangers with candy, before he led Dana off for some last-minute grooming. There was a beautician not far from the docks, and on their way to the castle gates. They had been partying for hours. A little perfume and a change of clothes might make them smell better, but their fur could use a little brush and polish before meeting new people. Fortunately, the staff at the salon understood immediately that they were going to a formal event, and not just looking for the sort of festive decorations that many of the partygoers were getting. By the time they were fully brushed with some sort of pleasant-smelling fur conditioner and redressed, it was time that the guests should have been arriving at the castle. Time to see how many of the local celebrity chasers knew who they were. There was a short line of VIP guests waiting to get into the castle for the garden party when Karl and Dana arrived. The staff wanted each of them to walk the red carpet as a couple so that the crowd had time to get a good look at them. That slowed progress, but the cheers of the crowd when they recognized someone were deafening. They were all turning on their titles and guild tags, so Karl did the same and quietly warned Dana to do the same if she could. Former Lord of Bunga City, Karl, Grand War Champion of the Dark Light Host, Dana, Battle Mage of the Dark Light Host. Having names and titles active would make it much easier to meet new people inside the party as well. Everyone there was an overlord or the guest of one, which meant that most of them operated businesses or owned large amounts of property. But not only that, some of the people in front of him were visiting nobles, city lords from other cities in Dryads, and even a few ship captains, going by their titles. Karl's turn came, and he looped his arm for Dana to take as they casually strolled down the red carpet. Dana was recognized by very few, as she had not been transformed for the battle at the docks, but many recognized Karl, and they were telling the others. Having the titles active gave them a good idea who Dana was, so the crowd just assumed that she was active on a different side of the battlefield than where they had been. As they got closer to the front, they reached the most devoted visitors, the ones who hadn't left after the speeches. "It's the Healing Trees Guard," someone called, and a massive roar of approval spread through the demons, drowning out the other noise in the crowd. The residents on the west side of the river weren't aware, but Lotus was a huge celebrity in the slums and the sprawl. In the Stone Chapel district near the Guild House, it was the shop that the Dark Light host was better known for. Karl reached the gates with Dana, and the guard bowed politely. There was a green manajade ring on his hand, and a smile on his face. But Karl noticed that the other guard had red and white manajade earrings hanging from her ears, and her shockingly white hair pulled back to show them off. Someone had gone all out to impress her, and she was very proud of the gift. "Thank you." "Enjoy your afternoon," Karl replied as they ushered him through the door. "Certainly, Overlord. The Lord will be looking for you soon, if it is possible for you to be somewhere visible," the female guard replied. Karl led Dana into the gardens, following the line of guards toward the open space on the north side of the grounds. Hundreds of overlords and totems were already gathered, and the aura of power was oppressive, nearing overwhelming. Now, he could understand why they made it an overlord rank event. With all the political posturing and business deals in progress, tensions were high under the smiles, and the demons were leaking power constantly. Karl noticed as a Naga man smirked and shifted to highlight his hip with his hand on a sword. For a split second, Karl thought that it might be an aggressive act, brazen as that might be. Then he recognized the blade. It was one of the 2 Overlord-ranked weapons that the Dark Light host had put up at auction, and must have sold this morning before the day's festivities started. Karl quickly checked the man's titles. "Looking quite fashionable, Prince Gabble. You seem to have had a great victory at this morning's auction." The poison effect on that blade turned out to be particularly potent, he greeted the Naga prince. "Oh, might you have been one of my competitors for this masterpiece?" Prince Gabble asked. Karl shook his head. "Quite the opposite. It was my guild that put it up for sale. It is most excellent to see that it has found a good home with a proud owner." That attracted a number of the other overlords. "Branch leader, I don't suppose your artisans will be putting other similar articles up for sale next month, will they?" one of the ladies, a lithe but athletic orc, asked excitedly. Karl shrugged. "I can't say for certain. Overlord-ranked items only get created when the artisan is feeling inspired. So, while it is likely that we will have items at the auction, I can't say what they will be." The orc nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. I work for a merchant group as head of security, and my boss is somewhat upset that he lost out on all the best items today." From the smug looks of the others, Karl suspected that was no accident. At the very least, they were not upset that her boss had been shut out of the prized treasures of the auction house. They were not given much time to speak before an immensely powerful aura approached, and the group spread to allow the Lord to approach Karl directly. The war champion of the Dark Light host. What a fascinating thing, to have been granted such a title and a legendary guild name by the system, the Lord declared, speaking slowly. Karl bowed to the Lord, while Dana dipped into a curtsy. "Indeed it is. Though many of the advantages were not apparent until I had a proper guild house. Truly, I have been blessed by the World Dragon," Karl agreed. The Lord frowned. "I see. So, you were truly granted this guild title by the gods?" Karl nodded. "The first time I fought a city defense, I was granted the status of war champion of the Dark Light host. That took everyone by surprise. It wasn't just someone who had found a workaround in the naming restrictions, he really was a member of the legendary guild. Please remain after the party, I will send for you. We have much to speak about, the Lord insisted, then he was off to chat with other guests. Having been directly addressed by the Lord made Karl and Dana immensely popular at the party, and within minutes they had met dozens of new people from all over the Dragon Isles. The locals seemed to have mostly retreated, as they could meet him again later. Nobody wanted to make some foreign prince or princess wait to meet the celebrity of the hour, and Karl's popularity also dragged the most obnoxious away from them. But the effect soon faded, as the Lord was still making his rounds, meeting new people who had done something noteworthy during the last year while he was distracted. Butlers wandered the gardens, and once the crowd had dispersed a little, a second group of well-wishers gathered around Karl. "Lord Karl, I don't believe that we have met. But midwife Musa informed us that you were the source of the fertility charm that has been so effective for the local nobility. We have to thank you." An Oni demon woman greeted Karl with a reverent look that put Dana on edge. "No need to thank me, I was paid quite well for my services. Congratulations on the upcoming arrivals to your family." Karl replied with a faint smile. The demoness smiled. "Yes, it will be good to have children around the house again. I'm afraid all of my others are long since grown and moved out. The downsides of excessive longevity." The man beside her chuckled. "It will be somewhat awkward at family gatherings for the next few years, I suspect. Our daughter-in-law and granddaughter are also customers of the midwife." Dana couldn't help but laugh a little at the thought, and the handsome demon smirked at her. "Yes, I am certain that it will only get worse once they are teens and getting closer to the triplet prince's choosing year. But that is still a few years in the future, and it's not the first time we've been through this in the last 100 years. The Lord and his wife are quite amorous, even after 4 centuries. That made most of the nearby demons laugh. Every 20 or 30 years, the Lord's wife would begin demanding more children, as she had gone too long without any in her home. Most men would suggest that she volunteer at an orphanage or other place that works with children. But the Lord has preferred to simply give her more of her own. During the 1st century, they had dozens. Then it began to slow down, and many had assumed that would be the end of things, but since then, it has become a reliable event for new royals to be born to every generation. The garden party began to wind down late into the evening, though many couples had left early to enjoy a romantic dinner together either in the castle or elsewhere. Dana had opted to eat on one of the patios overlooking the garden, where she could see so much of the crowd's social interaction. The dynamics between factions fascinated her, as many of them clearly despised each other, but none of them would dare to start trouble here. The Lord's butler came as they were finishing dessert, and waited to escort them inside for whatever meeting the Lord had required. Karl suspected that it had something to do with the Guild War, as Hawk had damaged the city's public property. But that seemed like a small matter, as restitution had been paid and the damage repaired the same day. They were led directly to the Lord's home wing, not to an office, which Karl hoped was a good sign. Nobody wanted to get blood on their carpets with kids in the house. It would end up everywhere. Before the butler could even introduce them, the Lord was motioning for them to take a seat across from him and his wife. "Welcome, Overlord Karl. And you must be the one known as the Dana Mage." He greeted them. Dana stared at him in confusion, while Karl laughed quietly to himself. "Is that not right? I listened in on the thoughts of the Thunderbird called Hawk, and that was how he referred to you. Never mind. Your name is Dana anyhow, so it's close enough." Karl laughed in Karl's mind as the Lord continued. "Shortly after you arrived in Dryads, I was made aware that you would be coming to my territory, and warned that you were exiled for becoming quite the troublemaker. But it appears that my old friend from the Dragon Church misunderstood your nature. Now, it would have been courteous if they had asked, or perhaps not dropped you in my capital city. But that is an issue between me and the totems of your home continent. I actually called you here today for a much more mundane matter. Namely, to inform you that I will not tolerate a disruption of trade agreements between Dryads and foreign powers. The guards did not stop you because there is no law about selling powerful magical items. However, there are agreements in place about exporting said items that the merchants have been conveniently overlooking. Now, a war over trade would be a significant drain on resources, so I am hoping that we can come to a peaceful agreement that doesn't involve shutting down the most lovely shop near the gates. You have been the talk of the city guard for weeks now, after all." Karl nodded in understanding. The merchants that have been coming once a week to buy out my entire stock. I can understand the concern. If you wish, I would be happy to put a purchase limit on everything, unless there is an approved domestic vendor token I can check. The Lord considered that for a moment. That sounds like a hassle. It is far too easy to forge, steal, or sell such a token. Instead, I propose that the city will bulk purchase everything royal rank and above that you wish to sell, apart from non-combat potions and items, which are not regulated as military goods. I will order them to give a fair market price for them, and in exchange, I expect to hear of no more problems from the Darklight Host Guild House. No loading ships up with magical rings and calling pirates to ambush them, no having overlord-ranked fire skills used to raise civilian residences to the ground, and if possible, prevent the guards from purchasing mind-altering drugs from the nature cleric while they are on duty. Karl chuckled at that last bit, and Dana looked horrified. The Lord's wife thumped him on the shoulder. We haven't heard that they were, but it's best to put it out there in advance. I am well aware of how the Green Dragon and her disciples are. Karl thought about any possible issues that might arise from this arrangement before asking questions. The Overlord-ranked masterpieces that we produce. Would you like them as well, or should they still be sent to the auction? And we currently have some apprentices from Lord Academy learning runic arts during the semester break. That doesn't violate any agreements, does it? He asked carefully. The Lord waved his hand. They're fine. Even if you teach them the basics of runesmithing, the Duke of Lard won't let them mass-produce weapons. It's part of our arrangement. But the Overlord-ranked weapons are a unique challenge, I do admit. While they're not a strategic national treasure like a totem-ranked staff or blade would be, they're still very high on the danger scale. Both of the items that sold at the auction today are going to other islands, well away from us. But the only way to ensure a fair market value is to auction them. So, I am willing to compromise. If I do not want the item making it to the open market, I will purchase it from the auction house before it reaches the auction block. No need to get your own hands dirty. However, that does lead me to an important question. Will you be producing large quantities of Overlord-ranked items? Karl shook his head. 1 or 2 a month was the plan. So that our master craftsman doesn't feel that the employment agreement is a financial loss to him when he was planning to go inland and set up his own shop. The apprentices can turn out enough ascended and commander rank items to keep the shop running at a profit. Well, for now. Not having inventory of the same standard at the shop for sale will put a significant damper on business. That made the Lady of Dryads laugh. A single commander rank ring would pay an average shop's employees for the month. The Lord looked contemplative. I see how that could be an issue. Custom orders, not more than 2 sets of accessories or 1 set of weapons and armor per customer per month, would be acceptable to the kingdom. Even if they are Overlord ranked, it is fine. Karl nodded in acceptance. That would be a bit of a pain, but they could work with it. It wasn't like he could win a fight with the Lord of Dryads or otherwise force him to change his mind. Wonderful. I will have the butler draw up the agreement. The Lord decided. While the men seemed content to wait, the Lady of Dryads had different ideas. As you are here, would you be averse to doing a small favor for me? You see, I could use a few little upgrades made to the nursery. She asked, knowing that Karl was a room master. Not at all. What did you have in mind? Karl asked. Young demons grow best in an extremely high mana environment. I am told that your items are capable of storing mana and self-recharging. Would it be possible to put that sort of enchantment on a nursery? She asked. Turn a nursery into a training room, with dense mana condensing on every surface. I would think it should be possible. Even if it's not everything you might have hoped, I should be able to raise the mana level to 2 or 3 times what it is in the rest of the city. Karl cautiously agreed. Oh, that would be wonderful. You know, mana is essential to the childhood development of demons, but it's so hard to find a nanny who has the rare skills and the gentle touch to maximize their potential. Without that early start, it can take centuries to catch up. The lady dragged Karl out by his hands, leaving Dana facing the Lord of Dryads. The unintentional pressure of his aura had sobered her up instantly after they entered, but unlike Karl, who Dana was certain was missing whatever portion of his brain was responsible for determining threat levels, she was keenly aware of how dangerous this demon was. But the Lord was smiling, and ordered another tray brought out. Fruit juice and finger sandwiches. They will take some time. My wife doesn't stop until she gets what she wants. Now, I'm sure that you have a fun background story as well. How did you end up leaving your home continent with a dragon-cursed man like that? Dana was confused by the phrase. Dragon-cursed. The Lord smiled at her. It's a phrase we use for other species who have a bit too much favor of the old gods. They tend to die of stupidity at a very young age, and if my aura sight isn't lying, you should both be coming up on your 17th birthdays, yet you are a monarch-ranked human. That sort of thing doesn't happen accidentally. More likely, it happened by proximity to him. Dana smirked at him. You know, Karl is a human as well. Or at least I'm reasonably sure he was at one point. The Dryad Lord shrugged. I never knew him then, but I can say for certain that he isn't now. At this point, I would wager that both the Naga Queen and the Void Badger have a stronger genetic relationship with humanity. With those words, Kara came out to sit on Dana's lap. If they were talking about her, she was certainly allowed to have juice. She gestured with her nose, and Dana poured her a small glass. The Lord cocked his head to the side with a curious look. That Void Badger has wings. Kara extended them as she finished her drink, and Dana nodded. Yes, she is a winged Void Badger. Is there another kind here? Lord Dryad nodded. Yes. In fact, the wingless kind is much more common. I've never personally seen a Void Badger with wings. Even without them, they're already a menace to society. Tell me, does this one have void shift as part of her skills to escape confinement? Dana shook her head, while Kara looked intrigued. She hadn't known that was an option. Why didn't she get that option? Karl was slacking. No, her specialties are disintegration and nullification. Dana explained. The Lord looked shocked. Anti-magic. That is just insidious. Kara nodded happily, and the old demon smiled. It seems that she is well aware of the fact. Once she reaches Overlord rank, she would most likely be able to shut down entire armies and naval fleets with a thought. Overlord rank nullification would leave them dead in the water. Perhaps I need to find one for my darling wife. She hates it when the boys play pranks on her, and this one appears to be quite well socialized. Kara gave Dana a warning look, daring her to say otherwise. Yes, definitely well socialized. You should see how gently she cuddles our nature priestess. Kara nodded. The Dana mage knew what answers to give. Karl looked around the nursery, which was decorated all in pastel blues and grays, and examined the current layout to determine how and where he was going to place the roomwork that the Lady of Dryad wanted. Watching over his shoulder, with her aura completely restrained, the Lady of Dryad gave off the image of the perfect, gentle, and sweet wife, but Karl knew that she was a mythic rank or higher ancient demon. Still, the way that she could hide her aura made her feel completely motherly. Or perhaps it was the other way around. Perhaps she could hide her aura because she was already motherly. She clearly loved being one. How often does this room get renovated? I could paint the runes on, or I could carve them. The answer depends on how much you value aesthetics and how often you paint the walls. Painting over the runes either way could cause them to deactivate. Though that's much less likely to happen with carved runes. Karl explained. The lady frowned. I like to change it twice a year. But some parts of the room tend to remain the same. The ceiling is rarely touched, and those crown moldings are relics from before my time. Please don't damage those. If they were from before her time, that meant they were over 400 years old. She had been married longer than that, and presumably this castle had been their home since then. Karl would have to look into the history of Dryad more deeply than Little Butterflies plays. Or get Remy some books on it. She would read through them all soon enough. Karl nodded. Why don't I make you a custom item instead? It will take a bit of time, but it will be much more likely to survive a renovation and last until the boy's foundation is established. The lady shook her head. The nobles watch too closely at our every move. If you're seen coming and going again after the party, or we receive a gift from you that they don't know about, they will question every milestone the boys make, and my babies will never have any peace. Karl nodded in understanding. Then he got a great idea. Do you have a painting easel? He asked. The lady looked confused, but led Karl to another room. It was filled with inks, papers, and assorted artistic supplies. This will do wonderfully, Karl explained, then took a bit of monarch-ranked silk from Ray's space and cut it to size for one of the blank canvas. He tested the size, then lay it on the table and picked up an ink brush. The actual runes for the spell were not complex. Just defining the space to increase mana absorption in, and increasing the mana density, with a modification to specify it should gather the mana externally and not need to be refilled. First, he wrote the runes for the effect in 4 spots around what would be the edges of the painting, then turned the silk sheet over and wrote the rune for good fortune and love in a fanciful calligraphic style that wouldn't activate as a spell. Ray's silk would take monarch ranked effects without any issues, and possibly more. But monarch rank was more than enough for this, as he wasn't trying to drown them in mana, just increase the level in the room enough that they would grow to their peak. What does that large rune on the front mean? The lady asked as Karl began to empower the ones around the edge. It means lucky in love. I figured that with as strong as your relationship is, you would want the same for your boys. Karl explained. Oh, a secondary effect. Karl shook his head. Technically no. But if they're powerful, they've got a good shot at love anyhow. I can add it to a token or something if you'd like, but luck is a fickle thing. Lady Dryads shook her head. No, I think that will make a wonderful cover for your magical painting. Nobody will question why I would want a luck and love item for their room, and the maids are unlikely to notice that the mana density in that one room is higher than the rest of the house. The auras of multiple children will muddle the feeling. Karl finished the work and then mounted the silk, hiding the actual active runes. Unless someone stole the painting and dismounted it, they would never know that there was more to it. Presuming that they couldn't see the magic of the runes anyhow. Some demons were sure to have the ability. The lady smoothed back her long black hair and nodded in satisfaction. Then she went to the far side of the room and got a picture frame for that particular size of painting. Mounted in a gold frame, the black ink on white silk looked immensely classy, worthy of an exhibition piece, if you were the sort to enjoy calligraphy. Which she was, and so the painting was whisked away the moment that it was securely mounted. She put it above the lone window in the room, up out of reach of childish hands or close scrutiny. As soon as it was placed, the mana in the room began to increase. It only took a few seconds to change, but when it was finished, the mana in the nursery where the boys were sleeping was definitely higher, and he could feel not only their bodies but his own absorbing more mana than usual. It was like a passive mana regeneration buff, but it was also refilling the mana in his beast spaces, which were close to reaching their limits until the beasts broke through to Overlord. Karl could feel Hawk's quiet determination to take back his spot as the first on the team to advance to Overlord, and decided that he would have to make something like this for the guild house as well. Even if it only worked on beasts and demons, who could naturally advance, that was still half the residents of the house. Karl returned to the main room, where he found that Dana and the city lord were sipping juice and eating sandwiches, while discussing the details of wind magic theory. They had moved past their initial awkwardness, and once they realized that they both shared a passion for magic, they had become completely engrossed. So, Karl and the Lady of Dryads did not disturb them, and the lady decided to take him to another room for an additional surprise. You have extensive knowledge of runes, is that correct? Can you create a ward that will tell me who keeps breaking in to ruin my surprises? This is where I keep my presents for future events, and someone keeps letting the knowledge reach my husband. She whispered. Are you certain that he isn't just reading the minds of the servants to find out in advance? Karl asked. No, I tested that. I deliberately let a few of them know, then had an enchantment placed on them to see if they were contacting my husband. It's not my closest confidants. So he has to be finding out some other way. She insisted. She would notice if he was reading her mind, given her rank. But after 400 years, he might just know her so well that he could guess her next move every time. That said, it was not hard to create a ward. Karl took out a copper coin and pressed it flat with his fingers. Then he rolled the edges smooth and stuck a claw through it to make a hole for hanging the ward. The simple room for detecting presence was added, and intentionally left at the awakened rank, with the bronze runes closely matching the copper of the coin. Then he took out a piece of metal from a damaged giant's ring that Hawk had tossed aside as hopeless, and rolled it into a ball. With the magic faded, the soft metal was easy to work, and the metal in Karl's veins was harder than the ring. This one, he brought all the way up to commander rank, and engraved it to turn red and buzz when it detected a magical effect on the target area. All right. We have 2 steps to this one. The first is the alarm. It's not loud, but if your hearing is good, you'll be able to detect it from the sitting room. It's at commander rank, so anyone who uses a spell to search the room will find it. The copper disc is the actual detection charm, and when you activate it, the disc will tell you the next person to enter this room. Once it is used, you will have to recharge it again, just a trickle of power will do. Karl explained. Lady Dryads clapped happily as she activated the spell and placed it in an unused drawer. That will do perfectly. Nobody will suspect that I added 2 new layers to the defenses of the gift room. Now, I suppose that we should likely go rescue your friend. My husband has been studying the more obscure arcane arts for nearly 5 centuries now, and once you get him started, he will never stop. Karl smiled, more concerned that he would somehow get roped into their conversation. Dana knew that he could make spell books or transfer skills, so if they were really into their conversation, it was bound to be revealed that he could demonstrate the intricacies of many of the spells she was describing. And sure enough, when they got back, the Lord of Dryads had an expectant look on his face. I am told that you have a wide area strategic level attack spell known as Annihilation. Or Apocalypse or something. What sort of bribe would it take to get you to teach me that spell? It's so rare that I come across a spell that I don't know. I am skilled with a water element version of your duplicating tornadoes, so that's not entirely new. But such a rare combined spell is like nothing I have ever encountered, apart from a few divine beasts' innate skills. Technically, it was a racial skill of Remy, but there was no harm in trying. All right. Open your mind and let me show you. Karl agreed. Packmaster Karl offers knowledge, skill, Apocalypse, will be transferred to the disobedient brat Nicholas. The Lord of Dryads stared at the system message for nearly a minute, trying to determine what it was insinuating. Then, he recalled a day during his youth. His first trip into a system relic, when he had grabbed both prize options at the same time and refused to let go until the instance punished him and kicked him out. Why he recalled it now, over 6 centuries later, when the memory was long buried, had to be related to the system, and he knew that the current message was as well. Fine, he would always be a disobedient brat in the minds of the gods. But there were 2 wands, and he had 2 hands. Even now, he fought with 2 magical weapons. It had become his signature style. The Lord of Dryads sat silent as he contemplated all the ways that the spell could be used, altered, and upgraded. Then he briefly pondered the implications of an attack spell with a range that was absolutely enormous at his current rank. As Dana had said, if you used a spell like this with Portal, it was a mutually assured destruction tactic, and one that he hoped none of the other leaders ever thought up on their own. Whoever had come up with this tactic was an insidious genius, but the Lord was glad that they hadn't publicized the idea. So, until someone actually used it, Apocalypse Portal would be a secret weapon. Now, Dana had meant Meteor Storm when she was describing the effect, but he had forgotten the name, and Karl just happened to know a spell by the one he mentioned. So, it all worked out in the end, but in a much grander fashion than anyone had intended. The Lord was so pleased with the new knowledge that it never even occurred to him to question how Karl had transferred the knowledge. That seemed to end their meeting with the Lord, as the man was already beginning to sketch magical circles and notes in a small book before his wife even called for the butler to escort Karl and Dana back to the garden party. Few would notice that they had disappeared for so long, as there were many other important people to meet, and going off to a private meeting room wasn't uncommon when there were business deals to finalize. Soon, it was becoming dark, and a quiet announcement was made by the serving staff that the fireworks would start soon. Everyone, the fireworks are going to start soon. Get yourself into a good position with a clear view of the castle. The staff say they're launched from the tower. Karl warned. You're not coming. Lotus replied. We're still at the garden party. I don't think that we can make it to you in time. The staff began to bring out reclined chairs for the guests to lay on and look up at the fireworks without straining their necks. They were immediately popular with the younger couples, and some of the older ones, who chose to share a seat for the show. Karl did the same, pulling Dana back so that she was lying halfway on top of him and looking up at the night sky, which was rapidly fading to black as the city of Dryads turned off all unnecessary lights for the evening. That would make it a pain for some to get back home tonight, but they would certainly get the best view of the fireworks. The Lord went all out on the show as well. The first set of explosions lit the air exactly on the hour, as promised, and Karl noticed that while there were conventional fireworks in the mix, about half of the show was actually magical lights, creating a backdrop for the setting. The reason for that was actually quite obvious. The explosions of the fireworks could be felt from the ground, and the sound was part of the whole experience. The magical lights didn't have that, so casting them in time with the actual fireworks didn't detract from the overall experience. The show went on for half an hour, and then the sky went dark and silent as the magical lamps that lined the streets of Dryads came back on, marking the end of the festivities. Karl led Dana out of the castle and out into the city streets, which were filled with revelers and drunks. Karl was briefly concerned about the ladies, then realized that Thor was with them. If something had happened, he would have already known. So, Karl was not surprised when he arrived back at the house to the smell of popcorn and caramel. The kitchen staff was mixing up a batch of snack mix for the night. Popcorn, caramel, and peanuts, all mixed in a huge bowl. What do we have as a show tonight? Karl asked as he paused at the base of the staircase. I don't know yet. Little Butterfly won't tell Thor, but there are actors on the stage, waiting for us. Karl followed Dana up the stairs, playfully batting at her tail, and then walked down the ramp that had been added outside the tower window by the butterfly, making it easier to get to the city below without wings. When Karl got down to their chosen seat for the night, a pile of cushions with a large blue blanket, he looked down at the stage and frowned in confusion. He knew all these people. They were the group that had accompanied him on the first outing he had taken from the academy. But there was no way that the butterfly could know about that. He hadn't thought about it in ages, and the butterfly certainly hadn't been there. Nor did it have any time element skills that Karl was aware of. But there was one possibility. It might not be that the butterfly wouldn't tell Thor about the play, but that Thor and the butterfly had been working together to prepare this one, and Thor was making excuses not to tell the others. It didn't take Dana long to recognize them as well. She couldn't help but laugh at how young and nervous they all looked. They had all been somewhat terrified on their first trip out of the academy. A floating cart delivered the vats of caramel peanut popcorn to every group's seating area, arrayed in a semicircle, so they could all still talk to each other if they wished. "Do you know what we're going to watch?" Tessa asked once she noticed that Thor was doing a terrible job of hiding his excitement. At that point, the kitchen staff entered with their own popcorn mix, and the actors began to move. Welcome to the first episode in our new series of plays. Here begins the saga of Thor the Honorable and his good friend Karl. "Hey!" Thor called to the stage, only to have an image of a much smaller Thor appear and stick out its tongue at him. Oh, this should be fun. Lord Thor was so adorable when he was little. Is this his first group outing? Did you have a cute little sword then? Or did you stay in Sero form? Loros asked. Lotus giggled. Sero is his natural form. He only learned a humanoid transformation much later, when he was already at monarch rank. Karl had forgotten how excited and adorable Thor was when he was little. The play started with them getting off the train, and Thor was crashing through the underbrush, running back and forth between Karl and somewhere in the distance. At the time, he was only a bit taller than a large dog, not even chest high on Karl, who looked exceedingly young to the gathered viewers. Oh, Dana is there too. So cute. Dana leaned over to whisper to Karl. I swear that we didn't look that young when we arrived at the academy. Karl shrugged. Let's call it creative liberty. But they did a pretty good job on Thor. I wonder if they will have Ray in the show. Indeed, they did. The show ran through their entire journey in the course of 3 hours, ending with the epic battle against the Drakes, which brought thunderous applause from the watchers. Thank you for watching us through to the end. Soon, we will have a second episode ready for your viewing pleasure. The image of young Karl declared, then the stage went dark. Karl got up and showered the next morning, then went to the front yard to watch the sun come up. But just as he was about to sit on the porch swing, he noticed that there was someone in the blanket on it. He knew this person, Karl was certain of it. It was the little girl from the trash weapons wholesaler by the dungeon. Karl picked the tiny lizard folk girl up and carried her inside, shushing the curious Mick, who was setting up for the day in the front room. He put her in a bed on the second floor and left her asleep. When she woke up, someone could ask her what brought her to the Darklight Host Guild house in the middle of the night. They hadn't come back until after the fireworks, and there was no way that he would have missed her presence in the dark, when Soul Sight was so much more active. Moira and Dala, the 2 female teachers from the Lard Capital Academy, were waiting outside the room when Karl had finished tucking her in. A friend of yours? Moira asked. Karl shook his head. She's a shop attendant at a wholesaler by the dungeon. I'm not sure what she's doing here at such an early hour, but she didn't appear to be injured when I brought her in. Well, I suppose that's a given, as there is a healing totem effect on the yard, and she had likely been there for hours. But we can find out what she needed when she's awake. The teachers nodded, and Dala looked around the room. Is Miss Remy awake? I would like to get started on the alchemy lessons early today. Karl mentally searched for her, and found her in the illusionary space. She's already in her lab. You can go meet her there now. I will meet Moira and Mash back right here after breakfast. We will start the day with theory, and then there are some changes to how we will be doing business that I need to go over with everyone. But Davis isn't here yet, and we're nearly out of stock anyhow. Davis came in only minutes later, as Karl was getting settled in at the table to eat. You're early, Karl noted. Mother is being insufferable this morning. The holiday got her all worked up about grandchildren, and now she's pushing me to get married. She even set up a date for me with the daughter of her friend last night. A seraphim, if you can believe it. I can't imagine how she thought that was going to end well. The appraiser muttered. Well, if your mothers can be friends, I don't see why it can't work. 3 suggested, gesturing with the spatula she was using to stir eggs. My mother isn't a fallen angel, my father is. My mother is a fox demon, Davis explained. Lotus looked up from her food. What's the problem? Have you seen our tabards with the black and white wings? Maybe you'll get a cute kid with one of each color. All of the demons stopped to stare at her. What? Did I say something strange? It would be adorable. Davis smiled at the oblivious cleric. There are larger issues than aesthetics. You see, our species are literally eternal enemies. We have been at war since time started, and even now, it's only a ceasefire between Seraphim and the Dark Angels. Even touching each other causes our magic to react, preparing us for battle. In extreme cases, it can even cause physical pain. Lotus frowned. Well, that's just sucky. What fun is a girlfriend with big, fluffy wings you can't even bury your face in when you hug her? Davis laughed softly. Oh, that doesn't stop them. You see, the Seraphim are all warped in the mind. Even if the contact is physically painful, they like it. They actually enjoy causing and enduring pain. That's just creepy. Mick set down her suspiciously red juice and smirked at him. Oh. I hear that it's a pretty common thing among demons. Davis actually blushed when she said that, and the vampire doubled down on the teasing of her workplace mentor. Or is that the problem? Maybe you like it a bit too much. Or you like watching it. Davis thumped her on the head, and the vampire's teasing turned to full-blown laughter. I get it, no more teasing about your love life. Everyone knows that the Seraphim are weird. But you still have to deal with them when they come in. They like stealthily blessing themselves so that it burns vampires when they shake hands. Soft footsteps alerted them all that their guest was awake, and seconds later, a very embarrassed young gecko-type lizard girl came down to the shop. I'm so sorry, I fell asleep on your porch. I came for some healing, and there was a blanket just sitting there. She mumbled. Oh, are you all right now? We can have the cleric look you over, Karl suggested. The girl smiled at him. I'm good now, thank you. But I have a thing. I forgot the word. She paused a moment, rummaging through a small bag at her side. Then she pulled out a piece of paper with very rough handwriting on it. Shapasi Sasusta. Help Air Wholesale Weapons and Armor. For years working, then the rest was just pictures of how she counted the price of items, exchanging them one by one for coins. Oh, a job application. Did something happen to your shop? I thought the area by the dungeon survived the attack. Karl asked. Mara nodded. It did. Dad lost at gambling yesterday, and now I don't know where he went. But I heard that your guild house only has 2 people in the shop, and I have experience. I can count to 8, and I never forget an item price. Karl pretended to consider it, then smiled. Well, do you mind doing a different job for us? Caretaker Joe needs an assistant, there is only one of her. Mara nodded her head happily. I can do that. But I want a handprint paper. A contract. We can sign a work contract. Come sit at the table and I will write one up. Karl agreed. Mara took a seat, and one put a plate of pancakes in front of her. The girl froze and stared at the food, drooling at the smell. They're for you. Eat breakfast, you've got lots of work to do today. Karl wrote the contract while Mara grabbed a pancake and stuffed it in her mouth as if afraid someone would steal it. Then promptly began to choke. Tessa took the rest of the pancake away and thumped her on the back, then gave Mara a glass of water while she cut the pancake into bite-sized bits. Eat slowly, work doesn't start for another hour. Tessa chided her, then put a bit of syrup on the diced pile of pancake. Karl finished writing, and Tessa took the short contract to show their new hire. All right, here are the terms Karl offers. A room at the guild house, with 3 meals a day plus snacks. 3 silver coins a week in wages, and a new uniform. Mara looked shocked. Did you really mean to say silver coins every week, not copper? Tessa nodded. It's right here. 3 silver coins a week. That's what new apprentice cleaners get in most of the city. To Mara, that was huge. A silver coin at a time was as much as her dad gave her, and he wouldn't even pay that every month if he had been drinking. I will take it. I can't wait to have a uniform. Will it be cute? Caretaker Joe chuckled quietly. Naturally, it would be a simple black dress with a white apron like hers, but the lizard girl would be cute in anything. Now that everyone was gathered, plus one new addition, Karl began to explain the situation to the rest of the guild. All right, I will start with the core of the issue, then we can find solutions. The Lord of Dryad has decided that letting us bulk sell Royal and Monarch ranked items with combat buffs is encouraging merchants to violate trade agreements and weapons embargoes. So, he is going to buy all the ones that we want to sell directly. The Overlord ranked items we don't sell in bulk, and he has agreed to allow them to continue going to auction. We can keep selling Commander rank items, non-combat items, and potions. We can also do custom orders, 1 per customer per month. That didn't violate the agreements. So, the question is, what are we going to make? Karl paused to let everyone mull over this new information. They had been making combat enhancements for so long that they hadn't even considered doing something else unless the demand dropped. But the advanced combat enchantments were the entire reason that 2 of the teachers from Lard Capital Academy were here. If they stopped making them entirely, it would stunt their growth in the field of runic weaponry. Davis, ever the professional store manager, frowned. So, you're thinking of changing the lineup of items in the shop completely? Karl shook his head. The case with weapons will have to change. But we can keep the accessories case the same if we change the enchantments to be non-combat buffs. Then we put up a sign that we take custom orders and refer them to the castle for purchase of the rest. Davis nodded. At least there is a guard station right outside. They'll be able to tell customers where to find the rest of the items, but this is quite the hit to our business. Who demanded this? Karl sighed. The Lord himself. I wasn't really in a position to tell him to pound sand. That made the fallen angel smile. But I would have paid good money to see you try. All right, we can work with this. We will inform them that the combat items have been made part of the strategic reserve and will be at the auction or available through the castle storerooms. Then we can fill the shelves with day-to-day sort of magical items to show off the workers' creativity. But what about the apprentice works? Karl shrugged. He said that commander rank and under is no big deal. We can sell what we like at that power level. But the first thing that I am going to do is upgrade the workshop a bit for higher mana density. It might allow Loros to break through soon, and it will make items easier to enchant for everyone. That got everyone's attention, but nobody followed as Karl headed to the workshop. They were all busy planning their next projects, now that there had been a change in the way that they had to do business. The Runic Alchemy team, made up of Dala, Derek, and Remy, had it easy. They would just keep making whatever seemed interesting for the day, as potions weren't a combat item unless it was a poison or explosive. Ashbringer also wasn't concerned. He didn't really care about selling the items he made, he just enjoyed making them. Even if they sat in a box at the edge of the workshop for a year, it wouldn't bother him. The income from selling 2 Overlord rank blades this month was enough for him to buy materials for his personal projects and keep working the forge through the rest of the year. Plus, this workspace came with the protection of the gargoyles, so nobody would dare to interrupt him or make demands on his time the way that they would be doing in a smaller personal workshop. Karl only took a moment to inscribe the runes on the inside of the wall above the door, and nodded in satisfaction as he felt the mana gathering in the workshop. That should be more than enough for their needs, and then he would do the same on the second floor, so that the workspace there had plenty of mana available for runecrafting. He didn't want to put it over the whole house, though. At least not on the first floor, where people would notice it more easily. This was a present for his guild members and their guests. Well, Karl said his guild members, but he wasn't actually a guild leader. In fact, it was unclear if the Dark Light host did, or even could, have a leader. He was a war champion, and nominally in charge of this branch, as he had a branch administrator authority in his list of guild titles. But he was not a guild leader. They were still discussing the possibilities when Karl came back inside to add runes to the second floor. This time, the runes were set to encompass the whole second and third floor of the house, so that even while asleep, the members would benefit from the extra energy gains. Karl returned to the kitchen and grabbed a freshly baked croissant while he waited for the others to finish discussing the day's plan. Eventually, Davis finished taking notes and nodded. "We have a plan for the next week. Instead of combat items, we intend to have you teach the others the sort of compound runes that will lead to increased skill aptitude. Compared to pure combat power, I believe that everyone here agrees that not only is that knowledge more valuable, but it will also be highly profitable. We won't put the higher-ranked items on sale until we have cleared it with the castle's personnel. But everyone does want to know the answers." He explained on behalf of the group. "All right. And that will let us sell items made by Loros as well. Even ascended rank crafting accessories will be valuable within the community. Every bit counts." Remy was furiously making notes and throwing them in her space for Karl, as she had many ideas on this topic, but hadn't expected it to come up so soon, so she hadn't prepared. "Thanks, Remy. I will work these into the lesson plans. You know, once I have actually made one." Remy laughed, knowing that Karl had no actual plan, and likely wouldn't even when he was teaching the lesson. Everyone spread out for their daily plans, with most of the team headed for the dungeon, while the crafting apprentices all gathered on the second floor or Remy's lab in the illusionary library city. "All right, let's start with the most obvious runes for crafters. These are the base." Karl trailed off as the sound of explosions from outside caught everyone's attention. Hawk flew out of his space to see what was going on, and found that they were facing a type of threat that he had never expected to see before. "There are huge flying fishes. They smell so good." Hawk immediately reported. "I'm going to need more detail than that, buddy. How are fish making that level of explosion?" Karl asked, realizing that Hawk had gotten distracted by the possibility of a new food source. Then an Overlord-ranked whale appeared in Hawk's space, nearly 100 meters long, and showing signs of hundreds of magical attacks on its body. Well, that looked like something that could cause some damage. There are flying whales outside. I don't know what they're attacking or why, but it sounds serious. Moira sighed as she realized her training would be interrupted. But Karl motioned for her to sit. "All the crafters can stay here. Take these notes from Lady Remy and go over them. There are 50 pages of compound runes to help you with successful creation there. First, make a copy for everyone, and then practice what you learned. I will be back later for a practical demonstration." Karl stepped out of the house and looked out to sea, where thousands of whales like the one that Hawk was currently bombarding were approaching the city. They were attacking ships, demons, and anything else that got in their way. At the moment, why was less important than the fact that they were almost certainly going to reach the city. The guard was scrambling, headed for the walls. But Dryads didn't have a wall on the ocean side, and the fleet was already in shambles. Perhaps they were counting on one of the city's powerhouses to prevent the approach into the city. Ray appeared beside Karl in spider form, then began to sprout large opalescent wings that glowed with runes. "That's new. Sister Butterfly helped me. Aren't they pretty? The runes mean flying." Karl sent a mental nudge to the butterfly, and a pair of massive white feathered wings appeared on his back. They were solid illusions, but the runes were real and effective. If Karl had thought of this in advance, he could have made himself a flying item ages ago. Learning to use the wings, on the other hand, was not easy. He had a general idea and some magical assistance, but he was slow and awkward as he tried to gain altitude to engage the incoming whales with ranged skills. First day with your wings. A guard laughed as he flew past. As a matter of fact, yes. They're a skill, and I'm not good at it. Then Karl realized that there was a skill to help him. One of Kara's basic racial abilities was rapid flight, which was supposed to make her an agile flyer, regardless of size. Karl activated the skill, and a hint of knowledge entered his mind, helping him use his wings properly. So, he shared it with Ray, who was already doing much better than he was. Even before she gave up on actually flying to the battle and just used Shadow Step to get below one of the whales for a brutal attack. It was a day of new experiences for Ray. Never before had she managed to obtain fish sauce for her snacks, and now they were treating her to an entire sushi feast. The city would probably want a lot of this, as the guards were out here fighting in full force, but they hadn't called on the militia. However, 1 or 2 shouldn't be a big problem. What would be an issue was getting some of the blood from that totem ranked 1 that the district leaders were fighting. Maybe if she just teleported over there with a bucket. Hawk was much more devoted to the battle aspect of the situation, as the whales all used water magic barriers, and the blasts of the water jets that they shot out every few seconds were colliding with the barriers the city guard had erected. That was the noise they had heard, and with so many of the flying whales in range now, the blasts would be shaking the southwest side of the city. Whatever strategy the guards had come up with to deal with this massive pod of flying ocean beasts appeared to be working. Dozens had been culled by the soldiers, their bodies mostly now floating in the ocean below, and the whole group was turning south, headed along the coast instead of inland past the city. Karl idly thought that city maintenance costs had to be absolutely insane with the frequency of attacks that he had seen since his arrival, and the loss of ships that they had suffered today. But behind him, the citizens appeared to be in the mood to celebrate as a totem-ranked whale was dropped, and the pod completed its turn away from shore. Ray discreetly cut a massive portion of the whale's corpse away as she finished draining the blood she wanted, and then returned to her space. If they couldn't prove she was at the corpse, they were unable to prove that she stole their favorite snacks. And this definitely seemed like a favorite snack. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Hawk, who had been assisting the guard in their focused efforts to take down more of the Monarch-ranked targets, was overjoyed with his sister's thoughtfulness. A bit of extra nutrition might be all it took him to break through to Overlord. Thor had a very different approach to advancing. He had gained a profound understanding of holy magic when his circle of protection advanced to consecrated ground. So, instead of relying upon luck to obtain a stronger resource, Thor intended to push the quality of his magic until he broke through or hit a bottleneck. In the worst-case scenario, he would just be the first to ask Karl for a forced evolution. Thor's idea gave Kara a great idea. If she made it to Overlord, and then forced an evolution to a form 1 rank higher, wouldn't she be an instant totem? She would win everything all at once. You know that getting that far ahead would be problematic for everyone. I am just entering Overlord rank, we can't have someone shooting ahead to totem rank right away. Not only that, but there are material costs to evolution, and I don't know what they are yet. We might have to go hunt for treasures. Karl reminded her. That sounded pretty good to Kara. There were bound to be new things to see and test now that she was on a new continent. She still wanted to be a totem, though. She never did get to boop the totem dragon. While the beasts were contemplating their next advancement, a massive recovery effort was being launched to bring the slain whales to land. Demons with water and gravity magic were working together to pull corpses in. But Ray had a better method. She simply grabbed a dozen of the Monarch-ranked beasts into her space, and then directly dumped them on the dock, shocking the workers who had gathered in preparation for the work of cleaning and portioning such a massive amount of meat. Karl landed along the shore near the dockmaster's warehouse where they had set up the grill during the last attack, and looked for someone with answers. "Does this happen often?" he asked, with a gesture towards the shore. The dockworker laughed. "Thankfully, no. Most of the time we lose at least one or two overlords and dozens of monarchs whose bodies can't be recovered. This time we got off easily, and they didn't try to bombard the city before leaving. Normally, the sky whales get super aggressive during mating season, so anything that happens to be nearby, whether it's a city or an unfortunate merchant caravan, gets pummeled into submission. This pod was much smaller than the one we encountered last year. The Lord had to intervene himself to chase them off when they showed up with a mythic rank bull." One of the other workers gestured to the whales Ray had dumped on shore. "These are in great shape this year too. We're going to have meat to export for months, even after the warehouses are filled. We're unfortunately short on cold storage in the city, as demons don't really specialize in ice element magic, even the ones that can use water magic." Karl nodded in understanding. "I have a spatial element treasure that will allow meat to be stored for some time without spoiling. If you don't mind, I would like to collect some of the bodies. The Lord, or whoever is in charge, can get them back from me when it's time to sell them." The dockworker winked at him. "Do you honestly think anyone is keeping count? If you dive and grab one of the bodies that sunk, you can likely keep it for yourself, unless it's a totem. Those ones they will care about." That was good enough for Hawk, and he coated himself in a wind barrier to keep his flames dry as he plummeted down from the sky to scour the bottom for bodies he knew would be down there. Even one or two more of these massive beasts would be more than enough to make an entire seafood department in his space. Fortunately for him, there were more than one or two at the bottom, where they would be nearly impossible for the demons to recover before other sea monsters got to them. So, Hawk grabbed them all and set the first few overlord rank ones to the side, then paused as he grabbed another one in his claws, checking it for unwanted passengers. He wasn't making that mistake again. That's when he noticed it. An egg within the belly of the creature. He had almost been hoodwinked by the insidious oval orbs of infancy again. Instead of falling for that trick again, he double-checked the corpse for more eggs, and then moved on with the lone egg in his claws. It felt like powerful magic, and he didn't want to leave it behind. The monarch-rank bodies at the bottom of the ocean were quickly gathered, as Hawk already knew where they should be, and he deposited them on the dock next to Sister Ray's offerings. "How did they get them back here so fast?" one of the workers grumbled. He was still in the middle of a smoke break, not expecting an 800-ton beast to be hauled to shore so fast. Honestly, even for Hawk and Ray's space, this had been pushing it. There didn't appear to be a weight limit, but the spaces were not unlimited in size, and even a few of these behemoths nearly filled them. That posed an interesting question in Karl's mind. If he obtained such a massive beast, would the space expand to be more comfortable for it? Or would its growth be stunted by its environment? If you kept fish in a small bowl, they never grew as large as ones in the wild or in a pond. Hawk examined the trio of overlord-ranked bodies in his space, then made an important realization. I didn't need to go down there. Remy is a water creature, and she can swim. Remy laughed at her brother. True, but I'm all the way over here. Though as slow as you are in the water, I might have made it down to the bodies faster. Annoyed, Hawk tossed the enormous egg he was carrying at her, and Remy deftly caught it in all four arms. This is a fascinating egg. Is it one of theirs? It smells tasty and magical, she asked. Hawk circled overhead and examined it. It's magic, but not alive. I don't know what it is. Karl also examined it with soul sight and found that it was not an egg at all. It was egg-shaped, but not an egg. Karl felt a powerful person appear behind him and found that the 6 district overseers, the totem-ranked leaders under the city governor, had arrived. Did you find that in one of the corpses? One of the demons asked. Karl shook his head. It was on the seafloor when my beast went down to recover bodies. I'm not sure what it is, though. That, my young friend, is a heart of the ocean, an extremely rare water element treasure. The guard's eyes held a faint longing look as he stared at the heart of the ocean in Remy's arms. They say that if a water element beast, monster, or demon can absorb the powers of the heart in its entirety, they will undergo an evolution, surpassing the limits of their species. This one is one of the weaker ones, I believe. The hearts are usually a mythical treasure that kings use to help their offspring advance. I remember 300 years ago, the Lord got one for his oldest son, who was born with the water attribute. The boy wasn't even 20 at the time, and the mythical great heart took him straight from monarch rank to totem. The whole city watched the show. If you happen to get to the castle library or one of the larger bookstores, there are a number of volumes written about the spectacle it made, the guard explained. Fortunately for Remy, the demon speaking was not of the water element, and he was already a totem. Though, perhaps he had some hope that it would let one of the other district overseers advance to mythic rank. That would certainly lead them to a huge promotion within the nation, and perhaps even a major city to rule over. Absorb the power in its entirety. I think that I can do that, Remy announced. The totem smiled at her, and the one who had been speaking patted her on the head. You are an ambitious one, little Naga queen. But Naga are water monsters just as much as the flying whales are. Perhaps you really could absorb it on your own without the Lord and hundreds of special potions. Remy nodded happily as she cradled the large stone in all four arms and tilted her head as if considering simply eating the thing. But she didn't want to do that in front of so many people, in case the attempt didn't work and she had to spit it back out. That would just be embarrassing. Instead, she returned to her altar and wrapped herself around the small statue of the shaman god. The divine shaman statue should be good luck, and the heart of the ocean was an elemental treasure, perfectly suited for a shaman of the water element. She added power to the statue for luck, and then carefully cleaned the heart of the ocean, before wrapping her mouth around it and swallowing the half-meter egg-shaped stone whole. It moved slowly past her throat and chest cavity, then stopped at the first chamber of her long stomach, which made Remy giggle at the appearance. She looked like a pregnant human from the waist up. Not a pregnant Naga, their eggs grew in a row further down the body, but the heart of the ocean made a distinct round bump under her rib cage. A food baby. Karl giggled as Remy moaned in pleasure at the flow of power. The heart of the ocean was flooding her body with water element magic, and she could feel the very cells of her body beginning to change. Then knowledge began to flood her mind. The stone wasn't just a repository of water magic, Remy discovered. It was an inheritance of sorts, from a higher-level sea monster. Legendary skill learned, 1,000-year flood, legendary water element skill. Creates a massive flood, 1 million liters per user rank over the course of 1 minute, expanding in any or all directions. This water may remain after the skill is deactivated. Karl saw the information appear in his mind as Remy learned the new skill. That was absolutely insane. It would be like a dam had opened its floodgates all around Remy when she activated the skill. But more terrifying, it was actual water. It would remain after the skill ended, unless Remy willed it to vanish. Like the mightiest of raging rivers, huge areas could be flooded with that much additional water volume. But on its own, it was neither an attack nor defensive skill. What would you call it, then? An environmental skill. A terrain advantage buff. However, the heart of the ocean's power was still rising, along with Remy's aura. Skill learned, Naga Swamp, Epic Grade Area Effect. Creates a swamp 10 meters in radius per rank around the caster. The air and water are toxic to enemies, dealing constant poison damage, but beneficial to allies, increasing skill damage and reducing mana costs. Skill upgraded, Naga Swamp 2, increased damage to enemies. Increased benefits to allies. Remy was actually glowing with power now, radiating blue light that was fascinating the little butterfly. It had been carefully memorizing everything that it could observe from around Karl, in case it would make a good show later, but this was a new experience that it had no understanding of. From what it could understand, the Naga Queen was undergoing an evolution of some sort, as well as breaking through to the Overlord rank. Remy's vision was blocked by the intense blue light emanating from her body, but after a few minutes she felt it begin to fade as the heart of the ocean was shrinking inside her. Its power was used up, and its legacy was imparted, leaving only the shell to be absorbed as nutrients by Remy's body. Soon, even that was finished, and Remy looked down at herself in shock. "I shrunk." Ray nodded in agreement. "Yes, you did. You're cute, though. I like the new color scheme." Her underside, including the humanoid upper body bits, the front of her hood, and her serpentine head, had faded to cream white, with a rich brown back, and bronze diamond patterns on her scales. She was exquisitely smooth, the scales supple as Ray's silk, but when Remy dragged a claw down one, she found that they were surprisingly durable. So, she checked her own status with the system interface. Name, Remy. Status, bonded partner of Beastmaster Packmaster Karl. Species, Naga Shaman Queen. Constitution, epic grade. Rank, Overlord. Once Remy had finished admiring her scales, she transformed back into spirit snake form, to see if they had changed to match. Much to her shock, her spirit snake form had undergone an even more massive change than her Naga body had. Gone was the small snake, with its dull blue scales. In its place was a massive sea serpent, easily 50 meters long, with scales that seemed to shimmer like ocean waves in the sunlight. Effortlessly, she glided through her space, leaving the ground behind her to swim through the air. Remy is cheating. No flying without wings. Ray complained. It seemed so simple to Remy now, though. Swimming was swimming, and with even a bit of moisture in the air, it was no problem to swim through it. If it was raining, she might even be fast. Hawk was unsure how to react. On one hand, it was good to have another flying sister. On the other, she was an openly, completely, absolutely, magnificently, irredeemably evil water creature. What sort of sister could get a skill like 1,000-year flood if she was not evil? He was proud of her. In this world where strength was the primary measure of how much respect you could earn from others, the ones who would do anything to get ahead were the ones who got the strongest. If his sister was willing to embrace evil magic and let it reshape her body for an instant upgrade to such a powerful Overlord-ranked being, she was on the right path. Hawk's body was already on the brink of advancing to Overlord rank. He could feel the change in his mana quality beginning, but it would take days or perhaps weeks for him to finish the process. That would give Remy a solid head start on the rest of them, unless one of the others advanced before Hawk could finish his own advancement process. The totem stared at Karl with curious expressions. "Something about you changed. I don't know what it is, but it feels like there is more depth to your power than there was before. Did your partner advance?" The actual advancement shouldn't have given away anything, as the spaces were very well hidden, but Karl did gain some benefits from the beasts, so his own power level and strength would change when the beasts grew more powerful, and it seemed that Remy's advancement had been significant. So Karl smiled at them. The heart of the ocean caused an evolution. She gained an epic grade constitution, and a powerful new water skill. The district guardian smiled. "Perhaps we have our next comrade on the way. She certainly must have the potential to become a totem now, with a fresh start at Overlord rank. Who knows, given the power of the heart of the ocean, she might even make mythic rank eventually." Remy felt that she should have the potential for even more than that. The transformation had made her an Overlord rank juvenile. Like the butterfly who had just transformed at Overlord, or Kara who was a juvenile at Royal rank and would make Overlord without any real effort, 2 ranks shouldn't be beyond her species now. Though her species still said the same thing, just with an epic grade constitution. Whatever that meant. Remy decided to come back out and show off, which made all the totems pause to stare in wonder. That was fast. Such an incredible level of compatibility. Plus a return to youth. That's an excellent sign. Tell me, Miss Remy, do you still have the Naga Queen Spirit Snake transformation? That is the true sign of a queen's potential, the chatty totem asked. My snake form indicates my potential, Remy asked. The demon nodded. I'm not the foremost expert on the small details, but the more impressive the spirit snake, the more powerful the Naga Queen will become. It's said that the Queen of Skothan has a 1,000-meter-long spirit snake. But she's an immortal old monster from the times before the dragon owls were civilized, and nobody knows her origins, so she might be part dragon. Remy transformed and lazily glided around the dock area, attracting rapt attention from the city's dragonkin and other lovers of scales. She stopped overhead, and the totem smiled, his teeth shining white against blood-red skin. The spirit snake form is young as well, but certainly not a simple snake. You have a bright future ahead of you, Miss Remy. If you run into any trouble, you can find me at the castle. My name is Domsk, and I am the district overseer for the Stone Chapel district, where your guild house is. Remy changed back to Naga Queen form, and fell to the ground with a thump, as she misjudged where she would appear. Thank you. The city of Dryads has been very good to us so far. Overseer Domsk had no idea just how true that was. Ray had gathered literal tons of totem rank meat for them, Hawk had multiple overlord rank whale bodies. Remy had evolved with a treasure that Hawk feared might have been an egg trying to trick him into activating a new sister, and they had an actual home of their own, with people working for them, and respect from nearly everyone. The city of Dryads had been far better to them than an exile location had any right to be. One of the other overseers turned to Karl. The beasts are bonded to you, correct? Does that mean that the Hawk and Spider will be advancing soon as well? Oh, and is that Sarah one of yours, or part of the Dragon Church? Karl smiled. They're with me. I believe that the Bloodbath Spider will be advancing very soon, but the Holy Thunder Sarah is struggling a bit. He might be bloodline limited, but I have a treasure that I was saving until he reached a bottleneck he had issues with. The totem nodded. That was the right way to do it. Let the young grow under their own power, and then give them help only after they had done their best. If you didn't make them work for it, you ended up with spoiled brats, and there were far too many of them in the city already. Ray agreed, she would advance soon, and if this totem rank flying whale blood didn't let her fly, someone was getting stabbed. Of course, she didn't want to use too much of that. She wanted powerful blood, but she had managed to get a drop of ichor from the undead lord, and a few drops of the lord's blood during the last battle when they nearly fell and were wasted on the sprawl. She also had an assortment of overlord rank demon blood. Getting the mix right, with so many types and secondary elements among the demons, took her hours of sampling, but eventually, she was happy with her advancement bath and began to carefully scrub and preen herself in preparation. She had only used 1/10 of the totem-ranked flying whale's blood, so she had lots left for next time, and far more blood at 2 ranks above herself than she had ever used before. Her normal base was of the rank that she was hoping to advance to, and it had always smoothly pushed her through the bottleneck without issues. Ray was hoping that she might get lucky this time, and gain an extra cool ability from the blood samples, the way that she had gotten earth magic from the hill giants. Hawk was naturally skeptical. What if Sister Ray ended up with water magic as well, using so much powerful water beast blood? The meat was fine, it sizzled so nicely when he roasted it, with a deep and rich flavor from the well-marbled fat. But Ray took on aspects of her advancement's bath blood. Thor was doing his best to absorb energy as they waited. He was the only one who wasn't at the peak of monarch rank yet, stuck just a short way from the bottleneck and seemingly unable to push himself over that last little barrier to reach the actual bottleneck. If he could get there, he would advance, he was certain. But he was going to need some sort of treasure or assistance, and even the upgraded holy stones and the improved energy in his space weren't enough to push him any further. Karl suspected that Thor might just need time. They had all been advancing so fast, and without an overwhelmingly powerful evolution like Hawk had undergone, it was simply unreasonable to think that even a Holy Thunder-evolved Cero could grow so fast. The whales were all up on the shore now. At least the ones that the demons thought they could recover. If they had sunk to the ocean floor before anyone got a rope around them, it was a lost cause trying to get them moved. None of them knew that the vast majority of those bodies had been snatched up by Hawk, and there were only the weakest or most damaged left down below for marine life to gorge themselves on. After an event like this, the fishing in the bay would be incredible for the next few months, with entire schools of sea fish coming closer to shore to feast upon the fallen whales. A single whale fall was a major event for water element sea monsters when it was at such a high rank. But when it happened in only a few hundred meters of water, within a kilometer of shore, it was paradise for the fishermen as well. More and more people were coming to the docks, either to purchase materials or to work, so Karl bid farewell to the district overseers and brought everyone back to the guild house. The ladies were still in the dungeon with Thor, as they no longer needed a second beast companion to assist now that Dana had reached monarch rank and could have her golems plus her epic guard help out. How much they knew about current events was unknown, but Karl was hoping that he could surprise them with an Overlord Remy by the time that they got back. That might be difficult, though. They had to cross a large portion of the city to get back to the house, and someone was likely to spill the news about Ray and Hawk being at the Flying Whale event. A flying ray was a daytime nightmare for many people, and they wouldn't forget that any time soon. Ray was overjoyed that being Ray was still so impressive. But right now, she was more focused on getting her advancement bath ready. She had just finished her preparations and began her soaking procedure when the others returned to the guild house, all eager to see Remy. Especially Lotus. They said that she's a blue ocean spirit snake now. A huge one. I have to see it, the little cleric demanded with her hands on her hips. Remy giggled, then appeared in the yard in spirit snake form and waited for Lotus to notice her. The nature cleric sensed the presence behind her, and then saw Remy's enormous eye looking in the door. A form this large really was inconvenient, but Remy was happy to take Lotus for a ride. Lotus nimbly climbed up the spirit snake's head and sat down, then realized that Remy was very slippery, and didn't have protrusions to hold on to. But that could be fixed with a vine growth spell, and now she had a crude harness to hold on to. They slowly floated over the wall, and Remy waved to the people on the ground in the outer Frostfire Gate suburbs as they passed by. The demons below them laughed as they saw what most mistook as a dragonkin child riding a giant spirit snake like a mount. They had to be pretty close friends for the powerful beast to allow itself to be ridden, but it looked like a lot of fun to the wingless demons, who had never experienced flight on their own. The guards waved to them as Remy dipped below the wall to go through the gate, though she simply flew over the short line of people coming into the city for butcher work or to buy flying whale meat. That was wonderful. Thank you, Remy. Then Remy changed back, and Lotus found out that she had all new scales, and she looked much younger again. A fellow small person, at least for a rank or two. The kitchen staff was making a celebratory dinner for everyone, and Ray's advancement was well underway, with over a third of the blood in her bath already absorbed as her power surged. This time, there were noticeable changes to her body, not just a small change in size or coloration. Her fuzz was vanishing, scrubbed away in the bath, revealing hard armored chitin plates over most of her body, with deep black leathery flesh at the joints. Her legs gleamed with a metallic luster under their coating of blood, and her formerly black eyes glowed a malevolent red. She was growing as well, though not to an extreme extent. Her body was getting slightly longer, more elongated and less bulbous. It was only when the bath water was gone and Ray had finished polishing herself that Karl realized she wasn't actually wet from the bath. Her carapace was slightly translucent at the surface, and appeared to be dripping with blood at all times, though it was smooth and dry on the surface and the bloody effect was underneath. New skills gained: racial skill, blood destruction, blood elemental magic. Rapidly increases or decreases the temperature of target's bodily fluids. Once the temperature change is complete, the target explodes, dealing 50 fan tram target rank X caster base damage to everything within a 10 radius. Demonic Oppression, passive skill. Targets with a bloodline potential lower than the blood destruction demonic spider suffer from oppression, reducing speed and damage by 30 fan tram within a user rank X 10 radius. Evolution completed, blood destruction demonic spider. Remy pulled Lotus back into the house as she felt Ray's process completing, and waited for Karl to inform everyone. That was not what happened, as Ray had too strong of a sense for the dramatic to allow that. Instead, she appeared incorporeal in Night Haunter form and let the lingering effect that her new passive skill had on allies alert everyone to her presence. Only when they were starting to look around for the sense of danger did Ray appear in the middle of the shop. Screams rang through the room, and Ray giggled, a haunting rumble that seemed to echo through the room from some distant space. Then she changed back to her humanoid form and did a spin. I did it. Not just an overlord, but a new kind of overlord. She explained. Karl cleared his throat. Everyone, meet Ray Bloodbath, our guild's newest overlord, and now a blood destruction demonic spider. 2 advancements in one day. That is incredible. Loros gasped as she examined Ray's humanoid form to see if there were differences. It was a transformation spell, not a natural transformation, so it hadn't changed. But examining her spider form was just a bit too terrifying for most of the demons. So, now there are 2 combat forces at Overlord. Well, 3 if we count Karl. Wendy asked with an excited note in her voice. Karl nodded. That's right. The others shouldn't be too far behind. If we give it a few more weeks or a month, I think that everyone should be able to make an advancement. At the back of the room, Loros sighed, and Karl smiled at her. Even you. You're not far from becoming a commander now with all the crafting work that you have done. It builds up your mana quality with every success. Give it a bit more time, and you will be able to join Wendy in making the most profitable mass production items in the shop. Well, now that the city wants us to give them the higher grade stuff. Davis cleared his throat. Why don't we mess with the city just a little bit? I found a large piece of spirit jade, the overlord quality version of mana jade. Technically, it's a countertop that was being removed, but as nobody else knows how to turn it into a magical item, the cost was reasonable. I put that on the guild store account, by the way. Karl smiled. So, you're saying that we can make a bunch of overlord-ranked accessories? Davis smirked in response. Exactly. And just not sell them. The agreement only said that we couldn't sell the ones that we made without going through the city. They didn't say anything about equipping our own with ridiculously overpowered gear. Just the aura from a few pieces like that would be enough to make most of the city officials cry at the thought of what price it might fetch. Karl nodded. I will have to do some research into the runes. If we're going to go all out, it should be something so insanely overpowered or ridiculous that nobody would believe it if they hadn't seen it themselves. Karl thought about the answer. All of the ladies were casters, except for Ophelia, so if it was a non-combat sort of item, or a buff, he would only need to come up with 2 types. Or perhaps even 1. If he made it something that nobody would willingly turn down, they could all wear the same item, like a signature piece from the guild. The question was, what sort of inscription would he need to make for it to apply to everyone? He had already done the basics with skill power increase, and that would likely stay. But he needed something that would put it over the top. An overlord-ranked item should be somewhat epic, even if it wasn't epic grade. As everyone dispersed to their tasks, Karl took a seat on the 2nd floor and began flipping through the Dwarven Runecrafting tome, looking for ideas. The dwarves were exceptionally practical when it came to their rune work, so Karl was certain that he would find something that would help, even if it was a passing reference, or a combination of simple concepts to make something that would be worth bringing to the overlord rank. Karl flipped through the pages, and then he realized that the dwarves had the perfect non-combat buff for this type of item. He could start it with mana storage as the base, along with skill power. But then it could be expanded to create a complex rune for increased potential, faster growth, and divine favor. The blessing was one that the dwarves used frequently, according to the book, but with overlord-ranked runes, it should make for an item that added luck and increased the growth rate of the user. That was what they all needed the most. Karl showed his plan to the teachers who had come to study under him. This is a bit more complex. I have 4 concepts all linked in a compound rune, then a detached string of modifiers to clarify the effects. But each of the strings has to be both complete as a concept, and grammatically separate from all the others, so that the effect does not bleed over. Because of this, the wording is very particular when you try to combine effects. Moira frowned. Is there a way around that? Where you might generate powerful effects without the need for an enormous item to hold so many characters' worth of runes in such a particular format. Karl thought about it for a second, then an insidious thought came to his mind. Yes. There is a divine phrase that can help you accomplish that. Karl wrote out 3 seemingly nonsensical runes, which were actually just ancient slang from the knowledge he had gained from runecrafting. Blind box, full send, YOLO. If you inscribe that on your item, there is a chance to get a magnificently powerful item. Or you might get nothing. It really is up to your favor with the gods. Moira and Mash both stared at the runes, then shrugged and carefully inscribed them into a pair of wooden rings and began to empower them. The process finished, and one set of runes changed, while the other glowed faintly gold, signifying a success. What does that say? Mash asked, as his ring had worked. Moira wrote the runes, then mentally translated them. Thank you, please try again. She replied, phrasing it almost as a question. Mash laughed, then used the identify skill on his creation and wailed with agony. Evil, I summoned evil into the world. He moaned. Karl looked at the ring, his curiosity growing. Ring of the Narcissist, any target of the wearer's lust or affection will appear to the wearer as a mirror image of themselves. Karl and Moira stared at the ring for a second, then Moira burst into laughter. I'm like 90% sure that the system just told you to go fuck yourself. She wheezed with tears rolling down her face. Mash frowned as he realized that was also a valid interpretation. What did I ever do to deserve that? Or are the runes intended to troll creators? He asked. Karl shrugged and wrote the runes inside a wooden ring. He brought them up to commander rank with a thought and waited to see what happened. Ring of Affection, gently stroking a target until they make a noise of approval improves their combat power and mental fortitude by 5%. Dibs. No, wait. Someone has to use it on me. Dibs for Lotus. She always has time for head pats. Thor insisted. Mash frowned. It's another prank item. Karl shook his head. No, it's a class-targeted item. If you pat Thor's head, or massage Kara's wings, you can guarantee happy noises. And that's extra combat power and mental fortitude. It's actually a very effective item for a beast-linked class. At home, we have a class known as Beast Rangers, an advanced ranger class whose pet can be a magical beast. For them, this would be perfect. They just need to hype up their pet before battle and they get a buff. Not the biggest one that I've ever seen, but not every item randomly created will be a legendary treasure. Loros interrupted their chat with a request. Can I get some silk from Ray to make a backing plate for these bracers? They're made of flat plates because the material was cut as a countertop, and I need to maximize my usage. Karl nodded, and a second later, Ray sent out a small stack of Overlord-rank silk cloth and a needle made with Earth Barrier. Without that, Loros wouldn't be able to sew the cloth at all. The sculpting-obsessed demoness got right to work making a quilted backing out of silk and cotton, then riveted the plates on with golden pins. The gold looked wonderful against the blue and white stone with the white backing cloth, and Loros had carved the flat plates to make one large image of Remy in spirit snake form around the top and bottom, with the middle left flat for runes. Karl added durability to the set of runes so that the bracers would serve as actual armor and not as simple jewelry. Then he carved the concept into the stone, outlining his plan first with a pencil, so he knew he had the spacing correct. Mana storage, skill power, increased potential, faster growth, and divine favor. With subtext for durability and earth barrier, self-mending function, so it wouldn't get broken during regular use. By the time that he had them all sketched, the runes were even smaller than the typed characters in an official document. But Karl set about carving them with his claw. It took him until dinner to finish, but it was well worth it. The completed item was beautiful, with the delicate script and the carving of Remy around the edges. Especially as he added mana to it until the runes turned ghostly blue and began to glow. Bracer of Fated Encounters, artifact-grade armor. Stores 10 times the standard amount of mana. Increases user growth rates in all aspects, with an increased chance to surpass bottlenecks to growth. Increases skill power by 30 Fantram and luck by 100. That. It can't be. No, it's simply not possible to make something like that. Moira stammered. Dana came in to see what the fuss was about, and Karl winked at her. I think you should get the first of these, Karl announced, then distracted her with a kiss as he fastened the bracer around her wrist. The armor piece duplicated the moment that it equipped, creating a matched set for both wrists. Normally, armored bracers were enchanted as part of the whole arm piece, and equipped as a pair, but this was the first time that Karl had seen an item that cloned itself and didn't need a second half made. What is it supposed to do? I get skill power, but the rest is all so vague. Dana asked. It will help you grow more powerful and not get stuck at rank bottlenecks. I suggest wearing it all the time, just in case, Karl suggested. Dana nodded slowly, then summoned her golems to see what sort of changes that much more skill power would make to her newly monarch power level. They appeared for half a second, then Karl saw a notification. Skill Master 4 activation, by target Dana, Golem, has been upgraded to Greater Golem. She must have gotten a notification as well, because she frowned, and then walked to the window to summon her new golem in the yard. What appeared looked like the demonic cross between a wolf and a wingless stone dragon. The 3-meter-tall creature was all black, with a long, scaled dragon tail. The tail's draconic appearance extended to black scales over the creature's belly to its muscular chest, and sharp stone protrusions in place of fur all the way up its spine, as well as on its lower front limbs. The head was shaped halfway between a dragon's muzzle and a wolf's, and flames glowed within its mouth. Its eyes looked like burning pits, as if the skull was hollow of anything but flames, reminding everyone that this was no simple creature. The whole body appeared to be made of stone, but it shifted and rippled like muscle as the creature turned to look up at Dana. Then its ears perked up, and a small puff of smoke came from its mouth as it huffed happily upon finding its summoner. It was somehow terrifying and adorable at the same time. If it had a tongue, Karl was certain it would be lolling out happily right now. Then, it shrunk down to just over 1 meter tall, and made its way inside to come bump up against Dana's leg, begging to have its ears rubbed. It's a canine Thor. Ray laughed. Definitely. Not as big, though. At least it won't be trying to pull the wagon. Remy agreed. Well, that might depend on the size of the wagon. Golems had stamina that never ran out, and with a 3-meter-tall 4-legged body, a monarch-rank golem would be no slouch. Once she had finished greeting her new friend, Dana cast another spell, and the original 2 golems returned in all their statuesque glory. That made 4 summoned helpers for Dana now, including her Spellblade Demoness type, Epic Guard. Not many mages at any rank could claim to have that much additional firepower, and this new greater golem looked like it would be a reliable damage dealer in combat. Moira and Mash were staring at the greater golem with increasing suspicion. There was no way that simply gaining an item had given her a new skill. Unless it was actually part of the runes, and Karl had been holding out on them. But they had read them as he wrote them, memorizing the pattern for their own attempts later. They hadn't seen anything about a greater golem spell in there. It's an opportune timing of another skill's activation, not directly from the bracelet. Though the extra stacks of luck might have helped. Don't think too much about it, the process will just make your head hurt. It's my skill, and I don't even know how it determines that it's going to upgrade a skill for a group member. Karl explained. Moira sighed. That's just unfair. I know that support classes are a thing, but a support class that lets others upgrade a skill by a grade. Completely overpowered. Coupled with your runecrafting, you're basically the best friend that a newbie adventurer could hope to make. Dana winked at the half-elven woman. Don't I know it? I've been working with him since we were both in school, and my power has grown incredibly fast. Are you from the same pack, then? Moira asked, not realizing that Dana and Karl were using a transformation spell. No, but we went to the same school, until we were sent out into the world with this lovely group of ladies. I suppose technically we might still be enrolled, but at this point, I don't think that there is much they're going to be willing and able to teach us there. Dana laughed. That was a concept that they could understand. There were teachers at a rather prestigious academy, but there were only so many secrets and powerful skills that they would teach to a random student who didn't have strong ties of loyalty both to the school and the nation. There was a commotion outside, and Karl moved to the window to see what it could be. Certainly, nobody would be brave enough to attack them again. Not with the gargoyles in place and an overlord in charge. But the answer was much less concerning. Little Butterfly had made 5 tiny versions of Dana's new golem, and they were running around the yard, barking balls of fire and playing with Lotus. That doesn't look safe. Mash noted, deep concern apparent in his black eyes. It's an illusion skill. While it can cause damage, it doesn't seem likely that the caster would want to harm Lotus. But a cleric of the Green Dragon loves all forms of creatures, and these ones are new to her. While Karl had replied absently, the words coming out of his mouth actually gave him a great idea. Little Butterfly only knew 2 skills: invisibility and illusionary domain. If she could learn more skills, wouldn't she be able to create even more convincing illusions, or ones that caused significant damage to enemies? The illusions were already solid, but any sort of damage would disperse them. Teaching Little Butterfly a barrier skill might make them more durable. But as soon as Karl thought of the idea, he sensed the negative response from Little Butterfly. It was certain that wouldn't work. We will take a trip to the library then, and I will see what you can learn to enhance your skills. Don't worry, we have lots of money now. That sounded wonderful to both the butterfly and to Remy, who had voraciously devoured the knowledge contained in almost all of the technical tomes in her swamp, before moving on to the ones in the library illusion. What is the book that you were studying from? Mash asked, drawing Karl's attention from the chaos in the yard. Oh, that's a book of Dwarven runecrafting. A bit different from the runesmithing skill, and written in Dwarven. But some of the concepts that they use in their sculpting translate well to other styles, so I was looking for ideas on how to string together the concepts that I wanted to use for the bracelets. I'm going to make matched ones for the guild members, so I wanted them to be something that would be universally useful, no matter what the specialty of the wearer was. The teacher sighed as she heard that it was a guild-exclusive item that he was making. But she had the pattern, there was nothing stopping her from making one herself. It might not be Overlord ranked, but if she had one of the royal rank wooden pieces carved to shape, it would work just as well as a base at lower quality. It took so long, though. Just making them for herself and her husband would be a long day's work, and that was assuming that it was successful the first time. Just making a copy of the runes would be enough for now, and then they could work on it at their leisure after the school year started. The time with Karl was quite limited, as the break was only 2 months in total, but there was so much to learn with a new trade skill and all the little tricks that came with it, but which weren't included in the basic linguistic knowledge. That was most likely because the skill transferred at an introductory apprentice level, and they were expected to study and practice the rest on their own. But with a master present, who wouldn't dream of gaining all that knowledge in one huge transfer? The fame, the recognition, the department funding. Oh, the things they could gain with just a bit more knowledge. Over the course of the next week, thousands of merchant caravans rolled into town from nearby cities, and the cold storage warehouses were slowly emptying, while other buildings were repurposed as massive smokehouses to cure whale meat for longer-term storage. It would be some time before the price of whale meat recovered, but Karl thought that within the next few weeks the demand for other meats would begin to increase. Even if it was cheap and incredibly high energy, people would only want to eat the same thing for so long. The teachers were getting much better with basic runecrafting and alchemy, but more so in the alchemy realm. Runic alchemy class under Remy had yielded incredible results, and the store was well stocked with potions and tinctures of all sorts, along with the apprentice-made commander rank items. Ashbringer had made 3 pairs of war axes for Karl to upgrade to overlord rank, and today the representative from the castle was coming to pick up their first shipment of powerful items. The whole guild was looking forward to his arrival, as Karl and Ashbringer had gone all out to troll him this time. All of the items they had produced for the city this time were overlord ranked, but there were only 10 rings and 6 axes. The gargoyle at the gate whistled to let them know that someone had entered, and Karl moved to the door to greet their guest. Overlord Karl. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. I am Rock, Lord General of the Dryads City Guard, the burly bronze demon announced as soon as he saw Karl standing in the doorway. Lord General Rock, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. We have created a small number of items this month, but I believe that the city governor will be pleased with them. The general looked amused. The intent here was to resell them at auction if they were suitable, not for the governor to profit off them, other than a small handling fee. But when Davis placed the items on a counter, General Rock couldn't contain his eager smile. Are those overlord-ranked epic-grade weapons? He asked, moving close to inspect them. Indeed. And all 6 are identical. They have life leech, skill damage increase, sharpness, and a rather sizable damage increase, Davis explained with vague gestures to different portions of the runes, as he didn't know what they actually meant. Then the rings. General Rock asked. The rings are all combat-oriented, titanic strength, injury negation, and agonizing blows. I'm told that it is quite effective. The agony effect should turn even a slap to the face into the equivalent of a stun spell. Davis's smile had a somewhat evil tone to it. He had gotten Karl to inscribe that into a pair of gloves for him to wear at work, so that problematic customers could be disabled without serious injury. He had inadvertently learned a valuable fact during testing: you could not torture a vampire with pain spells. Their venom converted pain to pleasure in their victims, so they didn't scream when being drained. But it made the vampires entirely immune to pain. Mick thought it was hilarious that the ultimate method for disabling problematic customers didn't work on her at all, despite it being 4 ranks above her. You're saying that you have 3 matched sets of weapons and 10 overlord-ranked rings, all of which are combat-oriented, with an innate control ability? The general asked. Karl nodded. That is right. The materials we found this month were particularly good. I will try for more variety next month, but I don't think that we will be able to make totem-ranked items for some time. The general looked like he was going to choke on his tongue. What totem-ranked items? That wasn't something that you simply sold at auction. Plus, who would even buy it? You would have to gather the leaders of half the cities in Dryads just to get enough people for proper bidding. No, totem-ranked items were the sort of thing given to heroes and national guardians for great deeds in war, single-handed defense of a nation's border, or other similarly insane deeds. From what he knew, there were currently no totem-ranked dungeons in the Dragon Isles, or anywhere else on the planet. Only a few Overlord-ranked dungeons had opened during the wave of upheaval, and that was already problematic enough. Once he recovered from his shock, the general began to mentally calculate the likely selling price but came up short of a solid answer. There was no way to tell how high the price might be run up on items so rare within Dryad. Not only that, but there were instructors from Lard here for some reason, and they would have certainly informed their superiors at home about the items being created here. If foreign bidders started to show up to the auction, the prices might get completely out of hand. "Did you have a target price for these items?" the general asked carefully. Karl shook his head. "Not particularly. What they sell for, they sell for. It's more of a test of the market to determine what we should make next month to keep the funding for the artisans of the Dark Light host at a suitable level." The general sighed. That was what he was afraid of. Materials for such high-quality items had to be insanely expensive. But they might also be part of the auction, as many rare materials for advancement were. If he knew that they were actually making countertops out of material capable of being turned into Overlord rank items, he might die of outrage. "All right, I will take these to the castle, and they will sort them for sale. However, I would be prepared for the governor, or his representative, to come to you with a procurement request for custom items after seeing these." Karl nodded. "We are always happy to accept custom orders." The next morning, Dana led the ladies to the dungeon first thing, clearing the monsters to collect loot for the blacksmith. So, it was the guild notification that told Karl something big was happening. Guild member Ophelia has reached Monarch rank, Guild member Lotus has reached Monarch rank, Guild member Tessa has reached Monarch rank, 3 advancements in 1 dungeon run. That was cause for celebration. Karl was about to notify someone, then realized that everyone in the compound, other than the caretaker, was part of the guild. They had all seen the notification, and the kitchen staff had started to prepare a feast in their honor. Hardly a week with the new bracers, and they were all advancing to the Monarch rank. But there was limited time before they got back. "Abby, I'm going to run and get fancy baked goods. You do the essentials and the dinner," Karl called before heading out of the house. "Got it, boss. Pick the things that take the longest to make." At a walking pace, it was a bit over 10 minutes to get back from the dungeon. They might not be leaving immediately, but even Karl would have to hurry to the bakery if he was going to get back before the earliest part of their possible arrival window. They also started to prepare the tea. Well, if you could still call it tea the way that Lotus liked it. She added a heavy dose of matcha and spices to milk tea, to the point that you could only vaguely tell there was tea in the beverage. But it was low caffeine, and Tessa had approved it, so they always had it on hand unless Lotus forgot to refill the jars when they got low. Karl was back quickly and began setting out cakes, each decorated with an individual name, then a 4th cake with the words "Emergency Cake for Accidents" written in icing. That made the kitchen staff laugh just as much as the staff at the bakery had laughed while writing it. They said to keep them in the cold storage because the cakes were still a bit warm, Karl warned. "Got it, boss. Did you get the other stuff?" Karl nodded. "I got the fancy cupcakes, an entire tray of baklava, and a box of eclairs." "That will do. We made a huge bag of caramel peanut popcorn this morning for movie nights. We've also got buns baking, we already had a roast going, and now we're starting on the sides. It will be ready for lunch as planned, but they'll be back before then, so we could maybe start with the cakes." The demon officially called one, the leader of the trio of abbeys that worked the kitchen, explained. Karl smiled and patted her curled horns. "Good work. I knew that I could count on you in an emergency. Now we just have to wait for them to get back from their dungeon run, and we will be good to go." Karl walked into the front room, where a customer purchasing anti-aging cream was giving him a curious look. The kitchen wasn't soundproof, and Karl had left the door open in his hurry to get everything sorted. So, they had likely heard the last half of his conversation. 3 of our members made Monarch rank today, Karl explained, and the elderly demoness smiled. Oh, that is a wonderful bit of luck. All on the same day. Are they all guild members, or will they be registering at the castle? She asked. Register. Davis realized that Karl didn't know a moment after the lady realized that Karl wasn't local. Oh, I forgot that you were new here. Everyone who makes monarch rank is supposed to register with the castle, so they can be properly accounted for if the militia is called to duty. You were here for the attack on the dock, so you know that it doesn't happen often, it's more unofficial. But that's the rule, and it gives them an excuse to meet the noble ladies, or gentlemen, of the castle and the inner district, she explained. Davis chuckled. Well, they are all guild members, so they don't have to go in person, we can send a runner. But two are priestesses of the dragon gods, I don't know what their rules are about fraternizing with demons. Karl wasn't sure about that either. However, he suspected that most of the rules were more like guidelines unless they directly contravened their patron's principles. The old woman laughed. The rules are flexible. You know old Ironjaw from Cooled is married to a war cleric. Karl had no idea where that was at first, then realized that it was a coastal city to the south of them by about 100 kilometers. It was marginally smaller than Dryads, but still a massive city by Golden Dragon Nation standards, with over 100,000 people. Davis smiled. I had forgotten about that. The woman is so scary that she seems more like a wrath demon than he does. Only because you rejected her daughter's proposal, the old woman joked. Karl chuckled, and Davis glared at him. Don't mock my pain. That girl is even more terrifying than her mother. She killed 4 suitors during the competition for her betrothal. No way could I have beaten her in a fight. The old woman scoffed. You still don't understand wrath demons, do you? She would have let you win after you put up a good enough fight. After all, she wanted you to win. Karl smiled. It sounds like the wrath demons here and the orcs from my homeland have a lot in common. Any good Orcish woman would be insulted if her intended wasn't even strong enough to put up a challenge in a fight. Karl heard the kitchen staff snickering, and Davis stood up straighter. Easy for you to say. You have limited invulnerability, and I am a merchant. But she's a paladin of the Red Dragon God, and a 4-meter-tall wrath demon. Even if I won the challenge, what about every day after that? Karl shrugged. Ask the sailors. They seem to have some plan, the way that they keep hitting on Ophelia. The old lady paid Davis for her purchase. I think that the plan in that case is to die happy. Not one that a young fellow of a wealthy family considers. The ladies returned to the house a half-hour later, carrying large bags from the same bakery that Karl had gone to for cupcakes. Tessa walked in to place them in the kitchen, then began to laugh as she saw the massive spread already set out. It looks like we all had the same idea. But how did you know? She asked. The advancements sent a guild message. So, everyone in the house knew that you would be in the celebration mood when you got home. We have cakes. Abby giggled, then gestured to the cold storage room. Tessa stuck her head in and began to laugh. Even a spare, just in case one of them got damaged. You really did hurry today. Karl stepped behind the war cleric and hugged her. Actually, we cheated. The crate cake that you like, with all the layers and the custard, takes too long to make, so I bought it from the store. They're actually all different flavors. I got the crate cake for you, double chocolate with chocolate mousse and chocolate chips for Lotus, and a tiramisu for Ophelia. Ophelia stuck her head around him to see, and Karl gave her a congratulatory hug as well. How did you know? She asked. It's your usual order when we stop there for a snack. I got a full assortment of the fancy cupcakes as well. The feast won't be ready until lunch, so I thought we might need something extra. Plus, the lovely ladies of the kitchen suggested that a particular someone might enjoy being allowed to eat her cake before her meal for once, Karl replied with a wink. Ophelia smirked. You think you're talking about Lotus, but cake before lunch sounds like a pretty good idea to me as well. Clearing the dungeon is hard work, though tomorrow should be easier, as we advance during the last boss fight. Now that we're all monarchs, it will be much easier to clear it out for loot, even if the gains that we're making won't be quite as impressive as before. Karl shrugged. We can always go hunting. If we ask the guards, I'm certain that they can recommend a good hunting ground for us that is monarch-ranked wild beasts. If we're lucky, it might even be something tasty. Hawk perked up at the thought. There might be overlord-ranked mice on this continent. Or perhaps they would be giant mice, more than a mouthful. That would be good. While Hawk daydreamed of mice in his space, Remy came out to set the table on the second floor for a party. Someone, likely Mick, had already strung streamers around the room, giving it a festive atmosphere, and then lowered the curtains so it wasn't as bright inside. Is there a song for advancement parties like there is for birthdays? Mick asked as the cakes and snacks were brought up to the second floor. That was an excellent question. If there was, nobody in the room knew it, but they were all intrigued by the possibility that there could be one. While they all sat down to snack, Karl got a brilliant idea. He already had intelligent summons, and there was no particular reason not to keep them active all the time. The Epic Guard was already active, so that the whole group would gain the benefit of Void Body in case of attack. But he could also keep the bodyguards active around the house to help out with the daily tasks. Actually, if he tried, couldn't he activate bodyguards on an inscribed stone? The spell was immensely complex, but it should theoretically be possible. Or maybe he could set it as one of the guild house functions that were currently inactive. War champion rank officers lack authority to set guild skills. Well, that settled that. But not all hope was lost. Karl focused on the pattern that he would have to inscribe to create bodyguards as a spell that could be added to an item, and quickly realized that it was simply impossible. Nearly every part of the spell book would need to be written on the stone, for 1,000 pages worth. That was not going to work, unless he inscribed a small mountain. Well, not every plan was destined to succeed, Karl decided, as he looked over the plate full of thin cake slices. The kitchen staff had made tiny slices of all 3 cakes so that you could get all the flavors, plus ice cream, without ruining your dinner. It was a brilliant plan, in theory. But they had left the cakes on the table, and Karl knew for certain that those cakes would not last more than an hour or two. Ophelia was the first to speak, as everyone was engrossed in their snacks. Now that we're getting up to the accepted power level of a common adventuring group in Dryads, why don't we take some time outside the city? The dungeon is all right, but we've been through it so many times now, and it's always the same. Fighting in a situation that you've memorized dulls the senses, and we could use a new challenge. I know that there is a chance that we run into totem-ranked beasts and monsters outside the city, but those odds should be fairly low with the army out in force taking care of that manticore pack. They will have run off most of the strongest beasts, just so that they're not attacked from the back. But the reduction is supposed to be 90%. If there is just one totem, and it cannot heal itself, the odds aren't dismal for us to take it down. Loros and Wendy looked at her like she was crazy. Taking out totem-rank monsters while she was still a monarch. Even if they had 5 overlords with them, the odds wouldn't be great. But at least there shouldn't be any mythic rank beasts left on this side of the nation. The damage reduction stacked, and they took 90% less damage than a totem. At that point, an overlord really only had 2 choices, run or die. Karl considered Ophelia's suggestion. He had been thinking the same thing, and Hawk, too, was eager to escape the city limits for a while. Does everyone have their, recall, home location set to the guild house? That would make overnight hunting trips much easier. We could hunt all day and then simply recall home, saving us days of walking back, Karl suggested. Hawk, being large and capable of flight, had a better idea. He could simply carry them to where a good fight was, allowing them to spend the day adventuring and return in the evening. There'd be no need to sleep uncomfortably unless no suitable nearby location existed. One after another, the group members nodded. They had all set their location here as soon as they received the spell, and now, with plans to leave the city, they finally had a reason to use it. Tessa smiled. That sounds like a good idea. Give it a day or two of rest and recovery, and then we can head out for a trip. You should also make enough items to keep the shop stocked while we're away. We wouldn't want to run out and have Davis be forced to make excuses about us being out gathering materials. Ashbringer laughed at the thought. That might actually be true. Many beast materials are excellent for crafting, and we'll certainly find types we don't currently stock. If you talk to the guard captain at the gates, he should have a target map for sale that will point out recent complaints from town leaders about what types of monsters and magical beasts they have encountered. It's a standard intelligence gathering stop for adventurers on their way out of town, and the price is reasonable, since the Lord wants the problems controlled as inexpensively as possible. If that means encouraging those not in his employ to handle them, then that's what he will do. You could make quite a bit selling the monster materials as well, but I suspect that you have no real reason to need to do that when you could keep all the valuable bits for yourselves, or the guild. Karl smiled at the demon. Ashbringer, an overlord-rank master smith, could certainly produce some wonderful creations if he had the right materials. Most of what he currently made was limited to royal rank quality due to materials from the dungeon, with only a few items a month crafted from specially ordered overlord rank materials. While hunting would allow them to gather many beast materials, Karl wasn't sure how many would actually be relevant to the forge, unless they could be used for alloys. Such materials were usually better suited for a leatherworker than a smith. Perhaps they should hire one. But that was a concern for later, as he was already settled in for a long day of doing nothing at all. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode.